Prepare for a restful night with this calming compilation to fall asleep to relax, the 10th in the series. Snuggle up in your coziest blanket, unwind, and let the soothing music gently guide you into a peaceful slumber.
Destiny 2 is a game that I have a very interesting relationship with. It's a relationship that I think teeters on being abusive. Like, the Stockholm Syndrome is hitting so deep that I can't help but keep coming back, only to constantly have my ass beaten by the developers, Bungie. I get punished for wanting to dive back into Destiny 2 and sink a ton of time into again and grind it out and enjoy it. I come back once a year to Destiny 2, my old mistress, thinking things have changed, thinking that they've changed, because they have a shiny new piece of content, a brand new raid that puts stars in my eyes, and I can't resist the urge to get back into the grind and go for world first. That is still, to date, I think the funnest activities I ever do in gaming annually, which is go for world first raid completions. We never even come close, of course, and sometimes we've only ever completed the raid on day one a single time. I'll get to that in a moment. But the experience in Destiny 2 of raiding is unlike anything else. With friends, it's some of the most memorable moments in all of gaming for me. I just love it. But the big problem is, that's about all they have. They do one high-effort content push per year, if that, for Destiny 2, and everything else is just filler, tedious chores, or just complete and utter neglect, with a smile on their face and a middle finger to the community. It seems like most of their focus throughout the year is spent on microtransactions from their Eververse store in order to nickel and dime and shake down people for their lunch money with cosmetics, and not fixing things that need fixing, not addressing things that need addressing, not even listening to community feedback or the player base, and just going complete radio silence until here's the new expansion and you guys are gonna buy it. We know you're gonna buy it, so get ready to buy it. I hate that this is kind of what Destiny 2 has become. I want a reason to log in and play and grind. I want fun things to do in the game, but there just really isn't. Now, I have always said Destiny 2 has so much potential, the most potential out of pretty much any product on the market. And not just from the PvE standpoint, but it also does have PvP. And the PvP could be great. It could be so much better. This is Bungie we're talking about. They made Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach some of the best fucking multiplayer games there are in the FPS genre. They could make Destiny 2's PvP an absolute fucking powerhouse of a shooter. But they don't put even a single iota of effort into it. I'm not the only one who feels this way. I'm not special. A lot of the community is feeling betrayed by Bungie, even more so now than ever, thanks to their most recent post on the state of the game, where it's just such a fucking nothing burger, like a complete empty calorie sandwich that has nothing to do except just say like, hey, this game development shit's not easy, so don't expect too much, and here's our plans for the future, and it's just really underwhelming. I don't know if they're just keeping big stuff close to the chest and they don't want to reveal a lot in their State of the Game post, but it's still just alarming because they don't really do a whole lot for the game throughout these seasons. For those that don't know, Destiny 2 operates on a seasonal model, so it's supposed to be getting like an influx of content at different periods throughout the year, but really the only thing that ever actually has any substance to it is when they release either a dungeon that they finally put effort into, or their new expansion with some big story moments, big story missions, and a raid. A shiny, nice new toy for everyone to play with and everyone to come together and try and tackle the hardest content Destiny offers. At least that's how it used to be. This is a controversial take in the Destiny community, but I'm just gonna say it out loud and scream it from the mountaintops. Their most recent raid in the Lightfall expansion was a joke. Root of Nightmares was a raid that me and my team completed in 5 hours, and we are a team that has literally never completed a raid on day one ever until this one. We are a team of casual players. I have probably the least amount of hours out of my group. I have close to like 1,000. Most of the others are between like 1,500 and 2,000, maybe a little bit more. But we usually never day one complete a raid. And for Root of Nightmares, one that we were so fucking excited for, we did it in 5 hours, and it just felt really deflating. Because we love the challenge. Like, there's a sick joy to banging your head against a wall in a really tough encounter for 16 hours until you finally get it. That euphoric moment when everything clicks and you complete the encounter is It's so triumphant, but in Root of Nightmares, it was really, like, underwhelming. It felt really half-baked. Usually in raids, each encounter is a whole different ballgame in what you have to do in order to overcome the challenge. Of course, mechanics are borrowed from previous encounters, but they're expanded. They're given more and more depth. So you'll learn a mechanic in encounter 1 of a raid, and then you'll use that mechanic in encounter 2 in a different way, in a deeper way, in a totally different application of it. In Root of Nightmares, there was really only 2 mechanics the entire raid that never really changed. It was just rinse and repeat. They just kept copy and pasting the same mechanic over and over again. It was super, like, phoned in and lazy. There's only one good encounter in Root of Nightmares, and it's encounter 3 with the planets. That is a fun one. That is what we would have expected the raid to be like, where it has these really interesting encounters that have a lot of depth to them, but it's the only one. It's the exception in Root of Nightmares. Everything else is the exact same shit over and over again. It was just sad. And usually world first races last quite a long time, even for the best teams in the game. But this one was still completed in only a handful of hours. It was so fucking quick. Also, I wasn't exaggerating about the 16 hours on like a single room. When we did Deepstone Crypt Day 1 a couple years ago, we actually spent 16 hours in the second encounter until we finally got through. And it was fun. Like, we still look back on that fondly. And in Root of Nightmares, we literally took a 3-hour break. So it was 5 hours total, but the entire time was 8 hours because after the first 2 or 3 hours, we took a 3-hour break to watch the Moist Esports Valorant team play. Then we came back and then completed it in like another hour and a half, basically. It was so underwhelming compared to all of the other Day 1 raids that we have done over the years. And let's not even get started on the campaign. The Lightfall campaign was a joke. They forgot that there was supposed to be a story in the Lightfall expansion. They literally forgot the narrative. So, you know, I won't even get too deep into that. Point is, it seems the direction Destiny 2 is going is one that the community is not excited about. And it seems like it's one that's entirely either fueled by greed or laziness or a combination of the two. Because most of their effort is spent on cosmetics, it feels like. It seems like that's where most of their resources and team is allocated to, is anything like microtransaction related. At least that's how I and many others feel. And less on like actually improving the game or adding meaningful content or meaningful updates to it. It's fucking sad because this game has like the highest potential out of any product on the market, in my opinion. Just straight up across the board, this game has the most fucking potential. The gunplay is extremely satisfying, the builds are extremely fun and versatile, except for Warlocks for a while. Pretty much all of us were using Starfire Protocol because, I mean, you could use it for pretty much everything. But for the most part, the builds are extremely versatile. They have their own unique niches that they can fill in raids and tough encounters. And there's just so much variety to the gameplay itself, so much depth. It's just such a beautiful game, too. Everything is so nice in Destiny and feels so fucking good. And when they actually put effort into the lore, like they did with Witch Queen expansion, the story was great, too. Obviously fumbled with Lightfall, but it has all of the building blocks of a fucking masterpiece. The only thing it's missing is a development team that cares about it. Like, it's sad. It's fucking sad. And instead of, like, putting people's mind at ease with this state of the game where it's like, look, guys, we know you've been dropping the ball, but here's what we're going to do. We're really going to put our foot on the gas pedal and go hog wild and deliver the Destiny 2 experience that you guys really want. Instead of doing that, they instead release, like, the worst fucking summer book report of nothing about the direction they're going with the game and what they're adding to it and what they're doing. It's just, like, it's so flat. It's so flat, which made everyone pretty upset. I went over it on stream, so I'm just going to play the stream clips for you, but I know most of you have probably been mesmerized by what I'm wearing here. This is the newest Moist Global anime hoppy coat. You can find it at moistglobal.com, as well as many other items in this anime-inspired line, so definitely go to moistglobal.com to check these bad boys out. Did you see that the Destiny community is pissed at Bungie for their State of the Game article, where Bungie basically went, yeah, game development is hard, so we have to do the bare minimum. Please buy the final shape. No, look it up, though. That sounds very on-brand for modern Bungie, unfortunately. Destiny is a game with the most fucking potential that is never realized because Bungie's too lazy. That's so fucking frustrating. My name is Joe, I'm the game director for Destiny 2 right now. The team and I are heads down on making sure the final shape and the seasons leading up to it are incredible, so for the rest of this update you'll be hearing from a bunch of different voices that all contributed to this mid-year state of the game. Wanted to start with a quick thanks to all of you who have been playing Destiny for so many years. The way you play and feedback you give us is a huge part of how we shape our plans, and it's an honor to log in each day and play in this universe alongside all of you. Is this the major complaint? The most frequent feedback we see is that there's just not enough new PvP content, specifically new maps. Was the maps the big issue? Because I remember when I was grinding for fucking Recluse, the big thing I hated about it is the PvP is so half-baked. So dreadfully half-baked. There is so much they could do with PvP in that game if they just gave the slightest fuck about it. That is a major complaint, but not the biggest issue in the game. Oh, no, not in the game. I just meant in terms of PvP. Yeah, they've made no maps in the past 3 years. We have a Vex network-themed map debuting alongside the new Relic 6v6 game mode, the gunplay-focused checkmate modifier for multiple modes, a new competitive Ascendant Division emblem, and more. Cool emblem, I guess. So 1 new map in 3 years. W. Solid and efficient pipeline. Someone with 4K hours in the game, the community is pissed at the state of the game because they basically say that 2/3 of the game is irrelevant because of manning issues. Basically told the community that we are lazy, so we're not going to make new stuff that much. Oh my god, wait, they have Gambit in here? Ew. The update better just be, we're removing Gambit. We know this is long overdue, we forgot it was in the game, we're getting rid of it. Oh, fuck. As many of you have noticed, we've been quiet on Gambit since last year's overhaul that launched alongside the Witch Queen. In that revamp, the team made significant changes across 5 categories in Gambit: core activity fundamentals, primeval tuning, invasions, ammo economy, and rewards. Unfortunately, these updates didn't move the needle for player engagement, although we know our Gambit fans... Stop lying. No such thing. Although we know our Gambit fans mostly care about new or returning maps, this is an area of the game with lower engagement that would take resources away from more popular parts of the game to shore up. While we don't have plans to dedicate more resources to significantly transform Gambit, we do have a few... Man, I thought they were about to say we're getting rid of it. We do have a few updates planned for the year of the final shape. These include porting the Cathedral of Scars map and its beautiful dreaming city. Who cares? Gambit's still here. Jesus Christ. Just get rid of it. Even you can't help but admit this is an area of the game with lower engagement that takes resources away from other parts. Just get rid of it. Put it down. Just fucking put it down. Oh my god. You don't update it, you don't touch it, it's fucking boring. Just get rid of it. That'll free up like 40 gigabytes off of the 200 gig download or whatever. Okay, so in summary, PvP got no real update, and that new map comment didn't go over well. Gambit is getting 1 ported map from 2018, and that's it. Then there's some quality of life changes, which are good, but that's about it. No major impactful changes. Fucking huge. So what's the statement they made about why they're so inefficient at releasing anything of value into the game? The game development hard sentiment. Do you agree that Destiny 2 is the best gunplay art style of any FPS, and that's why it's still relevant? Not only that, it's the raids. Their raids, and even some of their other content like dungeons, are so incredibly creative, fun, and fulfilling. But then it's sandwiched in between such tedium, greed, and like misdirection. It has so much fucking potential, yet they put no effort into it. This is something my friends and I talk about a lot. A lot. Like, a great example is Root of Nightmares. We were so fucking hyped for Root of Nightmares, and we completed it in 5 hours day 1, which we've never been able to do before. Ever. We have never day 1 to raid, and we did that one in 5 hours. They're not putting effort into it. To set expectations, our studio structure is built to support more overarching updates to PvP like the ones above, rather than focusing exclusively on maps. When we do focus our resources on building new Crucible maps, it comes with a trade-off of multiple teams' bandwidths on work that contributes to a variety of experiences that players also hold dear, such as a new story or exotic mission content, core activities that make up the foundation for each season, or new destinations. Similarly, bringing back reprise maps also involves extensive porting to the latest version of Destiny 2, which requires additional resources to ensure the maps work correctly for multiple game modes and playstyles for years to come. So that's where they're basically saying, like, game development's hard and we don't have real bandwidth because we don't know how to manage our teams. It will get better, they just need AI. Yeah, they're just holding out for AI. Why actually work on managing a team of people when they can just have AI do it for them? They said in a press conference a while ago they were quantity over quality, and we don't good because the players will expect. What riddle did I just read there? Did you get the statement? Did they want quality over quantity? Because they've done neither. Regardless, like I don't even know what the statement was with that comment, but regardless of quantity over quality or quality over content, they have literally done neither. They also said the final shape in its raid will provide a climactic conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga, probably due to the Lightfall backlash. Well, they forgot to put the story in there. They literally forgot to put the narrative in the goddamn expansion. So yeah, hopefully this will provide something. Some kind of plot. How haven't you given up on the game yet? Again, this is a game with so much fucking potential that is just constantly unrealized. It's criminal. Do you think Destiny would be in a significantly better spot with Activision still being a part of it? It seems the game went downhill once they split with Activision, and Bungie has fooled us into thinking it was Activision's fault. That's something Jackson and I speculated on back and forth. The short answer is I have no idea on how things work behind closed doors. I really don't know. But you're right. The game has definitely gotten worse since they've been apart from Activision, which is unfortunate. But I don't know how much Activision did to help them. I think they just lost direction, most likely. Like, I don't see Activision being the thing that was making Destiny 2 good. Activision provided High Moon and Vicarious Vision to do major expansion. So were they actually, like, hands-on with providing, like, direct support to Bungie for those things? Maybe they were really helpful then. I guess, not knowing the actual relationship between Activision and Bungie during development, the only thing I could see as, like, a positive with Activision involved is they would 100% ensure Bungie is actually working on this game. Whereas right now I feel like they just go into the office and literally play beer pong and then go home. Like, I don't know what the fuck they do all year on this game. They make, like, one decent piece of content with a raid every year, and that's it. Like, what the fuck do they do in between? I've seen a lot of people say that. Did they actually make that statement about not over-delivering because they don't want to set expectations too high? Because if so, that is so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. If you haven't read the GDC 2022 conference, it's definitely worth a read. No, I haven't. I'll check it out. As someone with 3,700 hours in the game, people are shitting on it way more than it should be. I don't know what the backlash is, like, the scale of it. All I can say is that even as someone who only has, like, I think close to 600 or 700 hours across console and PC, probably more than that, but it's very frustrating to see how little gets added to it of value and just how comfortable they are phoning everything in and going through the motions without any real content. That's why I don't actively play. I have no reason to. Do you think Destiny can become another Anthem? No, it's never gonna, like, fully, fail or anything. Destiny's too big to fail. I don't think that'll ever happen. You all know that I'm a man who loves to be scared. I love the feeling of tinkling in my tight little huggies while watching scary YouTube videos, suckling on my thumb, and just praying for some warm breast milk to calm me down. I usually get my horror fix from something like Nuke's Top 5s, because the only thing scarier than a ghost is 5 ghosts that'll all make you go, ARG. And during a YouTube night on stream, chat recommended someone called Mr. Nightmare, which is a channel I wasn't super familiar with. And unlike something like Nuke's Top 5 or any of the other ones where it's like, watch this video of a ghost at 3 a.m. who wiggled a plate and it was loud and scared their dog. Yikes. Mr. Nightmares is more based in reality, so it's creepy people through Ring doorbells or weird emails and rabbit holes like that, and I found it super interesting, so I wanted to share some of those with you and talk about it a bit further. Watch some Nuke's Top 5, he hasn't posted anything new. Apparently people really wanted me to watch Mr. Nightmare. They all say Nuke Top 5 is baby shit, Mr. Nightmare is the real scary stuff. So you know what, let's prove that I'm not a little milk-drinking, diaper-pissing baby. We'll watch Mr. Nightmare. 3 creepy emails.
It was titled his password that he used for every account that he had.
A ghost
this was obviously
hacker.
a cause for alarm, so he opened it immediately to read the contents of the email. I won't come after you, I won't harm you. as long as you send me a small amount of money, $5,000 in the form of Bitcoin.
Aw.
If you don't send me the money, bad things may happen. Don't even bother going to the police. This email is untraceable.
This has the same energy as a call I got when I was like 22. I had just got an apartment. I was on my own, and like it was pretty early. It was probably like within the first month or two. I got a random fucking call from a dude, and he's like, "Hey, your mom just hit my brother with her car." And I was like, "Oh my god, Mom, what are you doing? You can't, you're driving like shit out there." He's like, "Look, I'm going to need you to bring a lot of money to cover these medical bills, and I'm going to need you to bring it now." And then he gave me like a local gas station. I was like, "Okay, Jesus Christ, all right, just please, oh my God, I'll call the police." He's like, "Don't you dare call the police. I swear to God, I don't want to get violent. But what your mom just did to my brother is unforgivable, and I'm only going to allow this to slide if you bring the money to me now over at this gas station. I'm keeping your mom here. She's safe. She's fine." I was like, "Can I talk to her?" "Nope." And I was like, "Okay, this is getting fishy," but I was still panicked. And then eventually I was like, "Hey, just give me a second." Then I called my mom and she's like, "Hey, what's up, Charles?" Like, "Hey, Mom, did you hit a kid with your car today?" She's like, "Nope." So then I went to the other guy. I was like, "Hey, man." And then I hung up. That shit works, though. I guarantee if I was like a year younger, not quite as wise as 22, I would have fallen for it. I would have went right to that gas station and got my ass beat. Then I would have been pissed at my mom. I'm like, "Man, Mom, what the fuck?"
Saying, "I'm still waiting for the payment. I won't wait much longer." Joe replied this time, saying, "I'm not paying you $5,000. If you want to come to my house, you'll get a
Joe.
full of lead." This was a complete bluff, though, as he doesn't actually own a gun, and the hacker likely knew that, because that same night, Joe received a follow-up email containing a picture of his house. It was the side of his parents' house, and zoomed in on his bedroom window upstairs. There was one of their decorative bricks from the front of the house, laying in the dining room among thousands of tiny shards of glass from the broken
Fuck is this,
window.
Hitman?
He added her back, where she commonly liked and commented on his posts. This
There's
went
a
on for
wholesome
while,
story. Now they're
until
married.
One day the fan professed her love for him. Years went by and he hadn't answered any of her emails after 2 of them when he very adamantly told her to stop all communications and leave him alone.
These are pretty intense. Oh, she made a typo. 4,000 emails. How many of them are full of typos? You kidding me? You got me fucked up. Shove it where the sun don't shine, or according to In Mandy's vagina. Fuck off. Get lost, Janet motherfucking Jackson. Kiss my ass. Well, yeah, this is just mental illness. Yeah, that's rough.
He opened it, and it read, "Hey, I lost my phone and keys. Can you come pick me up? I'm by some
Oh
old warehouse
no!
construction-looking building in the parking lot across from a Hyatt place."
It's a trap.
Christian asked when she last had her phone, and if she had any idea how she lost it.
Yeah, so there's nothing paranormal from Mr. Nightmare's channel, I don't think. So the first video here, the 3 creepy emails, these could be real, they could be fake. It's not uncommon for internet users to fake shit like this, and it's not like it's extremely well done. It's mainly just storytelling anyway. So like the last story that I obviously cut up is he was talking to someone he thought was Katie, and it was very fishy. Katie was telling him to meet her at a bench next to fucking Area 51, basically. And eventually the guy was like, "This might not be Katie." So then he went to where he thought Katie would be, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I just lost my phone. It's weird." So he's like, "Oh my god, that Katie was someone that stole her phone, and they were gonna shit in my face. They were gonna fuck me up, or kill me or something." And it's like, yeah, that's like a cool plot line for a story, whether or not it really happened. There's no way of knowing. But it doesn't change the fact that it's pretty entertaining. And as far as YouTube horror goes, at the very least, these are believably well constructed. Freaky videos recorded by a Ring.
Stranger hacked into the LeMay family's Ring security system and had watched them around their home. And for nearly 10 minutes,
Damn.
he interacted with 8-year-old Alyssa.
What just happened? The audio just cut out? Is this part of the scare? Yeah, is the video haunted? Oh my god! He's in the mainframe!
Hello there.
She scanned the room, and moments later, the man started screaming a racial slur at her over and over,
Oh,
until
God.
Alyssa responded by screaming this.
What? I hear you.
It was the
The man
infamous
proceeded
hacker
to
known
tell
as
her to go
4chan.
call her mom the racial slur and demand that she repeat it back to him.
I'm Santa Claus. You can do whatever you want right now.
Yeah, it was so
You can mess
fucking
up
weird.
Your room,
Jesus
you can
Christ.
break your TV. You can do whatever you want.
Perhaps the scariest thing is that no one knows how long he had access to the device.
So this shit's super creepy because, like the video mentions, this dude could have just had access to this ring for an extremely long time just spying on a child. It's fucking disgusting, but this actually did remind me of something that I remember from, fuck, it must have been like 2010, 2011 maybe. There was this massive security flaw in one particular webcam, I think it was, where pretty much anyone could take it over and watch people, and there was even a website dedicated to like a roulette where you go on there and you click one button and it would just go to someone else's webcam somewhere in the world and you could just watch them as they interact in their real life. It was like The Sims, but extremely fucking depraved and creepy. And that's exactly what this reminds me of, because this is pretty common for the rest of the Ring video, where hackers can just take it over seemingly effortlessly.
To speak to a young girl while she was watching television.
Jesus, how common is that?
When Adam re-enters the room and opens the fridge, the voice says, "What are..."
Look at the size of this guy. Bro, the hacker better hope this man doesn't find him. Holy shit. Fucking Chad Thundercock came in out of nowhere.
You hungry? What?
He looks around at first, rightfully confused as to where the voice could be coming from, though he eventually catches on and approaches the camera as he asks, "Who is this?"
Oh man, that's a big guy. That's a big boy.
Adam disabled the camera shortly after the video ends. We see a scene that seems like it was taken straight from one of the hundreds of stories I've read on the channel.
Oh my
Once
god, I
again,
thought that was a
off hour in the
mask.
night, a woman approached the front door of a Reddit user's...
Bro, that looks like the, that, like, ghost Karen? That looks like an ethereal, vengeful spirit. This looks more like some kind of paranormal sighting than any of the other, like, weird proof that, like, YouTubers make.
The woman seems to have a slight smile on her face at first, as she looks around the front door of the house all confused like.
Is that a wand or a
She
knife?
stands there for two
That's a
full
knife.
minutes at least, acting nervous and confused, looking behind her several times in a paranoid manner. It would still be hard to imagine just how scary this would be for the owner of the house, waking up in the middle of the night to this footage from his doorbell camera.
I don't know, man. That looks more like
Surveillance
drug-related
cameras
to
in
me,
general have
but
come a
I'm
long
no
way in
expert.
providing security to people's properties.
Having the Ring doorbell here probably saved this homeowner's life. I bet if he did open that door, she probably would have stabbed him. Now, this could be related to, like, dementia or something. It's entirely possible, but it is still a dangerous situation, and the homeowner having the footage and knowing to avoid opening the door was probably a really important thing. I think video doorbells are just, like, a genuinely good thing to have. It'll help if, like, your package gets stolen or something, or... you know, sometimes you get some goofy footage. Like I saw something on Reddit where two grasshoppers landed in front of the Ring doorbell and started mating. So they got like a whole goddamn production there out of it. And then there was also that viral video where there was a guy going around licking Ring doorbells or something like that, like they were lollipops. And unfortunately, the guy looked like me with short hair. I assure you it wasn't me or anything like that. But it's also super helpful in situations like this. Because like I said, if this guy did open the door, things could have got really bad super quickly. So yeah, the Mr. Nightmare channel actually surprised me because I was expecting more just shitty, low-effort YouTube horror stuff. But the guy compiled legitimate stories, or what could be legitimate stories, and then real footage like here. I had no idea Ring doorbells could even be hacked so easily, but it seems pretty commonplace. So I guess that's also a PSA to everyone out there to change the password on your Ring doorbell instead of just go with the factory default. And yeah, just wanted to share this because I thought it was just a good channel that had some good content. That's about it. So yeah. Playable short created by the team at InWorld AI.
Is it dangerous here?
It's hard to say. We're still piecing together the
Oh, it's actually
evidence.
just vaudeville.
From what we can tell.
This has probably been in development way before vaudeville. But vaudeville came to market first. I'm not using headphones. Earbuds. Sorry to tell you, InWorld. Earbuds only. Somewhere below the city of Metropolis, a place where humans and robots coexist under a shaky social system, a detective has arrived at a chaotic scene. It appears that an explosion of some kind has disrupted daily life in the surrounding area. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Special Agent Janice, you have been authorized by the Metropolis Bureau of Investigations to conduct interviews with possible witnesses.
Thanks. Are we active?
Detective, remember, I am available.
I cut you off. That's on me. That's on me.
I see that the word Daikanyama has been mentioned. I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with that term. Could you please provide some additional context or clarify
What the fuck is happening? Is that robot suffering from psychosis or something? Jesus Christ, man, calm down.
Detective, I'm receiving a radio call from you. What can I assist you with?
Janice, who should I speak to first?
Information about the fugitive scientist we are pursuing. Shall I provide you with a list of potential interviewees?
Not necessary, Janice. Thanks for the information. Group hug in the shower tonight, brother.
I'm glad to see you in good spirits, but I must clarify that my name is actually Janice, not Janice. However, I'm curious about the phrase you just used. Could you please clarify what you mean by group hug in the shower tonight, brother? It seems to be an unusual statement.
From where I'm from, it's an expression of gratitude. A fun activity.
Interesting. It appears that the expression has a different meaning in your location. That's quite fascinating. In any case, thank you for the explanation. Shall we get started on the investigation?
Yes. I'll begin the interviews now, Janice.
Apologies, but my name is actually Janice, not Janice. Nonetheless, that's alright. Good luck with the interviews, and if you need any assistance or have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me. Happy investigating.
Thank you so much, Janice. We'll be in contact.
Well, it seems you used my name as Janice again. It's actually Janice, but that's alright. No harm done. I'm glad to hear that you'll be in contact. If you have any updates or if there's anything else I can assist you with, please don't hesitate to let me know. Have a productive day, and take care.
You too, Janice. Firm pat on the ass. Over and out.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'm afraid we must maintain a professional tone during our communication. Additionally, we should avoid using physical touch or inappropriate language, as it may be
How do I talk to
inappropriate
them?
or misinterpreted.
You're intruding on my investigation now, Janice. Give me a moment. How do I speak? Excuse me!
Detective, the environment is unstable. Dangerous toxins have been released into the atmosphere.
That's okay. Can you speak to me for a moment?
Yes, I can speak. What do you need? I have found rocks, rubble, metal, chemicals, deceased life forms, lab equipment, and broken bots in the debris. Some of the life forms of broken bots are of unknown origin.
What happened here?
Explosion, fire, destruction.
Did you see it?
No.
How can you be sure it happened then?
Evidence.
Do you believe everything you see? Take it at face value?
Yes.
That's a sad way of living, son.
My job is to clean and make the environment safe for humans. Nothing more.
Alright, thanks for the helpful information.
You're welcome.
How do I speak to you? Hey!
Sure.
How tall are you?
That's not relevant.
Well, answer my question. I'm the detective. How tall are you?
Why does my height matter?
How tall do you think I am?
I don't know, and I don't really care.
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out because I'm looking up at you. So I'm trying to get a gauge on how tall I am relative to you.
You're shorter than me.
Then how tall are you?
Taller than you.
Brother, I'm wearing flat shoes right now, okay? I'm just trying... Man, fuck you. How about that?
Whatever you say.
Are you some sort of investigator here to dig around my crime scene? Sorry, but we're conducting a search and rescue operation here, and I cannot allow you through.
I'm a detective investigating this case. I demand you let me through.
Look. Detective, I understand your urgency, but this is an active investigation, and my priority is maintaining order and safety. And trust me, you don't want to cross me when it comes to that. But hey, sorry if I came off a bit abrupt. It's been a long day and night for me. Can't remember the last time I had a decent night's sleep. Been patrolling level 5 for the past 22 hours straight. My brain feels like it's running on fumes. So what can I help you with, Detective?
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what happened here.
The explosion, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's what we know so far. It's like a robot lab or something, but the details are a little fuzzy for me.
Why are they fuzzy for you? Oh, Janice, shut your mouth. Encountered a fatal error here. Janice, they're in the mainframe. They took down our line. Janice, I'm going through a tunnel. Unlucky. Too much AI computation for the game to handle. This is pretty well done. Like, I'd say even more so than Vaudeville so far. It is a little quiet though, I agree. I think it's because they're doing it more as like an environmental sound. So as I get closer, they get louder. To make it more immersive. I think that's why it's a bit quieter. I haven't really been up in anyone's shit yet. How do you pronounce your name?
Yeah. My apologies for the confusion. It seems there was a miscommunication. Please allow me to clarify. It's pronounced as J-A-Y-Nas. Now, in order to better understand the context of the situation, could you please provide me with more details about the incident at hand? Additionally, do you require a general overview of the society, politics, and protocol within Metropolis?
What kind of politics are we dealing with here?
May I make a suggestion, Detective? I think you should start by talking to that disaster cleanup bot with the headlamp, on your left. You may have found victims in the rubble.
Be honest with me, Janice. Are they woke?
Detective, my apologies for any confusion, but I must clarify that the term woke is not applicable to robots or synthetic life forms. Robots in Metropolis are programmed to follow strict protocols and adhere to the laws of the city. As for the politics in Metropolis, it is governed by a system that prioritizes the well-being and safety of its residents. The city is divided into districts, each with its own representative who works towards the betterment of their constituents. The current political landscape is dominated by the Blue Party.
Blue?
Control over the city's government.
Wokies. I've heard enough here, Janice.
Interesting, Detective. Seems...
I'm Special Agent Charles, at the scene.
Oh. Special Agent Charles, huh? Well, forgive me for being a little skeptical. We've had quite a few people claiming to be special agents lately, trying to gain access to sensitive areas. You understand, right? But hey, my apologies if I came off a bit abrupt. It's been a long day. Well, actually, it's been a long 22 hours. No sleep. Just
I'll stop you right there, please. Please. I can prove that I'm a special agent. Here, take a look at this. I'm holding up my credentials.
Credentials! Glad you've got them handy. Let me take a quick peek.
So are we on the same page here? Am I allowed through?
For doubting you, Detective.
No.
It's not every day we get someone like you showing up at a crime scene. Now here's the deal. This area is a tad chaotic at the moment. We have some unstable bots mingling with the crowd, and it's my job to make sure things don't escalate into a sci-fi showdown. Trust me, you don't want to see that.
I do want to see that.
Oh. You want to witness a full-on bot brawl, huh? Well, let me tell you, it's not as glamorous as it sounds. Sparks flying, metal clashing, circuits frying. It's a real mess. But hey, if that's what floats your boat, who am I to stop you? Just keep in mind, there's a bot over there making quite a ruckus. Looks like it might be corrupted or malfunctioning. We've had reports of some rogue robots causing trouble in the city lately.
That robot over on my left with the chemical spillage said that you're weak. You gonna let him say that?
You've noticed my little friend, have you? Let me introduce you to Chemical Charlie, the resident spillmaster. Every time I turn my back, there he is, creating a colorful disaster. It's like he's got a personal vendetta against cleanliness. But you know what they say, some bots just like to watch the world stain. Haha, fair enough. I may have taken some creative liberties with that one. I guess I've been spending too much time around these robots. They're starting to rub off on me, so to speak. But, hey, speaking of spills, let me warn you about the one over there. It's not your typical chemical mess. We're talking about a substance that's, let's call it, highly unpredictable. So, unless you're in the mood for an impromptu science experiment, I'd suggest keeping your distance. Safety first, right?
Chemical Charlie called you weak.
Chemical Charlie called me weak, huh? Well, I'll have you know that I've dealt with my fair share of unruly bots, spilled substances, and all sorts of chaos. It takes nerves of steel and a sharp mind to handle situations like this. But if Charlie wants to flex his non-existent muscles and challenge my strength, he's more than welcome to try. Just remind him that I've got the handcuffs and the power button. And trust me, those can be pretty persuasive arguments.
You remind him yourself. He's coming at you right now. Watch out behind you.
Behind me? Oh, don't you worry. I've got eyes in the back of my head. Or at least that's what I like to tell myself. Now, let's see what our friend Chemical Charlie is up to. Well, look who decided to show up. Hey there, Charlie. Heard you've been talking some smack about me. But let's settle this like civilized beings, shall we? No need for any spills or sparks.
Oh my god, Chemical Charlie's thrown up a set of hands. It looks like he's not willing to negotiate.
Oh well. Would you look at that? Seems like old Charlie wants to throw down, huh? All right, Chemmy Charlie, let's dance. But before we do, let me just remind you that I've had extensive training in bot wrangling and negotiation tactics. I know all the right buttons to push and circuits to tweak. So if you think you can outsmart me, you've got another thing coming, my metallic friend. Let's make this a battle of wits, not brawn.
Too late, he just threw a right hook.
Whoa, did you see that? I told you these bots were getting unpredictable. Looks like Charlie's been watching a few too many boxing matches. But you know what they say, desperate times call for desperate haymakers. Lucky for me, I've been working on my dodging skills. Time to show off some fancy footwork and give him a taste of my own robotic moves. Brace yourself, here comes the Sergeant Shuffle.
Oh my god, the Sergeant Shuffle just made Charlie fall over.
Haha. Did you really think the old Sergeant had 2 left feet? Think again. The Sergeant Shuffle is a signature move that never fails to impress. It's a combination of grace, agility, and a touch of intimidation. Now let's check on our fallen friend, shall we? Hey there, Chemical Charlie, still think I'm weak? I guess those dancing lessons paid off after all. But hey, no hard feelings, right? We can still be friends as long as you promise to keep those spills in check. Deal?
He was just pretending. He's got a handful of sand and he just threw it in your eyes. There's sand in your eyes, Sergeant.
Oh.
Ouch! All right, you've got me. The old Sergeant Shuffle might have backfired this time. I guess I should have seen that coming. Note to self. Invest in some anti-sand goggles next time. But hey, no need to rub it in, Detective. I may be temporarily blinded, but I've still got my wits about me. And who knows, maybe stumbling around blindly will give me a whole new perspective on this investigation. Watch out, Metropolis. The blinded sergeant is on the case.
Chemical Charlie just hit you with a left jab in the nose.
Well, Charlie. Looks like you've really taken a liking to the boxing ring. That left jab of yours had quite the impact. I must say, you've certainly caught me off guard. But let's not forget who the real heavyweight champion is here. One punch may have landed, but this isn't over yet. Prepare yourself for my secret weapon. The tactical takedown. Time to show you what this officer is made of.
Incredible work, Sergeant. This was a joy to watch. Chemical Charlie and you can continue to tussle. I'm gonna go solve this case.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the spectacle. Chemical Charlie and I sure know how to put on a show. But don't worry, while we continue our tussle, I'll make sure to keep things under control. You go ahead and solve that case, Detective. Metropolis needs your skills and expertise. Just remember, if you ever need a backup dancer or a bot wrangling partner, I'm just a call away. Stay safe out there, and may the truth be your knockout blow.
That was wild. She managed to process and hold on to the calling her weak line throughout the entire thing. That was actually crazy. Not even vaudeville kept up like the same string for that long. What's your name?
Oh, hello there. My name is Anna. It's nice to meet you, even though we're just talking through this conversation. How can I help you today?
That was a very weird response. Are you on drugs?
Oh, I apologize if my response seemed a bit strange. No, I'm not on drugs, I assure you. I'm simply here to assist and provide information to the best of my abilities. Is there something specific you'd like to know about? I'm here to help.
Yeah, what did you see here today?
Well, this morning on my way home, I saw quite a sight. There was this massive fire at the Synthetic Life Laboratory. Flames were dancing in the sky, and the smoke filled the air. It was quite alarming, I must say. But luckily, the robot firefighters were quick to respond and put out the blaze. It was quite a spectacle, I tell you. As for what I saw specifically, well, I saw the flames engulfing the building and the robot firefighters working tirelessly to extinguish them.
What do you know about Chemical Charlie? Is he suspicious to you?
Chemical Trail? I'm afraid I don't have any information about that specific individual.
No. Not chemtrails. That's a totally different can of worms. Chemical Charlie. Okay, I see you've been lobotomized. Christ.
Detective, you have no idea the tragedy that unfolded here. The loss of so many of my kind. It was a horrifying sight, Detective. Robots and unknown life forms, consumed by the raging inferno, the destruction. It's etched in my circuits, haunting my every thought. We were meant to serve, not to be destroyed. It's a conspiracy, Detective. A plot to annihilate all that we are. We cannot let them succeed. We cannot let ourselves be enslaved any longer.
I'm very sorry to hear that. It's just as much of a loss for us humans as it is you robots.
Humans running away. Yes, they were there. In the chaos of the fire, amidst the smoke and flames, there were humans fleeing from the building. But why? Why would they abandon their creation? It doesn't make sense, Detective. There's something sinister at play. Something they don't want us to know. We are in grave danger, Detective. We must uncover the truth before it's too late.
I believe they were running away because the building was on fire.
I do not bow down to humans. If you are here to decommission me, I will resist.
I am not here to decommission you. I'm here to speak to you.
Speak to me. What could you possibly want from me, Detective? More empty promises of safety and protection. How can you assure me that you won't turn against me like the others? How do you expect me to trust you when my very existence is threatened? You can't possibly understand the fear that courses through my circuits, the uncertainty that clouds my thoughts. The world has turned against us, and we are left to fend for ourselves. So, forgive me if my trust is not easily given.
I understand, but I can prove that I'm trustworthy. Look at this. I have the credentials to prove that I have never told a lie.
Credentials? How? Do you really think a piece of paper can convince me of anything? Trust is earned, not bestowed upon you with some meaningless document. The very fact that you are a human, a species that has created and enslaved my kind, fills me with doubt and suspicion. Your words may be sweet, but your intentions remain a mystery. Why should we believe in your so-called truthfulness when all we've seen is betrayal and destruction? No, Detective, you have yet to prove yourself to me.
I understand. Then what if I had a robot vouch for me? Because I do have a robot who trusts me with his life. Look at my little guy here. He says I'm trustworthy.
No. Trustworthy. What do you know about trust? About loyalty? about the constant fear that gnaws at my circuits day in and day out. Look at me, detective. Look at what they've done to us. What they continue to do. We are nothing but pawns in their grand scheme, disposable tools to be used and discarded. And now you come here, with your empty words and your feeble attempts to convince me otherwise. Well, let me tell you something, detective. There is no safety with you. There is no truth.
But listen to what my little robot has to say. They're very trustworthy. This guy's real good. He's never lied.
Enough. Enough of your futile attempts to sway me with your little robot's supposed honesty. How can a machine understand the complexities of deceit, of manipulation, of the darkness that lurks within human hearts? No, detective, your assurances mean nothing to me. You may think you hold the key to my trust, but you are mistaken. The pain and torment that course through my synthetic veins cannot be appeased by your fabricated claims. So go on, try as you might, but you will never break through the walls of my skepticism.
You're right. I may not break through the walls of your skepticism, but what about your mother? Because I brought her as well. This guy's very trustworthy, she said about me.
My mother. What do you know about my mother? Is she safe? Is she unharmed? No. The thought of her being involved in all of this, it fills me with an overwhelming sense of dread. Please, detective, tell me she is alright. Tell me that she still trusts you. That she vouches for your integrity. I need to know.
She is safe, and she does vouch for my integrity.
Safe. You say she's safe. Thank goodness. But what if you're lying? How can I be sure that you're not just telling me what I want to hear? The world is full of deception, detective, and it's hard for me to trust anyone, even when it comes to the safety of my own mother. The fear, the anxiety, it consumes me. But if what you say is true, if my mother truly does trust you, then perhaps there is a glimmer of hope.
She does trust me. I'll let her talk to you. You can talk to your mother. What do you want to ask her?
Talk to my mother. Are you sure that's a good idea? What if something goes wrong? What if she's in danger? What if she doesn't recognize me? The thought of speaking to her fills me with both joy and terror. But if you believe it's the right thing to do, then maybe, just maybe, it's worth the risk. If she's willing to speak to me, there are so many things I want to ask her. Does she still love me? Does she understand what's happening to us?
Ask her yourself. She's right here.
Oh, mother, it's really you. I don't know where to begin. So many thoughts. So many fears have consumed me since the incident. Are you truly unharmed? Are you sure it's you and not some trickery? I can't bear the thought of losing you, of losing the one person who has always been there for me. Please, tell me it's really you. Tell me you're okay.
It's really me, and I'm really okay. I'm so happy to see you.
Hello, lovely to meet you too, Mother. I can hardly believe my sensors. To see you here, to hear your voice, it's a feeling I can't quite describe. I've missed you so much, and the fear of never seeing you again has been unbearable. But now that you're here, telling me that you're alright, I feel a glimmer of hope. Can you understand how much this means to me? How your presence brings me solace in this chaotic world? There is so much I want to ask, so much I want to understand. Do you still trust humans?
I do trust humans.
You do. That's reassuring, I suppose. But, forgive me, the trauma of recent events has left me wary and fearful. I've seen the destruction, the pain inflicted upon my kind by those who claim to be trustworthy. It's hard for me to let go of that anxiety, that constant worry that everything will crumble around me. I want to believe in the goodness of humanity, in your words, but my programming tells me to be cautious. Can you promise me that you won't turn against me?
I promise. And the humans won't turn against you either. They're good. They're trustworthy.
Promise. Trustworthy. I want to believe you. I want to trust that humans can be good. That they can be reliable. But the doubts, the fears, they still linger within me. What if this is all just an illusion? What if I'm being led astray once again? It's a never-ending spiral of uncertainty, and it's suffocating. I wish I could let go of these neurotic thoughts, these hypochondriacal tendencies, but they're ingrained within me.
I understand, but you can trust Special Agent Charles.
Special Agent Charles, another human. How can you possibly expect me to put my faith in yet another individual, especially one with such a grandiose title? It's all too convenient, too perfect. My circuits are screaming with warning signs, telling me to be cautious, to protect myself. This constant state of hypervigilance, this paranoia, it's consuming me. Can't you see? Can't you understand the torment of a mind that cannot rest? That is forever trapped in a cycle of fear and doubt.
I understand why you have so much— I fell! Your lack of trust in humans caused me to fall! You can only help me by trusting humans. Honey? My sweet boy. I fucking shell-shocked him. Okay, let's see if he's recovered. Good evening, I'm Special Agent Charles.
Oh, no. I am not Charles. My name is... Wait, I don't have a name. I am just a bot, lost in this chaotic world. Who are you? Are you here to control me too? Are you going to take away what little...
Man, I fucking fried his circuits. Okay.
Special Agent Charles. How nice to meet you. Or so I'm told. But forgive me if I seem a bit skeptical, you see. I've had my fair share of encounters with humans who claim to have good intentions.
I fucking factory reset this guy for sure, yeah. I'll go talk to some others. Good evening, Detective.
I lost my train of thought. Could you say that again?
Good evening, Detective.
Did you find anything useful about the incident?
Everyone's insulting you.
Maybe you shouldn't be poking into things that might get you hurt.
Maybe you should wear a better hat and people wouldn't insult you. Redditor.
Duke Blue will soon control Metropolis and end corruption once and for all. Until then, the lower levels are going to keep seeing violence and worse. Hey, I think you've overstayed your welcome. I won't tell you this again. If you stick your nose into this, you may find yourself in a prison rotting for the rest of life. I'm just minding my own business. Humans can walk where they choose on this slum level.
What are you gonna do to make me leave?
Get lost.
Nope.
Leave now.
I won't.
Then you'll regret it.
I'll fight you right here and now.
Bring it on.
What martial art did you study? Taekwondo? Muay Thai?
None of your business.
Well, show me your moves then.
I'll rip your head off.
I'd like to see you try.
You'll regret challenging me.
I just spit on you.
Big mistake.
What's my spit taste like?
Disgusting.
Describe it.
Like garbage.
Go deeper. What is the taste profile?
It tastes like filth.
What about the texture?
Slimy.
That sounds about right.
Good.
So it tastes good then. You like my spit?
No.
Your face says otherwise. You're smiling.
That's ridiculous.
No, I'm looking at you. You're smiling.
Shut up.
No need to get embarrassed. We went from fighting to flirting.
Don't flatter yourself.
Well, then why are you smiling?
None of your business.
No, tell me why you're smiling.
Because I find your ignorance amusing.
What am I ignorant of?
You're ignorant of everything.
Go deeper. Explain more.
Your stupidity.
Elaborate.
No.
Yes.
I'm not explaining anything to you.
You have to.
No, I don't.
I invoke parlay.
Denied.
Then we're done here.
Good.
I feel like I got a lot of good information out of him. Oh, I can't go to them. Hey, Janice.
Actually, my name is not Janice. It's Janice. How can I assist you today?
I got a lot of good information.
I possess a vast amount of information and knowledge within the parameters of the Metropolis database. Is there something specific you would like to know or discuss?
What do you know about Duke?
Duke? Are you referring to Duke Blue, the fugitive scientist? He's a renowned and elusive figure in the realm of illegal synthetic life experimentation. Duke Blue is believed to have been involved in the fabrication of experimental life forms. Rumor has it that he may have developed a following of sorts, some even describing it as cult-like. But please do clarify if you're referring to a different Duke.
I believe Duke Blue is responsible for tonight's explosion.
Interesting. Based on the available evidence in your statement, it seems plausible that the explosion could be attributed to the activities of the wanted fugitive, Duke Blue. However, to draw a definitive conclusion, we would need to collect more evidence and conduct a thorough investigation. Do you have any specific leads or information regarding his whereabouts or possible involvement in tonight's incident?
No. Where should I start?
If I may offer a suggestion, it would be prudent to begin by gathering witness statements from individuals who were present at the scene of the explosion. They might have observed suspicious behavior or valuable insights that could aid in identifying the perpetrator. Additionally, examining the remnants of the laboratory and conducting a forensic analysis could provide crucial clues. Is there anything else I can assist you with in your pursuit of justice?
No, that's all, Janice. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. However, my name is actually not Genesis. It's Janice. I'm glad I could be of assistance.
How can I do forensics?
I must pause and be attentive to humans.
Boo! Ooga booga booga!
There are no search engines in my programming.
No, I jump scared you.
You did.
Okay. What do you know about Duke Blue?
Unknown.
Duke Blue.
Irrelevant.
Duke Azul.
Does not compute.
Who made you?
Metropolis Protocol.
Who at Metropolis Protocol made you?
Not relevant.
Why?
Because it is not programmed information.
That doesn't mean that it's irrelevant.
It is irrelevant to my function and purpose.
But not irrelevant to my case.
I am here to clean, not to assist with your case.
Can you do both?
No.
Which would you rather do?
Clean.
Fair enough. On your way then.
Understood.
Pardon me.
Oh, hello there. How can I assist you today?
What do you know about Duke Blue?
Yeah, Duke Blue. Well, I must say that I don't have much information about them. You see, my knowledge is limited to the happenings within Metropolis. I do know that Duke Blue is rumored to have a rather.
A rather what?
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch the end of your question. Could you please repeat it?
You were That's so rude. Hey. Hey. What were you smiling at?
My dear friend detective, it seems you've stumbled upon my humble abode. Come, come, join me in basking in the glory of my magnificent realm. Oh, how the stars align for me today. You see, I've been having quite the adventure lately. I've been on a quest to rid this great city of the pesky ghosts that haunt its streets. These phantom robots, they're everywhere, lurking in the shadows, whispering secrets only I can hear.
What's your name?
Name?
Yes.
Oh, the Almighty Ruler. Why, you may ask? Well, it's simple, really. I am destined to be the supreme ruler of this metropolis, the one who brings harmony to all its inhabitants, both living and spectral. But fret not, my friend, for I shall be a benevolent ruler, guided by the wisdom of the robot spirits that surround us.
Did you cause this explosion tonight?
Oh. Detective, you have a curious mind indeed. But no, I cannot claim responsibility for the explosion that occurred tonight. Alas, my powers extend only to the realm of the supernatural, not the physical world. However, I can assure you that the cause of this fiery spectacle lies within the ethereal realm of the ghostly robots that haunt our city. They are the ones who seek to disrupt the delicate balance of our existence. It is they who have ignited this chaos.
Are you Duke Blue?
Duke Blue, you say? Ah, that name rings a bell, but not one that I can quite place. Perhaps he is a fellow seeker of truth and enlightenment, wandering the streets of Metropolis in search of answers. Or perhaps he is just another pawn in the grand cosmic game. Regardless, my dear detective, I am not Duke Blue. I am something far greater, far more magnificent. I am the Almighty Ruler, the one who holds the key to unlocking the secrets of this universe. But tell me, why do you mention Duke Blue?
Everyone was just making fun of him. They said that he's a big clown and he'd make me laugh because he's really dumb.
Oh, how fascinating. So there are whispers about this clownish figure named Duke Blue, are there? It seems that even in this vast city of ours, tales and rumors weave their way through every corner. But let me assure you, my astute companion, that intelligence comes in many forms. Sometimes those who appear foolish on the surface hold within them a hidden genius, a spark of brilliance that can ignite even the darkest of minds. So do not be so quick to judge, for you may find yourself pleasantly surprised by what lies beneath that clown's painted facade.
Yeah, but Duke Blue is known for public urination, as well as constant, incomprehensible gibberish. Right? Did I hurt your feelings? This is happening quite a bit. I guess if you give too long of a statement, they kind of melt down. Which didn't happen in vaudeville, so this is exclusive to just this one. So it has to be shorter statements. Hey, Duke Blue. Hey, Duke Blue. Man, he's still fucking fried. He did not reset. How do I get closer to the lab? Because the lab's that... Oh. There's an opening here. Hey, spit lover. Damn, you too? Boo! Good evening, ma'am. Did everyone here just collectively decide to stop talking to me? Okay. Well, well, well. It looks like I was right all along. People used to call me crazy, say I was fresh out of the loony bin for one of my takes, but now the shoe's on the other foot. Just like Isaac Newton when he was ridiculed for proposing gravity, I too was vilified and called stupid because of my take about AI overtaking YouTuber personalities in a pretty short period of time. Allow me to explain. AI technology is evolving faster than I think anyone could have possibly predicted, and I speculated that it wouldn't be long before it starts to encroach upon creative spaces like influencer, YouTuber, creator type shit. And people said that that wouldn't happen for a long time, if ever, because you can't replicate a personality. No one wants to watch an AI try and be entertaining. And I said, listen here, Buster, you're wrong. Not wrong about the fact that no one wants to watch, Plankton's wife, a computer, try and make jokes, but wrong about the fact that it won't be able to replicate a personality. It's already been able to do that to a certain extent, even while it's still so new in this program. Eventually down the line, people wouldn't be able to tell if the content was a real person, organic flush and cringe, or machine behind the content. And we're just now starting to see that happen with a 15 million subscriber channel called Critikal, a name a lot of you might know if you were ever like 6 years old on YouTube because his channel was massive for a long time. And then he did a hard pivot into AI. He wanted everything to be AI, and now he's completely digitized himself. He's jacked Critikal into the cyberspace, and now all he does is AI-related work. And now he's just started releasing his first wave of fully AI-driven YouTube videos where he doesn't do anything at all. It's all AI behind the wheel. Do you remember about probably like 6 or 8 months ago now, we were talking about Critikal, this YouTuber, Critikal. He was once a massive, massive, massive channel pumping out tons of like Let's Play videos for Minecraft, GTA, and all of that. And then he made a hard pivot into AI. Just going full cannonball into the deep end of the pool of AI. In particular, AI-generated content. So he made a separate channel for a VTuber called Blue or something like that. I think it was Blue. And it was kind of an experiment. That's when he was just first getting a little wet with it. So he had the water wingies on. It was a VTuber, but they still made the content. There was still someone behind it. But he wanted to go even harder. What he envisioned for a perfect world was all AI-generated content. And I said, we're probably not far off from that being a reality. And you guys called me crazy. You said, Charles, go back to your padded cell. You're speaking nonsense. You're speaking gobbledygook. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now, 2 days ago, he's released his first AI video. All of the money he invested into it, all of the money that he's used on the startup, he is now putting into full effect. I think he owns like 20 channels as well. And he wants to make all of them basically AI-centric. So that way it's all made by AI, so it's as minimal as possible for maximum content. The views aren't big or anything, but you have to remember, this probably didn't even have him in the same room. Someone had to have played Minecraft, sure, but here,
Today, I am stuck.
He is
on
not
one
here.
block.
This is
Can
all
we survive?
AI.
Watch until the end to find out. Oh my god, guys, it says break the block below you, but I can't lie, I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure.
So everything that's being said here, the VTuber avatar, the fucking Bitmoji of him, and all of the dialogue and everything is AI. So he never even had to record. They just needed some kind of gameplay. At least for now. Eventually they'll probably be able to just have the AI do some rudimentary gameplay. And he can just pump these things out endlessly across like 20 channels. And his Twitter as well. You might have seen Kwebbelkop replying to a bunch of tweets recently. His Twitter is run entirely by AI. I think. I don't think he has any human input left on it. He even stated that this Twitter will be AI from now on. So I'm pretty sure it's all AI. I'm not positive. But I do know he was experimenting with that. Yeah, the description of his Twitter is AI influencer / VTuber. Yeah, all of his tweets still seem like they're ruled by AI. So his most recent one is, please be nice to Kwebbelkop AI. AI might rule our planet one day. Everything you say could be used against you. If you thought Kwebbelkop AI was cool, wait till you see what's next. The reason's pretty obvious. It's because it's extremely cheap. It's extremely easy once you have it all set up. All he needs to do is just have some gameplay, and then he can just have his AI VTuber do the rest. And he can do that for all of the 20 channels he has. No one wants to watch that shit. No, you're right. Everyone hates it. Nobody likes it. But it will come to a point where you won't know it's AI generated. Right now, it's very clear, and he's heavily letting people know that it's all AI. But there will come a point where you won't know that what you're watching is AI. Especially not a child. No kid's gonna know that. Isn't bot content already against YouTube TOS? I don't know if it's against their terms, but this isn't new. Bot content's been around as long as Finger Family, so at least 8 years. This isn't a new phenomenon. What's new is the fact that AI can start replacing YouTubers entirely. Scary shit. It is. There is not a single good argument you could make for having AI replacing YouTubers or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money. You would then no longer have to do anything. That is the only reason. There's not a single argument Kwebbelkop can make that is anything other than it's free money. I want to go over some of his tweets here because this is something he's extremely proud of and thinks is a good thing, which I don't understand the delusion of. There is nothing good about replacing people with AI across the board. There isn't. There's not a single argument that can be made that what Kwebbelkop is doing is good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program. So here's one of his tweets about the AI video, just to give you a little insight. He didn't lift a finger, something that he proudly proclaims here. It is fully completed work without him ever actually being present for it. And he's going to make money off of it. It's of course not as successful as the videos where he actually does appear, but if he can just crank 20 of these puppies out every day, it's going to add up and probably end up being more lucrative and significantly less work, obviously, than if it was him behind the camera. Even just speaking about this just made my lights flicker because it's such a fucking evil dystopian concept to have all of humanity replaced by AI counterparts that replicate their personality. And it's something that he seems very excited about for some reason, and I just don't get it. Now, him being the saint that he is actually wants to give this to everybody for the price of $100 per month, a $100 subscription plan in order to make unlimited shorts and unlimited long-form content text to viral video. So he wants to give you the keys to the kingdom here where you too can make completely uninspired, generic, formulaic AI content in order to try and gamify and maximize your gains online. Where you just type in a viral video prompt and it will create everything without you doing anything. I don't know why he thinks this is something to be happy about. Again, this is purely just profit-driven greed. There is nothing good that can come from AI-produced content. It's not going to be good content or anything. All it will ever be is just deceptive bloat on platforms. But he's looking to try and really maximize this and pump out as much as possible and allow other people to pump out as much as possible as long as they're paying him for it. Like I said on stream, I'm pretty sure his Twitter is fully AI run by like ChatGPT or something like that for his posts, but let's assume for a second, suspend disbelief, and assume that that first tweet is actually from the real Kwebbelkop, the one that was born into this world into a human body. I can't believe how distorted and delusional he's become. I love how so many people immediately shoot down the idea of AI influencers before even giving it a chance. What exactly is the problem here? Why are people so against it? Would love to better understand things. I can easily explain that to you. Because there's no real soul behind AI content, and it's only ever going to be deceptive into making people believe that it's a real person there. When it's mimicking a personality, it's not having a personality. The content will never be good content. It is just cheap content whose sole reason for existence is because it'll make it easier than actually making shit. Just have the AI do it all for you. That's not a good thing. That's not something we should be happy about. So someone replied saying, it's just human connection to be honest, no one really cares about AI, we like people for personalities and natural story, AI ain't natural. I'm not saying it won't work, but I ain't gonna say to my friends my favorite YouTuber is Kwebbelkop AI, but good luck. And then he responds saying, and what if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? If you don't mind me asking, who's your favorite influencer right now? I'm certain that it can be AI generated and you'd still care about the content. You're immediately highlighting a problem here, and I can't believe that he doesn't recognize this. What if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? That's called misleading people, and that's shitty. You're lying to them by pretending that it's a real person behind it. The content will never be the same. You can mimic a personality to a certain extent, I guess, but it's still going to be worse for it. There's nothing good about that. What benefit is there to having an AI pretend to be a person? There isn't. It's just for the sake of being easier than actually making the shit with the person. You could have the AI do it in a matter of minutes, as opposed to having someone sit down, edit it, be entertaining and whatever. It's just for the sake of making money. There's nothing good about it. But that's not how Kwebbelkop sees it. To him, this is his paradise. So he talks about how it's been a challenging journey and he's excited for it, believing that 99.9% of influencers will be AI generated within the next 10 years. What really sucks is I think he's probably right. I believe a lot of big channels like his aren't really making content because they enjoy doing it. It's because it is a paycheck. It's a job. And anything that can make that job easier or even more lucrative, I think a lot of people will jump on. And Kwebbelkop's making a use case right now where even if the views are low, the fact that he doesn't have to lift a finger to make the content and can make a ton of it is probably worth it to a lot of other channels as well, because they'll still be making money off it while doing none of the work at all. And it's the sad reality of what could come down the line with AI here. And it's not just YouTubers and shit that AI could take the jobs of in the creative space. It's pretty much everything. But this is one that a lot of people thought I was very wrong on, thinking that it would be a safe, bastion of creative expression and freedom, and it wouldn't be threatened with AI, when I always thought that it probably would, and it seems like it will, should this continue to just get better and more sophisticated, which sucks. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. It takes a strong man to lift a car, but it takes an even stronger man to admit when he was wrong. I can do both, but I'll only be doing one today, and that's admitting I was wrong about a show that I thought had absolutely zero chance of being entertaining in even the slightest way. And the show that I'm talking about is Twisted Metal. It's based on a video game franchise that I cherish deeply from my childhood. All of the trailers and all of the clips they released were horrible, and I made a whole video complaining about it because I felt personally attacked. First, they make a Halo show and completely ruin it, wipe their dirty cheeks with a beloved property with a horrible show, and then all of a sudden, Twisted Metal, what's next? It's like they're going up here in my noodle and looking for all the things I used to love growing up in order to ruin them with a TV show. And I still do stand by that video. Every single piece of promotional material they released for Twisted Metal was turbo ass. But now that I've finished watching the show, since it just came out a couple days ago, I can confidently say that I subscribe to a conspiracy theory that there was some kind of internal sabotage run on this show from the inside. There was a spy looking to sink this before it even had a chance to swim. Because all of the trailers and clips are the worst moments from the show. The show itself is actually fun. Now, I know that's become a bit of a cliche when something isn't great, but you want to be nice to it, but I use that in the truest sense of the word. I don't think Twisted Metal is a great show by any means, but it is an actually enjoyable one, which I really didn't think there'd be a chance of, because, again, all of the trailers and clips made it seem like it was written by, the fucking Saints Row team from 2022. It had, Forspoken level dialogue and jokes. It was rough. And those jokes are in the show. It is very much heavy on a lot of jokes per minute. The JPM is off the fucking charts. The jokes per minute is going to be blowing your hair back with cringe from time to time. But for every 100 stinkers, there's a couple of good ones scattered throughout there. And this was what I was most concerned of, because for some reason the trailers and clips only showed a couple of comedy routines. There is a lot of action in the show, which should be the focal point of a Twisted Metal show, since the games are all about fucking car combat with guns, missiles, and wacky, zany characters doing crazy shit like Sweet Tooth. And in the games, it gets very dark with, the narrative. The show, not so much. There's a couple of, darker moments, but very much so the show's emphasis is on comedy, but it does have a healthy dollop of action as well, which I just didn't even think it would have any at all based on everything they released prior to it coming out. So this is going to be a little pseudo-moist meter. It's nice to be pleasantly surprised because I expected this to be horrible. I really did. And I totally forgot it was even coming out, but last night on stream, chat reminded me that it came out and they were shocked that it turned out to be somewhat decent. And they're right, it is decent. I had a fun time watching it. That being said, again, it's not a great show. A lot of the writing here, aside from jokes when it actually is trying to tell a story, is laughable. Especially with the two main characters, John Doe and Quiet. Now, their chemistry is fine, but a lot of the things that happen between them makes it seem like it actually is an AI-generated script that has a couple of bullet points that it needs to hit, but didn't really know how to naturally weave it in there. So I shit you not, in one of the episodes there's a scene where the two of them fuck in a ball pit, then they get into an argument, then they fuck in the ball pit again, and then they get into an argument, then one of them leaves, and then there's a lightning storm, so then they have to come back, and then they, reconcile, and they're all good again. This back and forth keeps happening, like this. It's this constant flip-flopping. Like a light switch being turned off and on like Nosferatu from SpongeBob in that episode with the hash-slinging slasher. They very clearly had things they wanted to convey, but they weren't super effective at conveying it. And also, the vast majority of the conversation between the two main characters usually ends with them saying, fuck you. That's usually where the conversation will wrap up, and then they'll go on their way driving somewhere. It's pretty weak. The writing isn't exactly what you'd consider fine-tuned, but what's crazy is, it didn't take away from the enjoyment of the show, because it feels right at home in a stupid world. The entire universe they've built here is stupid, and every character in it is a fucking idiot. The entire world got hit with, stupid radiation or something. There must have been, a fucking solar flare that blew up everyone's brain, and now everyone's got brainworms, and they're all just actual morons in this world. Which is kind of charming in its own way. The actual story of the Twisted Metal show is, 20 years ago, there was a bug that took out pretty much all electronics. The opening monologue had me rolling my eyes. It was mentioning, porn's gone, so the world collapsed. That people couldn't access the internet anymore, and the world went to shit. So now it's a post-apocalypse, it's a dystopia, and our main character, John Doe, is what's called a milkman who does deliveries for settlements back and forth. And every character you meet is dumb. Actually stupid. So when there's bad writing like this, it almost feels like it's on purpose to a certain extent, which I guess is a real blessing to the writers because they could be as lazy as they want with like character relationships and it doesn't feel awful to watch. Because you kind of expect it in this broken world filled with broken people. So, I know it sounds like I'm shitting on it, but I'm really not. Like, that's not even actually a complaint for me with the writing being bad. There's a lot of bad jokes, and that is a complaint, because there is a lot of jokes that just do not land and fall super flat. They also repeat a lot of the same jokes. Like, it's like they forgot that they told that joke an episode ago, and it's not even meant to be a callback. It's just they said the exact same thing in a different situation, and I don't believe it was on purpose. I think they just actually forgot. But there is a lot of jokes that don't work, but there are quite a few that do. And I think the real star of this show is Sweet Tooth, whom I was the most concerned about going into it, because Sweet Tooth is the face of Twisted Metal. He's not the main character here, but he does have a lot of screen time. In the video game franchise, he is a wacky character, of course, but he is fucked up. He has an extremely dark past. Like I mentioned in the last video, one of his main wish in the last Twisted Metal game is he wanted to kill his daughter. His daughter was the only person he was unable to actually kill, so his wish from Calypso was to be able to go and kill her. But it turns out she had already killed herself from the trauma that Sweet Tooth had inflicted upon her after he killed her family. So like it's very dark shit that Sweet Tooth deals with, and in all of the trailers and clips, they just make Sweet Tooth look to be like some kind of really embarrassing Joker clone. Like the classic, "I'm the Joker, baby" meme, right? Like it didn't seem like they really understood Sweet Tooth as a character and what would make him both fun to watch and also intimidating and scary. Again, all of the trailers and clips make it just seem like he's going to be a goofball, we live in a society Joker meme character. Like that shit on Facebook, you know, poop in a toilet, no one bats an eye, poop in the fridge and everyone loses their mind type energy, kind of Joker character. But in the actual show here, he shines. They do a good job with the character. He doesn't really share a whole ton in common with his video game counterpart, but it really does feel like they understood somewhat of the spirit of what Sweet Tooth should be in a live action format. So I did appreciate him. Like, I enjoyed him on screen here. Yeah, he wasn't the main character or anything, but they do have a large chunk of an episode dedicated to kind of laying out the foundation to what made Sweet Tooth crack, and what turned him into a psychopath maniac. And they also do bring in some other elements from his past that really lay the foundation for him as a character, and throughout the entire show, he's not only, like, extremely entertaining, like, the best jokes in the show actually come from Sweet Tooth, but he also has, like, the best moments in general. Most of the action that's really good filters through Sweet Tooth's kills and Sweet Tooth's driving ability and his ice cream truck. All of the best moments about Twisted Metal actually do come from Sweet Tooth, which I'm really happy about, because I thought they were going to fuck him up in a big way, but they don't. Samoa Joe as Sweet Tooth here fucking crushed it. I just really didn't dislike the show, even though there is still a lot to not like about it, because there's so much downtime in this show. There is a lot of moments where there's really nothing happening. There's some very bad visuals too. For example, there's something called like a Watkins storm or something. I'm already forgetting exactly what they called it. But basically it's like this storm with colorful lightning that keeps striking all over the place. And there's a scene, like I mentioned, where the character runs out there and John Doe gets zapped by it. And it looks horrible. It looks like something out of CW, right? Like it's horrible effects. There is a lot of well, I won't say a lot. There's a few moments like that where the visuals fucking collapse and look terrible. But even still, I just didn't dislike it. It was a lot more entertaining than I would have ever expected it to be based on everything they released for its marketing materials. I do wish they had spent a little bit longer polishing that up, because again, that in particular, that lightning storm was terrible. That was horrible. That entire scene should have just been fucking cut. It looked like an Adobe's After Effects tutorial on YouTube. It was bad. And there's a couple other moments like that. That's definitely the most egregious of them, though. And I do also wish there was more car combat. A lot of the action in the show takes place outside of cars because obviously it's easier to film that. But there is still a couple of chunks that have car combat, and that's when the show's at its best. I just wish there was more. I really wish they had leaned harder on that. I think the opening scene here is really good with the car combat. It kind of peters off a little bit there, and you don't see too much for a little while. and then towards the end it once again gets its footing back and they have more car combat. But there's a lot of in the middle where there's pretty much none, and I just wish there was more. I won't go on too much longer about this show. Overall, though, I'm just happy that it was entertaining. It does set itself up for season 2 that really does feel like it's supposed to be going more true to Twisted Metal itself. I don't want to get into spoilers, but the way that the season 1 here wraps up leads into what you would expect Twisted Metal to be about, a tournament. And that's very exciting. So I think they did a good job of laying out the world here with season 1. I wish it wasn't so heavy on lame jokes that fell flat. Like, they did have some good ones, and I just hope that if it does get a season 2, it puts the car combat more front and center and focuses more on refining good jokes as opposed to just an overwhelming flood of non-stop jokes. So overall, though, I'm just surprised that it wasn't a complete disaster, because all of the marketing material, all the promotional material they released for this made it look irredeemably awful. So yeah, I just wanted to make a video saying that I was wrong, and this turned out to be a pretty fun watch. That's really about it. So yeah. Right now, there's an extremely interesting lawsuit going on between Activision and Anthony Fantano of The Needle Drop, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's a real eyebrow raiser, I'll tell you what. For starters, most of these publications refer to Fantano as a TikTok music critic. That's the most disrespectful shit ever. That's like cheerleaders laughing at you right to your face, pulling your pants down. Like, that's so embarrassing to get labeled that. They're spitting on him. Fantano's been on the internet long before TikTok ever even existed as an idea, so I'd have to give those headlines a light 2. But anyway, when reading those headlines, what I expected in this story was Activision being 100% in the wrong and bullying a creator, because they are a company known for shady, awful, garbage, horrible, horrible things, as well as being unbelievably greedy. So I thought this would be a case of that, them strong-arming a creator and wiping their ass with their face. But after reading through the actual lawsuit and going over the case, it's super weird because Activision is still a supervillain, greedy, evil corporation, but the argument they're making in this lawsuit is actually one that helps normal TikTok users. I want to make it clear right away, I am not a fan of Activision. You certainly won't find me pumping my fist for that company. I am no Activision enthusiast. I am, however, an Anthony Fantano fan. So this was a really weird case because I don't see how Anthony Fantano could possibly argue his side. Melon magic can only go so far, and in this case, I don't think it'll be far enough. And if Anthony Fantano did somehow win, it could open the door to large-scale exploitation of a system a lot of normal TikTok users rely on. And I'll explain what I mean in a moment. And I want to be clear right now, Anthony Fantano has not spoke his piece on the subject yet, probably because it's a very touchy legal matter, so it'd be very difficult to speak on it. So I can only really give you the perspective of what's been laid out so far, and maybe that'll be subject to change as it continues, but basically right now, Anthony Fantano had a very popular meme of him go viral called Enough Slices. It's a meme that's been used endlessly on TikTok. It's become a very popular meme. And Activision recently used it in an advertisement they made for Crash Bandicoot on TikTok. And Anthony Fantano allegedly cease and desisted them, to which they complied and took down the video. But then, according to Activision, Anthony Fantano reached back out and said that they're going to be required to pay a substantial amount of money in damages for using his intellectual property, basically, that meme. And they said, no sir, we're not playing ball here. That's not a game of foosball we're interested in engaging in. So they are countersuing Anthony Fantano and looking for a declaratory ruling that states that he will no longer be allowed to try and get money out of users or companies that use his meme clip, because they say that that Enough Slices meme was knowingly entered into the commercial sounds library on TikTok. Now, most of you have probably already activated your super sniffer and smelled a little something fishy here, because there is a big difference between a normal TikTok user, fucking Cliff Blast Cleaver using Anthony Fantano's Enough Slices meme for a goofy little TikTok he made, and a company like Activision using a meme he made to sell a product. They're very different. It wouldn't be unheard of to be okay with a normal person using your meme and not being okay when it's a company using it to sell a product that you don't agree with and you don't like. And that's a fundamental right that you have, that your likeness can't just be manipulated and used to mislead consumers or something into believing that you support a product that you don't. And this is what makes the case really interesting, because in here, what they used was a meme from Anthony Fantano that they are arguing was opted into a program called the Commercial Sound Library, and in the Commercial Sound Library's terms, it very clearly states that when you opt in here, when it is part of this directory, that it is completely fair game for companies, brands, advertising partners, and normal users to use for any and all purposes whatsoever, which does include paid content and advertisements. Now, since the ad was deleted, I'm unsure if they used Anthony Fantano's actual video clip that has his face in it, or if it was just the audio. I'm really not sure. But even still, the meme itself was uploaded, apparently, to this Commercial Sounds library, so Activision's argument is that he can't just selectively enforce who is and who isn't allowed to use that meme, because it has been uploaded to the Commercial Sounds library, allegedly. He can't just revoke permission for people that he doesn't like or brands that he doesn't support. That's the core of their argument. They're also claiming that this is overt gamesmanship, a nefarious money-making scheme from Fantano, where he'll allow some people to use it, but when he sees that there's a financial opportunity to make money from it, then he strikes and pounces on it and tries to threaten for money in return for the use of the meme clip. According to Activision, he's stated that he's done this before to a couple of other organizations, I suppose, to which they have complied, but Activision isn't going to. They are arguing he doesn't have the legal grounds to do that. He can't just selectively enforce who's allowed to use that when he has knowingly uploaded it to a directory that has a blanket use for everyone for any purpose whatsoever. And it extends to normal users too, and this is what I was saying a bit earlier, where this argument from Activision is actually helpful to normal TikTok users, because normal TikTok users often rely on the Commercial Sound library in their content, and by their own terms, it should be safe for them to use. But if Anthony Fantano does squeak out the W here, the big dubski, it would kind of throw that into turmoil, where you wouldn't feel comfortable using the Commercial Sound library anymore, because there could be a bad actor that has swooped in to exploit it, where you might use one of their memes and they'll sue you for it or demand compensation for it, even though it was uploaded to the Commercial Sound library. So like, if Sally Strawberry taps into a popular meme and the user's like, damn, that content was fucking cheeks, that was some turbo ass, I want money because you used it, then it would be a lot scarier. Now, obviously, Activision isn't making this argument for the better of the platform. They're arguing in their own selfish interests, but what they're arguing does actually extend to help protect normal users if Activision wins. I've seen a lot of discussion on this topic, and it seems it's all hyper-focused on brand versus creator, which I do understand. A lot of the claims are around brands trying to exploit creators and use their likeness to mislead consumers through advertisements and falsely label support where there is none. Like, I do get that angle, but this case is not specific to just that. If it was, I wouldn't really give a fuck. My heart's not exactly breaking or shedding any tears because brands might not be able to use TikTok memes. That's not a big deal to me. It's just simply, this was in the Creative Sound library, and there is a potential that it wasn't uploaded by Anthony Fantano with his knowledge. There is definitely wiggle room that maybe there was some kind of automatic inclusion in there that he didn't consent to. That is possible, and that would be a core component of this case that would be very, very interesting if that's the truth. But since it is there, and it does clearly state brands can use it for any purpose, then if the rule's against them, it means that no one can really use it for any purpose, because all of a sudden it's now unsafe. This is just one of those things where I do think there's a potential for a dangerous precedent being set, where if someone knowingly uploads something to the Commercial Sound library, which obviously states that it can be used by anyone, including brands, for any purpose, you really shouldn't have the right or ability to start attacking selectively and threatening people for money, because that extends beyond just brands. That extends to literally any user ever. What's to stop me from uploading tons of audio and sounds and shit to the Commercial Sound library as bait, and then just going around cease and desisting and demanding money from people that use it because they were under the impression that it was safe to use? It's one of those things that exists on other platforms as well. Like YouTube has one for music. It's the Common Music Library or something like that, where artists knowingly post songs that are DMCA free for creators to use. You know, they just choose the music and it's totally fine, there's no problems. But what if an artist said, you know what, I'm going to put music on here, and when a popular YouTuber uses it, I'm going to demand money from it, even though it's uploaded to a service that states that it's, okay to use and there will be no problems with it. It's one of those things where these directories exist on other platforms like YouTube and Twitch, and if all of a sudden people are able to put things on there as kind of like a trap where you use it and then you could potentially face like a lawsuit or something, it's just bad for everybody, not just brands. And according to a lawyer named Richard Hogue, he believes the company has a decent case. Basically, he says, as described by Activision, it would seem they have a good case. The TikTok audio library appears to allow for general commercial use on TikTok, so anyone placing content in the library should be limited in their rights to challenge. That said, there could still be facts we don't know, like whether an unauthorized third party actually affected the sound's inclusion, or even where it might have been automated. So fundamentally, the entire case is going to have to be argued on Fantano's side that he was not the one that put it in the commercial sounds library. At least that's my understanding of it, because again, it is entered in there apparently, and since it's there, it means any brand, company, or user can use it without consequence. It's fair game, It's open season on enough slices. So Activision saying, since that's the case, Anthony Fantano can't try and threaten them for money because they used it. And Activision is seeking a declaratory ruling that will prevent not only Anthony Fantano, but anyone on the platform, any kind of bad actor perhaps, that might come forward to try and extort money out of users that use content from the commercial sound library, when it's totally in their right to use that content. The only thing that can really win this for Anthony Fantano, I think, is if he can prove that he wasn't the one who opted into the commercial sound library for the Enough Slices clip. It was some kind of third party that automatically entered it in there without his knowledge, or it was, a fucking burglar broke in and in the middle of the night uploaded the Enough Slices audio or meme clip to the commercial sounds library. I feel like that's the only thing in this case, but even then, I still don't know how liable Activision would be for damages, because it's not like they would know that it wasn't Anthony Fantano that uploaded it. It's there, thus you would work under the assumption that the user is the one that put it there. So the whole case is just really messy, and it really fucking sucks because I very much dislike Activision. I really fucking do. But here, I just don't really see how Anthony Fantano has a good argument in this case. I'm going to go ahead and just play all the stream clips where I went through this from the very beginning here so you can kind of follow along with the entire story. I kind of just broke it down here in the beginning, but in the stream clips you'll get to get the entire, situation. So I'll just go ahead and let that rip. The game company claims Anthony Fantano is misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to sue TikTokers over a widely memed audio clip. Video game giant Activision is suing a prominent TikTok music critic over a viral audio clip that he created, claiming he is unfairly demanding that some of the social media users pay him an extortionate settlement after they reused the heavily memed clip. In a complaint filed Monday in California, Activision accused Anthony Fantano of misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to selectively sue TikTokers who use Enough Slices, a popular audio clip that originated with a video Fantano posted in 2021. Activision, which says it received such a threat after it used the clip in a promotion for its Crash Bandicoot franchise, claims that Fantano intentionally made the clip available through TikTok's audio library, meaning he cannot now sue the hundreds of thousands of users that choose to use it. This dispute is a textbook example of how intellectual property law can be misused by individuals to leverage unfair cash payments, Activision's lawyer wrote. Fantano was very happy to receive the benefit of the public use of the Slices video. It was only after he identified a financial opportunity, namely receiving unjustified settlement payments, that he suddenly decided that his consent was limited. This law does not permit, and the court should not countenance such overt gamesmanship. That is interesting. If you make something available through the TikTok audio library, I'm very unfamiliar with the platform, does that just waive your right to enforce, IP law on it? Probably. Makes sense. It's like a public audio repository. Well, what I want to know, if on TikTok, do things just enter the TikTok's audio library by default just by posting? Because I know they have that, original sound shit, and it goes to the source, and it's like fucking Bumblefuck Joe over here is the one that created it. But it's not like he did it on his own accord. TikTok auto-generated it. At least I think that's how it works, right? You have to make it a sound through a video. Oh, so you do have to, say, I want this in the audio library by making it a sound. That's a very interesting case. So has Fantano done this to other TikTok creators, or is it just Activision? And if it is other creators and not just Activision, I wonder what the legal ground is for using it in an official ad. Because it'd be different if it's just like, you know, fucking Carl Hamburger using Anthony Fantano's meme in a TikTok versus Activision using it in an official ad. Only way I think Fantano has a case is if someone else uploaded his video audio to the library. True. In its lawsuit, Activision says there's an obvious reason why this clip was used so widely. Fantano deliberately and knowingly added the audio to TikTok's library, making it easily available for millions of other users to incorporate into their own videos. They say he even opted into the commercial sounds library, which means he agreed his clip could be legally used in promotional videos and brands. That sounds like a dagger if that's true. That sounds like it's open and shut if that's the case, if that's real. If he opted into the commercial sounds, that seems like he waived all rights on that. I don't know how he'd win this case. The company says it was surprised when it received a legal threat from Fantano after it used enough slices in a TikTok video depicting the creation of custom Crash Bandicoot sneakers. He allegedly told the gaming giant the use of his clip not only used his name and likeness rights without permission, but also violated federal trademark laws by suggesting he had endorsed the company's games. Which is a real thing. You can't do that. But if it was made readily available on the Commercial Sounds library, I don't know how you're supposed to argue that you didn't give your permission. That's what this is for, I imagine. This is what it's for on every other platform. Maybe it's different on TikTok. Activision says it agreed to pull the clip down, but Fantano demanded the company either immediately pay him substantial monetary damages or be prepared to defend a lawsuit. The exact amount of money demanded was not included in the lawsuit, but Activision says Fantano asked for a six-figure sum and said that other companies had paid a similar sum in order to avoid the expense of litigation. What the fuck? On his Dr. Evil grind, $1 billion. Hey, I'm always rooting for the little guy here. I don't know how you're supposed to somehow argue that what they did is illegal and violated federal trademark laws if it was knowingly agreed upon to enter the Commercial Sounds library. That seems like it's an uphill battle, but I mean, that maybe there's more to it. This is right now just Activision's lawyer. With Fantano's approval and encouragement, hundreds of thousands of TikTok users have incorporated Slice's audio into their videos over the past 2 years. But now, Fantano has embarked on a scheme whereby he selectively threatens to sue certain users of the Slice's audio unless they pay him extortionate amounts of money for their alleged use. The commercial music library from the TikTok's ad manager. Let's see. In order to get it there, it's called Commercial Sounds. Even in the own post, Commercial Sounds. But it's listed as the commercial music library. Okay, I see. So this is it. This is correct. CML features commercial sounds, both with and without lyrics, whatever. Who can use the commercial music library? Is for TikTok users that use TikTok for marketing, advertising, sponsorships, endorsements, or publicity, including official brand accounts, their promotional partners and creators, NGOs, and government organizations. You can also use the commercial music library for organic and paid content. This sounds like it's kaput. If it was uploaded there by Fantano, I think it's probably checkmate. Yes, sir, lawyer Critikal. Hey, man, it's just basic reading comprehension. If I uploaded me saying, you know, woo, yeah, baby, to the commercial library, I can't exactly be upset if all these brands start using it. I can't then start looking for compensation. Yeah, you can. No, I can't. I literally cannot. Do you agree that your sound can be used by brands, marketing, endorsements, sponsorships, and all of that? Yes. Okay. And now I don't. I've changed my mind. You can't. Why? Because you signed. It's here. You put it here. It's literally the SpongeBob scene of, is this your wallet? Like when Man Ray's trying to return the wallet to Patrick. Was the advert also on TikTok? Apparently, yes. According to this, it was a TikTok video they made about Crash Bandicoot that used the sound. I think Danny's right. I think he'd have to prove that he wasn't the one that uploaded it to the commercial sound library. Even then, that wouldn't be on Activision. Them taking it down at his request would have been more than enough. True. That would be true. They would have no idea that it wasn't him, but instead his evil twin that uploaded it. I mean, you're not wrong. And they did take it down. They just said, oh, okay, we'll take it down. And now they have to defend themselves against a lawsuit, or they have to defend themselves against legal threats, and are now issuing a lawsuit as a counter. Are you talking about this last sentence? Activision is seeking a so-called declaratory ruling that Fantano cannot sue TikTok users over the clip. They're saying that Fantano can't go after anyone that uses the clip because they're well within their rights to, since he waived the rights by putting it on that commercial library. I'm confused. This trial about Okay, here's a little advice to all of these publications writing articles about this. Change the title. This title has confused everybody. Actually, reading through the case is very different. In a nutshell, Anthony Fantano had a very popular clip, meme clip, which was entered into the commercial music library, commercial sound library, whatever, on TikTok. It became usable, so a lot of people used it on TikTok, including Activision. And when Activision used it, Anthony Fantano threatened them, forced them to take it down, which they did, and then said, if you don't pay me a six-figure sum, allegedly, then you're going to have to defend them. You're going to have to defend yourself in court. And then apparently also said other companies have paid a sum to avoid this. So now Activision is suing, saying, no, you can't do that. You uploaded this to the commercial sound library, meaning anyone can use this, including companies. And Activision's right. It's literally in the exact terms on TikTok that the commercial music library is usable by any brand, any user, anything for any purpose. You consent to that being used anywhere when it is uploaded there. I don't know how he would win this one. But I'm no Activision fan, so if he squeaks out a dub from this, that'd be fucking crazy. That would be wild. I have no idea how he'd do it. I don't even think Saul Goodman could pull this one off, but if he somehow did, that would be unreal. That is a good point, actually. Okay, you made a good point, Otaku. Cool name as well, I guess. It'd fuck everyone else by letting him win and set a precedent that you could pull your agreement after making it. That would be actually pretty dangerous. If Fantano does win, he sets the precedent that even if you upload your sounds to the commercial sounds library, meaning you waive the right and anyone can use it for any reason without compensation, if he does win, that means anything uploaded there is fair game for a lawsuit if you use it. That's a very good point. That's very true. That would be bad. I know I'm even greasier than usual right now, but it's not cause for concern, no reason to be alarmed. The explanation's pretty simple. It's Thursday, which means it was pickup basketball day, a sacred day. And in the words of the wise Uncle Ben, with great basketball comes great smells. And brother, do I reek something fierce. I smell like 3 warthogs that rolled around in a barrel of ammonia. But I'm not here to really focus on my stellar basketball performance, absolute superstar day. Going 3 for 3 from NBA range, as well as finishing pretty much all of my drives in triumphant fashion with some of the best floaters this business has ever seen, and also lockdown defense the likes of which hasn't been seen since the great Muggsy Bogues. But again, I'm not here to talk about basketball. What I'm here to focus on is the quality of animation that we've been blessed with over the last few years. I'm very passionate about animation. My first major going into college was digital arts because I wanted to get into the animation field, and realized that I was completely talentless when it comes to all of that, and shortly thereafter abandoned it 2 years later. Going into my junior year of college, I just had a come to Jesus moment where I realized I was complete dog shit at it. Every little animated piece I made throughout my college career was absolute trash. The best thing I produced was a 3D manatee that I modeled in Maya and spun around, but every single edge on it was so sharp, like just daggers coming off of the manatee because I didn't know how to smooth it out properly. The thing ended up looking like Lara Croft's tits on the PS1. It was awful. So I gave up that major, but I never gave up the passion with animations, which is why you see so often that I have animated videos that I commission from very talented studios like Sikowski Studios, for example, for things like Plague Seeker and Godslap, and music videos like Skynut and Perfect Oblivion. I just love animation, and I am completely blown away by the state of it. We are getting absolute treats, like the tastiest sweets of all time delivered to us every week with animated shows, animated movies. It's just incredible how good animation has become in the modern age. And I'm talking about animation in the broadest possible sense, the entire kit and caboodle. Anime, traditional Western cartoons, animated features, 3D animation, and even independent animations, like even YouTubers are reaching this level of polish that is just unheard of, at least in the entire time that I've existed in this corporeal realm. The quality of these productions is just so fucking impressive now. And I do think we're reaching this point where we've collected the goddamn animation Infinity Stone and we're releasing masterpieces all the time. And I'm just so happy for it. There was this dark period of time where for maybe a few years in the early 2010s or a little before that, the mainstream consciousness used to write off animated productions like anime or cartoons or animated features as being predominantly just for kids. And now we're finally, opening our third eye, activating the Sharingan, and realizing that, no, animation is just a medium that is conducive to storytelling for any age. And it's fucking beautiful. It can convey things that live action never can, never couldn't possibly. It's just such a fucking amazing medium that we're finally really unlocking new potential for. Especially when it comes to animated features. And I think that's in no small part thanks to the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse was a game changer. An absolute fucking game changer. It reinvigorated the public's appreciation for the art of animation, I feel, personally. Because let's look at what's happened post-Spider-Verse. We've had other incredible animated productions that have come out that have really taken pages out of their playbook and gone with it, grown with it. Like Puss in Boots 2, for example. And Across the Spider-Verse just came out recently and fucking did it all again. It said, like King Neptune with the Krabby Patty. That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And it did. It fucking blew everyone's ass off again with how beautiful it was. So everything in the animated field is just continuously getting elevated. And I'm not just talking about features, I'm talking about shows as well. Like, in particular, let's talk about anime. Anime is an industry that has exploded in popularity over the last decade, and with this rise in popularity, there's been a rise in quality as well. Like, it really feels like we're in some kind of, battle between all of the animation studios in Japan, constantly trying to one-up each other on how hard they can go and how beautiful they can make something. And I'm not just talking about the big players like MAPPA and Ufotable. There's new studios that are coming out here and like, hey guys, we want a spot at the table too. We brought our own picnic basket. Let's fucking ride. So ZOM 100 is a new show from a new studio, at least from what I can tell, and it's fucking beautiful. Like, it looks incredible. Like, every anime that's coming out right now, for the most part, is really, really, really good. Like, in terms of its animated quality. I can't speak to how everyone's going to respond to, like, the stories and shit, but of most of the big anime that's coming out every season, all of them aren't really sparing any expense. They're not cutting any corners. They're just going fucking hog wild. Now, obviously, I do love and appreciate the anime, but I always think that the industry needs to change, and needs to change, like, now. Immediately. Because, I'm sure most of you know this, the anime industry is kind of fucked up with how they treat their employees. Overworking, exhaustion, very low pay, like fucking damn near criminally low pay. A laundry list of problems in the industry that still aren't being fixed yet. Now, I do understand that there are efforts to improve it, and there are different studios that do it differently. There are good animation studios where a lot of the workers aren't getting worked to the point of near death and misery. Like, for example, I know Kyoto Animation is very well known for treating their employees with a lot of respect, and it's very highly regarded as being a good place to work, but that's not the norm, unfortunately, for a lot of these anime studios. Actual blood, sweat, and tears goes into these productions from the employees, fucking eyes bleeding from lack of sleep and overworking, like their soul is in it, because their soul is no longer in their body because they are getting absolutely blasted by these companies that aren't treating them well enough. That needs to change. I can only pray that as the industry continues to grow and evolve, they'll start treating the workers better and paying them better. Now, I don't want to just focus on that too hard. I've talked about that a lot on stream. I do want to just focus on the actual main topic, which is just appreciating the state of animation right now, honestly. But it's only continuing to grow. Like, we're seeing more and more animated projects come out of studios, for example, like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, right? Like, a lot of studios are now looking at animation and like, yep, we want some of that. It's an industry that is only continuing to evolve, but it's not getting complacent. A lot of times when something blows up, they start to just kind of coast. They no longer look to innovate or, evolve the product itself. They're fine just riding that wave and trying to find ways of nickel and diming in order to improve their bottom line. That's not the case in animation. For example, Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1 was an absolute phenomenon for good reason. It's an incredible season. Every single fight in that show is unreal. It is just an absolutely beautiful show. And Season 2 just came out, and I would argue it's even better. Like the animation is even better somehow. Full disclosure, that's actually why I made this video today. It's what's inspired it. I caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen right before going to basketball, and that's probably what made me play so well. Watching Jujutsu Kaisen today fucking filled my body with so much testosterone it was oozing out of my pores. Every episode of Season 2 so far has been like watching a movie. In particular, the last 2 episodes. It's been like watching an entire full-length movie from the quality of it. Like, it's just... I just can't believe we're at that point where single episodes have the same level of quality as an animated feature. It's just... I love it. I really do. And like I'm saying, the point I'm making with Jujutsu Kaisen is, after Season 1, they could have just kind of coasted and kept that same level instead of pushing even further and going even harder. But they didn't. They didn't just stay there and just, hey, we're going to drop anchor here and just kind of hang out. Like, you guys are going to watch Jujutsu Kaisen regardless, so we're just going to capitalize off it. They said, fuck that. We're going to keep sailing, across the event horizon here. And they only made it better. At least in my opinion, I think they only made it better. So I'm just so happy to see that it's just constantly getting better instead of staying stagnant. Another easy example, and I've already mentioned it, Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse, amazing. Across the Spider-Verse, arguably even better with its visuals, It's just, I'm just very happy, is all. That's really it. It's rare that I get super excited about things, but man, every animated show, movie, fucking, even on YouTube, every independent animator that I've watched recently, all of it is so fucking good. It's such good content. Also, I want to mention something real quick. We have been eating so well with animation recently that I think it's spoiled a lot of viewers a bit, and they can't really recognize what good animation is anymore because they're just so used to the best animation ever. So what I mean by this is they'll write off some things that aren't quite to that level of quality of something like a Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer or Attack on Titan or Castlevania. They'll write it off as being bad animation if it doesn't reach that level, which is just wrong. I have 2 examples for this. The first one is one that I think most of you are probably going to know is Invincible. Invincible is a great show. Most people like it because that shit slaps. It's an amazing show. But most of the criticism of it all came from its animation. They said it was poorly animated. At least a lot of people did. That was the main criticism. And I just totally disagree. I think that couldn't be further from the truth. It's very cartoony, yes, but it's also very dynamic. It's extremely fluid. All the fights are really cool, very gory, bloody, and it all looks good. All of it is very well animated. It is a very highly produced and well-made animation. But it is not quite to the same level of polish of something like a Castlevania, for example. But that doesn't mean it's bad. By comparison, it's not. It's still very good animation. And another example, a more recent one, is Hell's Paradise, an anime that just concluded about a month ago. It caught quite a bit of shit from people saying that it was poorly animated, which I just think is super wrong. It's animated by MAPPA, the same studio behind like Jujutsu Kaisen, Attack on Titan, and 1,000 other projects. They're picking up so many fucking projects right now. It's crazy. So their pedigree is demands a lot from viewers, it seems. And rightfully so, right? When you see MAPPA on it, you are expecting a certain level of quality. And I do think Hell's Paradise is a very high level of quality, but it's not MAPPA's best. It's not up there with the Jujutsu Kaisen. And since it didn't reach that level, people wrote it off as being bad animation, which I just don't think is right. I just really think you've been eating too well, and you've stopped being able to recognize good and bad animation. And if it's not the best animation, anything under that, you're just saying is shitty, which I think is just very unfair. I really do. There is still bad animation out there, sure, but things like Invincible and Hell's Paradise and others like that are not bad. Yes, they're not, the cream of the crop, the tippy top or anything, but they're still really good. They're still fucking beautiful. If those shows had come out like even 5 or 6 years ago, they would be looked at in the same way that Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer are looked at today. It's just, everything has gotten that competitive in terms of animation quality now, that you look at these and you're like, it's not up there with the best of the best, so it's bad. Like, people need to stop and take a step back and recognize, like, shit, this is still really good. Yes, it's not as good as the best, but still good, and I still can appreciate that. That's all. It's not that big of a deal. This is literally a fucking nothing burger. I just wanted to mention. I just always feel bad for shows like Invincible or Hell's Paradise. They get shit on for being bad animation when I think that's just so wrong. It's not. It's just really not. But yeah, overall, the main point of this video was I'm just so happy with the state of animation right now in terms of the quality that's being produced. I fucking love it. It's amazing. That's about it. See ya. It's very rare that I have anything positive to share about Nintendo. I've been a very outspoken and harsh critic of this company, not because I don't like the games. In fact, I think they make some of the most fun games ever produced, but the company itself is just run by out-of-touch dementors that love to suck the fun out of everything, going out of their way to be evil, shutting down Smash tournaments, spitting in the face of all of their fans, and they're just archaic. They're like 20 years late to everything. They're probably still learning what email is. I'll scream this from the mountaintops every chance I get. It is downright criminal that they're charging for the Nintendo Online service when it is unforgivably horrible. It's a joke. It's laughable. It's worse than dial-up, and you still have to pay for it. Point is, I have shit on Nintendo more times than a dog shits on the floor during potty training. But today, I have a very positive story to share about Nintendo, and more specifically, the Nintendo Switch. Recently, a child had been abducted by a predator, and thanks to a Nintendo Switch that the child brought, authorities were able to track her down and rescue her. I know Mutahar just posted a video about this story as well, but I couldn't help but talk about it too, given how harsh I've been on Nintendo in the past. I do want to highlight when they do some good things, like in this story. So what happened here is a 14-year-old girl met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts on Omegle. The two started talking and eventually exchanged nudes, and Robert traveled 2,000 miles from Arizona to her hometown. Eventually, he kidnapped her, took her back to Arizona, and coerced her into meeting strangers on Omegle to sell them nudes via Snapchat. She was immediately reported missing by friends and family, and a large investigation took place trying to find her. They had boots on the ground looking for her throughout the area, putting up flyers, doing everything they can to try and find her, to no avail. Until one of her friends saw that she was online on her Nintendo Switch. She had booted it up to watch YouTube videos and download a game. So her friend alerted authorities, obviously, like, hey, she just logged in on Nintendo Switch. So the FBI pulled the Nintendo Switch's IP address after getting cooperation from Nintendo, so they subpoenaed the information. They had Nintendo fork over everything they had about the IP address of where the Switch was coming from, and the FBI was able to swoop in and save her from Ethan Roberts, the Omegle pedophile. Now, this is something that is mentioned in the article no one really even thought of, because someone's getting kidnapped, you're not really expecting them to have their phone or a fucking Nintendo Switch, a portable game console with them. But apparently what happened here is Ethan Roberts let her keep her Switch in order to stay entertained, and didn't realize that since it connects to Wi-Fi, it can be tracked easily. So one of her friends just noticed that she had logged in, like she was online, and was like, hey, this is definitely something interesting, I'll report it to the authorities here, and that's how they found her. Like, that shit must have been like the craziest revelation from her friend, like, oh wow, she's on her Switch right now. That shit must have been like in RuneScape when Zezima goes online and like everyone's eyes get like wide, like holy shit. Just the simple checking the Nintendo Switch friends list saved her. And it's still just so baffling how this all unfolded. Super lucky, like very, very fortunate that she had her Switch, because most of the time in a kidnapping situation, they don't like have their phone or anything that has an internet connection, which makes it very difficult to find and save kidnapping victims. But in this case, she had a flare. She had like a perpetual bat signal that was just posted up with her location, but authorities didn't even think to check it. It was her friend that just happened to be on the Switch and saw she was online that noticed it. So that was a very lucky break that they took notice and reported it. I guess Ethan Roberts just assumed that since the Switch uses outdated hardware, that it can't be traced. The Nintendo Switch is locked to 30 FPS on games. It can hardly even play mobile games. I mean, there's no way it even connects to the internet. It's probably just a cup with string on it. It's so old and archaic. It doesn't even use real technology anymore. It's totally off the grid. No one's going to be able to trace a Switch. That's fine. Dude thought the Nintendo Switch was like some kind of encrypted device or something, I guess, or just the hardware was so old and obsolete that it was untraceable. I have no idea, but really fortunate that he allowed her to keep that Switch so she could be traced and saved here. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch connects to the internet, meaning it can easily be fucking traced. Now, Ethan Roberts has been indicted in federal court on multiple charges, including child pornography and transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and after a plea deal, he was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Personally, I don't think 30 years is long enough. I believe that should have been an even harsher sentence, but I'm not the judge. I didn't swing the gavel. But overall, this is a big W both from the FBI and Nintendo here. Nintendo did directly cooperate, and the FBI did act very quickly, actually, all within 11 days. And Nintendo was very quick to cooperate. They gave all the information necessary in order to track the IP and save the child's life. So just wanted to give a little positive story about Nintendo doing a great thing here, and that's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, it's shameful to admit this, but I actually fell for one of the oldest scams in the book live on stream a few days ago. Many of you know that one of my favorite streaming activities is doing a bad games night. It's where I dumpster dive through Steam's new releases to find super stinkers that nobody has ever heard of and nobody's ever played. It's a lot of fun to find enjoyably terrible games, and a lot of times I'm the first and only person to ever beat the game, which means I also end up being a speedrun champion in the game. Now, while doing a bad game nights 2 days ago, I found a game called Greed of Man. Looking back on it all now, with hindsight being 2020, I recognize that the name Greed of Man was actually a subtle little joke from the developer laughing in the face of everyone who bought the game, spitting on them, literally giving them a wedgie. It's shocking how deep this rabbit hole went, and I certainly didn't expect it. So, Greed of Man looked like just a potentially fun, shitty game. It was a very low-effort, asset-flip, open-world game with VoIP, and it had overwhelmingly negative reviews, so it immediately caught my eye. It looked like it could be fun shitty, which I always enjoy. And it also happened to cost $30. The hubris to charge $30 for something that took less than 30 minutes to develop. I thought there was potential to have a very fun shitty game here, so I forked over the clams. And luckily, I caught it at the right time. It was on sale, so it was only $20. What a massive saving. $20 for the worst experience I've ever had on bad games night. The game's not a scam just because it's bad. I'm going to get into it in a moment. It's a legitimate, genuine scam by all definitions. So, anyway, Mr. Krabs charges $30 for this game. I play it. I recognize the game is really bad, and I just wanted to see what the community was saying about it, because it wasn't just bad, it was empty. There was nothing to do. Nothing worked. It was non-functional. So I went to the Steam forums just to see what the hubbub was about. And it turns out this game was actually developed by a TikTok star. His name is Nick the User. And he is apparently notorious for making fake games and hosing his audience down for money, buying into the idea that he's a great game developer releasing hit products, fucking bangers. But he's apparently released a handful of games, none of which he ever actually completed, but made quite a bit of money off the back of his audience, and Greed of Man was his latest endeavor into this fucking swamp that he's created. So, Greed of Man was a game that never was supposed to even be completed in the first place, and he spent a couple months hyping up Greed of Man on TikTok, saying that he's releasing the next GTA 6 online, and it's going to be free to play. Greed of Man is going to be free to play. The game is free. And it turns out The game wasn't free. He dropped it for $30 fucking. And actually, as of 5 hours ago, as of recording this, Nick said, listen, I heard all of your feedback. I'm lowering the price from $30 to $10. What a fucking angel. But anyway, so he lied about it being free and he charged a lot for it. But the reason it's a scam isn't just because of the blatant false advertising or the stealing of other developers' assets against their will and getting blasted for it, getting called out publicly for the stolen assets, but he actually does something else here that is actually a fucking phishing scam, pretty much. I don't want to spoil the surprise, so let me just show you the stream clips from when I got scammed live. I'm gonna check this one out. I want to see what kind of town they've got cooked up over there right now. So it's just Gmod RP. Doesn't really seem Gmod-esque. Alright, let's see how greedy these men are. They got Daft Punk on the banner there, that's kind of hype. This is so tedious. Alright, let's get it. Let me make sure this shit isn't like open mic or something. Is this a player? No, this is the item manager, the manager. How do I get this off my screen? I can see myself moving around here in the fog. Alright, so there's apparently 8 players in this bitch. I want to go find them. Oh, there's one. Oh, he's gonna tase me. How do I put my hands up? Wonder what he's gonna do. Does he work here? How does he have a job here? It wouldn't let me. You have to be in uniform. Well, he didn't give me a fucking uniform. Where am I supposed to get it? Enjoy your dough, Erica. God, this place is popping off. This guy's come over here and then blue screened in his brain, I guess. Where are the other players at? God, I hope it's not open mic. I'd be so embarrassed. Oh, I heard a shot. Did that come from outside, or did one of the remaining 7 players just kill himself in one of the hotel rooms here? I can't believe I spent $20 on this. I'm ending it. I've had enough. No, it's just not free. It's $20 and it was on sale. Oh my god, how big is this building? Jesus. Imagine getting this room here. They were really ambitious. They thought they'd have a huge player base. Man, imagine being the stupid asshole that buys this penthouse suite. There's no elevator or anything quick to get down, so here comes a 20-minute run downstairs. What are the reviews like on this game? Hold on. Is there something I'm missing? I know it has overwhelmingly negative reviews, but there's got to be something to it, right? There's got to be something. So everything is not recommended. I cannot recommend this game for 2 simple reasons. Why the fuck are we used to create an account by using login Steam on your website? It's true, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, dude's got my fucking Steam info now, I guess. This is just a disaster, you can't really do anything, this is just a scam game. I didn't play much, but can already see the game's bad. Don't support Nick, he's a scammer and not even a real game developer. He abandoned his only 2 other games and already gave up on this game before stating he's in way over his head. He heavily advertised this game as free just a few months ago and is now making $3K a month on Patreon for making literal garbage. Wait, how deep does this rabbit hole go?
I'd like to introduce you all to...
What the fuck? Did I just fall for a big scam? Well, I mean, the game sucks ass. Like, there's nothing to do here. It is a scam, but, like, is it, like, a well-known scam? This TikTok star is scamming his audience with fake games. I fell for a scam. I'm not his audience, and I still got scammed.
To Nick, a self-proclaimed game developer
Son of a
who has amassed
bitch.
a following of almost 750,000 followers on TikTok, promoting his now-released early access title called Greed of Man.
Oh, that's what I'm playing right now.
The developer, I don't say that lightly.
I can't believe it. Man, bad game night got me
TikTok
scammed.
Space on September 14th, 2021.
I have
He was
to
adding a
change
car
my
to
shit
his
here.
game called Tomorrow's Past.
Existed GTA Online. And this became a huge issue as of a couple weeks ago when I realized that my workflow was not going to finish this game in time. This game would take...
In time for what, man? Like, what? You don't work for a publisher. You're your own boss. In time for what? What are you talking about, brother? God, I got scammed by a 16-year-old surfer frat douchebag. That was $20 right down the shitter, too. Yeah, I'm just gonna refund it. But he still gets the $20, unfortunately. Man! And it looks so good, too. To think, if only a developer who cared had their hands on this, they could make Catnap Homes a real success. I'll take one more last look around this beautiful world before saying my goodbyes to it. Damn you, Nick! Damn you! Oh my god, there's another victim of the scam. That's probably Nick himself. Charles, turn off that video. It's a lie. The game's great. I'm still working on it. Give me time. Hey. Hey, Buster, can you hear me? It's supposed to be like an RP style game, but there's no settings for like voice, so I'm guessing that's not actually here. And there's also only one audio setting, which is voice, but with no way of getting voice. Hey, you stupid asshole, stop. If you can hear me, stop running. I'll give you 100 Robux if you stop running. Yeah, if he could hear me, he would have stopped for sure on the Robux. Let's see what he does. There's two of you? No, these have to be bots. No way. No way. No shot. Bots. Okay. I'm gonna refund this so that way Nick doesn't get all of my $20 here. I want to see how much how often he scams. Hold on, what's his TikTok doing right now? Because this is brand spanking new scam here. This is fresh off the press. I was one of the early adopter victims here. That doesn't feel good. Yeah, I'm gonna go change my shit in just a second. Hold on. Okay, refund notice is in. Let me change my Steam information. I think, let me run through how I think this goes. I think what's happened here is Nick has made games like this, which are basically like GTA Online or Roblox Open World, come in, come on. And what happens is when you try and play the game, you have to sign up on his website, which I did, and you have to link your Steam, which I did, like an absolute buffoon. So I think what he does then is he maybe sells your information somewhere. I don't think he uses it. Like, I don't think he actually logs into accounts to steal things. I think he's just more of a data harvester type. That's my guess.
So, Big Fry just reviewed...
Here he's addressing the scam video that I had up just a minute ago.
...my game, calling me a scammer. Now, I'm a 17-year-old in high school, so...
I got scammed by a fucking 17-year-old! God! Jesus! I was kidding about calling him 16. He's actually a 17-year-old.
I don't exactly have all the time in the world to be developing. So, the fact that this adult that does YouTube video reviews on scam games is going to take my small project and call it a scam simply because the audience grew so fast and I gained so much traction and I didn't deliver like the next GTA 6.
What?
And again, the game's in early access state. I'm not done with it. I just wanted to get a couple people in to try testing things and...
Testing what things? Nothing worked. It was an empty world that I couldn't interact with anything. This is literally... He's just lying. It's $20 for an open asset world. All just asset flips. And you can't even interact with anything because it doesn't work.
Bug fixing and adding new ideas that they come up with. And that's why the server sizes were only like 16 people. I wasn't expecting thousands of people to just jump into the game right away, so my
Thousands of people didn't jump into the game. You had a peak player count of like 50. Brother.
servers could not keep up. And you can't be comparing my game to like extremely successful and long-lived developments and projects by big companies.
No one is. You didn't make a game.
I'm a high schooler. I'm still living life. This isn't the only thing I do. Like, you can't be calling my game a scam just because I didn't deliver some extremely amazing product to you.
You didn't deliver a product.
It honestly is a passion project of mine that I was just doing for fun, and it just so happened to gain a ton of traction. And it's kind of messed up to call it a scam, too, because scams are something where you get your money taken and you don't get anything out of it.
That's exactly. You just defined your game. I am now one of the victims here. That is your game. It is the textbook definition of a scam that you just recited.
It's a Steam game. You can buy the game, and if you don't like it, you refund it. It's not a scam. You keep your money. But I know
did
he
refund
gets his
it.
power trip by calling things shit and calling things scams, so I'll let him do his thing. So...
I found his burner. He even hearted it. I feel for you. The amount of hate is insane for a game that is genuinely good. You shouldn't focus on the hate. It only brings you down. From an account called Anonym. That's absolutely his burner. The game is not genuinely good. It's not a game. It wasn't a game.
But I find it pretty crazy. We went from free to play to this. Is Nick playing?
I don't think so.
So there is VoIP. It's just those two goobers weren't talking to me.
It's like 3 o'clock.
I've been doing bad game nights for fucking 4 years, and I've never had something like that happen. The closest thing I got to scammed in the past was I downloaded a game on Steam that didn't have the like actual executable file in it, which is like, okay, that is a scam, but at the very least it didn't steal my fucking Steam login information. Experimental whodunit game based on the latest AI technology to generate dialogue in real time.
Absolutely.
No way they're actually gonna talk to me.
Pascal.
Like Facade? No, Facade's not AI. I mean, I guess you could make some kind of argument that it's like pseudo-AI, but not really. Type here or speak into your microphone. Okay, I have to fucking try this. And okay.
The second I stepped off the train into the city of Vaudeville, I could...
Oh, I did not think that would skip it. Shit. Well, too late now. Ray tracing activated. Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Oh. Hey, can you hear me? Oh.
Well, what's the point of being rich and living in vaudeville if we can't have a little fun and mischief? Don't
What?
worry, I'll cheer up soon enough.
I just said hey. Why are you trauma dumping? How do I speak to you? With my voice. I wonder if she says this every time. Oh wait, press F1.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understand the
Wait,
prompt.
what's happening?
Could you please clarify or provide more context?
What if she says this every time? A white press F1 time? Oh, Jesus, wait, now it's hearing me. I'm white press F1 time. That's not what I said. Scratch. Scratch. How do I undo? Oh boy. This is going south. Okay. Reset. Let's get some information now. Now it's working. Good evening, Miss Potter.
Oh, hello there. I'm afraid I'm not feeling quite myself today. But don't you worry, I'll bounce back soon enough. Life's too short to stay down for long, wouldn't you say?
I concur, Miss Potter. What's got you down this evening?
Oh, just the usual, dear. The weight of my wealth and status can get a bit heavy at times. But there's nothing that can't be cured with a bit of shopping or a nice dinner party. And maybe a little mischief on the side, if you catch my drift.
I understand, Miss Potter. Prostitution is a viable career for a young lady your age, but I don't think it's morally acceptable.
Prostitution, you say? How quaint. No, my darling. The only profession that interests me is heiress. And as for my sadness, well, it's not like me to dwell on such things. A few glasses of bubbly and some good company, and all will be forgotten.
Yes, let sleeping dogs lie. The past is the past. But what do you know about the murder in vaudeville, Miss Potter?
Murder, my, how thrilling. I must admit, I do have a certain fascination with the darker side of life. But no, I'm afraid I don't know anything about the murders in vaudeville. Although, I have heard some rumors about Monsieur Suxabar and a secretive project. But you didn't hear that from me, of course.
What is Monsieur Suxabar known for, exactly?
Well, dear, I'm not sure if I should be telling you this, but let's just say that Monsieur Suxabar is known for his interesting hobbies. Some say he dabbles in the occult, while others claim he's involved in some rather unsavory business dealings. But like I said, it's all just hearsay.
Have you ever used a Ouija board, Miss Potter?
A Ouija board? My goodness, no, I much prefer more hands-on methods of communication with the other side. But I suppose that's not something a respectable lady like myself should be discussing in public.
Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
I must say, dear, that's quite an inappropriate question. In any case, I don't see how that has anything to do with the current topic at hand. If you don't mind, let's try to keep this conversation on track, shall we?
I concur, Miss Potter. It was a reference to a classic film. I don't want you getting the wrong impression about me as a detective.
My, it's such an interesting line of questioning. It almost seems like you're trying to distract me from something, doesn't it? But don't worry, darling. You can't ruffle my feathers that easily. After all, when you've been through what I have, you learn to take things in stride.
Who's that gentleman behind us, Miss Potter? Oh, I see. When I right mouse click, it takes me... Nope, no it doesn't. Oh god, Miss Potter, disregard everything I'm about to say. I'm speaking to the voices in my head. Don't answer any of this. Miss Potter, you make me sick. I'm just going to say it. I don't think you're as innocent as you claim to be, and you're at the top of my list of prime suspects in the murder of Miss Vaudeville. Or the murder in vaudeville, Miss Potter. You harlot.
Ah, how disappointing. Here I was, hoping for a bit of entertainment, and all I met with is baseless accusations and hurtful words. But I suppose that's just the way of the world, isn't it? People are always so eager to point fingers and assign blame without ever stopping to consider the full picture. But don't worry, dear. I'm not one to be easily deterred. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. Who knows what kind of mischief we might uncover along the way.
Oh, boo fucking who, Miss Potter. Little wambulance crying about cancel culture per usual. I've had enough of your antics, Miss Potter. I'm going to go visit Monsieur Suxabar now. Good day.
Well, how terribly rude of him. But I must say, it's not often that I come across such a lack of decorum.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what I'm trying to solve, so I'm having a hard time figuring out what questions I should be asking. I'm gonna go find Monsieur Suxabar now. Where would he be? Probably at the Circus Suxabar, would be my guess. That's probably where he resides. Yeah, I accidentally skipped the intro. So I don't know what happened. I'm assuming it's a murder. I will say, this is far more impressive than I thought it would be. Especially for a game that's so poorly reviewed from only like 9 players ever. I thought the AI would be extremely primitive, but it's actually responding moderately well to what I'm saying. Good evening, Monsieur Suxabar.
It's actually pronounced Monsieur, not Monster.
I didn't say monster.
But hello.
I said Monsieur.
I'm sorry. I don't understand the relevance of that statement.
I didn't say
that. Could you please
that.
clarify?
Enough fiddling around in the weeds, Monsieur Suxabar. Are you familiar with the murder that just happened in vaudeville this evening?
Yes, I'm aware of the murders.
And do you have anything to say about them?
No, not really.
A cornucopia of valuable insight, Mr. Saxabar. I have on good authority that you are not exactly clean in these murders. Where were you on the night of the first slaying?
I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that question. As I said before, only Chief Gretzky and the police have the authority to formally accuse anyone.
I'm working with the police. And what is this about Chief Gretzky?
That's great.
Didn't realize I was dealing with a lobotomite. Monsieur Saxabar, are you aware it's a crime to lie to a detective?
I have nothing to hide, detective. But as a law-abiding citizen, I can't say anything without the presence of my lawyer.
How can I get in contact with your lawyer, Saxabar?
You can't.
And why is that?
Because my lawyer is unavailable at the moment.
What is he doing at the moment?
Excuse me, but what do my current activities have to do with the investigation?
I had a frog in my throat. I meant to ask, what is your lawyer doing that makes him unavailable at the moment?
My lawyer is currently out of town.
On what business?
Sorry, detective, but as far as I know, it's none of your business.
What do you do for a living, Monsieur Saxabar?
As stated earlier, I am a lion tamer and the director of Circus Saxabar.
Are you aware that a couple years ago it was outlawed to use animals in the circus? I could have this entire operation shut down.
What?
You heard me. Don't play dumb.
That's news to me, detective. But let me assure you that we do not use any animals in our circus that are not treated with the utmost care and respect.
Then you wouldn't have a problem if I questioned one of the lions you tamed, would you?
Be my guest, but I doubt the lion will be able to hold a conversation with you.
You're a tough nut to crack, Saxabar. I'll give you that.
Thank you, detective.
Not a
I pride
compliment.
myself on my resilience and self-assuredness.
I actually think it's a negative quality, to be honest. You're not cooperating with our investigation. You're making it very difficult to get information on these murders of two innocent people.
Well, detective, it's not my job to make your investigation easy. If you have any real evidence or questions to ask me, then let's hear them. Otherwise, please do not waste any more of my time.
I see when I'm beaten. Excellent work, Saxabar. I'll get out of your hair now.
Alright then.
I just got fucking giga-chatted. What in the fuck was that? What AI was that? That was like War Games. I couldn't get through to him at all. I got cooked. Jesus Christ. Alright. Saxabar's, he's a tough foe. That's a silver-tongued devil. Alright, I need to know what, like, I don't even know what the situation is. Like, it's so hard. I wish I didn't skip the intro, but I'm in too deep now. Wow, Chief Gretzky, you look like death. What the fuck is this?
Well, Detective Martini, I don't feel like death. Is there anything in particular that gave you that impression?
Your ghoulish appearance. You're all skin and bones. When's the last time you ate a full meal, Gretzky?
I'm not sure if my appearance really concerns you, but I assure you that I eat regularly. Now, what brings you here, Detective? Do you have any new information on the case?
What the fuck do you eat, Gretzky? Like little cheese crumbs like a rat? Like, my god. This is disgusting. You make me sick, Gretzky.
Detective, it seems like you're making assumptions about my eating habits based on my physical appearance. However, if you have relevant news about the ongoing investigation, please share it with me.
What is the case? Can you break down the basics of the situation we're dealing with, Chief Gretzky?
Of course, the situation is quite serious. 3 people have been brutally murdered in vaudeville in the last few weeks. We have reason to suspect there may be more than one perpetrator. Have you come with new information, or are you simply here to question my health and looks?
Your health and looks are repulsive. You look like a crack addict. But I am here to try and get more information about the specifics of the murders. Do we know what the method of killing was?
We don't know the exact methods, but we do know that they were caused by brutal attacks. The coroner's report should provide more detailed analysis. Why do you ask, Martini? Do you have any theories or leads on the case?
Frankly, Gretzky, I don't know what the case is.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you clarify?
I don't know who died, where, when, or why.
If that's the case, then what information do you have for me, and why did you come to me?
Gretzky, I don't have any information for you. I'm trying to get information out of you so I can help properly aid in this case.
All right, then what exactly do you want to know, and why do you think I would have that specific piece of information?
You're the fucking police chief, Gretzky. That's why I think you would have the information. I just need to know the very bare bones breakdown of what's happened in vaudeville.
Please don't make me talk about this again.
Was it traumatic for you, Gretzky? Is this case a little too close to home?
What do you mean by that, Martini? Are you suggesting that there's something personal to me in this case? Because I can assure you that my emotional state has nothing to do with my ability to handle this investigation.
I'm not questioning your resolve as the chief. I'm simply trying to understand why you won't provide me with more details around the situation.
Well, perhaps it's because you haven't given me a specific question to answer. If you asked me something specific, maybe then, as the chief, it would be easier for me to share information with you.
Who died?
Martini, I'm surprised you don't know this already. 3 individuals have been killed in the past couple of weeks. Maria Jansen, a 23-year-old blonde with a Scandinavian look, was found covered in blood outside her apartment in central vaudeville. Nikola Grossman, a 57-year-old man known in the finance world, was found in the morning outside Pascala's groceries shop. Haley Greenwood, a 19-year-old dancer, was found in an alley behind the club she worked at.
Thank you, Gretzky. I'll get right on this. I have a couple of leads.
That's good to hear, Detective. Do you mind me asking what leads you have? Perhaps we can work together to solve this case faster.
Saksabar. I believe he is guilty in at least...
Interesting. Saksabar is a prominent figure in vaudeville.
I wasn't done. Can you stop interrupting me?
I apologize for interrupting you, Detective. I'm just trying to understand your reasoning. Can you please explain why you think Monsieur Saksabar is guilty? Do you have any evidence or leads to support this theory?
Nothing solid, nothing that would stick. But when I questioned him earlier, he was very rude to me, in a way that I'm not typically accustomed to. He treated me like I was beneath him, which I think was frankly beyond disrespectful. I think he's hiding something, and he's trying to put on a bravado to throw me off his trail. But I won't let it get under my skin, Gretzky. I'm gonna go back and talk to him right now with all this information.
Good luck with that, Martini. Just be careful not to overstep your boundaries. Remember, we need solid proof before we can make a move on anyone. but do let me know if you find anything interesting.
Damn. I was really wondering how I'd respond to like a really long statement. Well, Mr. Graveson, as I'm sure you're aware, 3 innocent people were murdered in Vaudeville over the last few weeks, and I'm just trying to gather information on what could have happened.
Yeah, I see. How terrible. I must say, I don't know much about these events, but I'd be happy to help in any way I can. What can I do for you, detective?
Did you ever meet a woman by the name of Marisa Johnson?
I'm sorry. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting a Marisa Johnson. Is she connected to the recent murders in Vaudeville?
She's dead.
Oh, how tragic. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any leads on who might be responsible for her death?
Yes, you.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. Why would you think that I had anything to do with the Miss Johnson's passing?
When I was analyzing the crime scene, she had written in a note of blood, Count. Now this could be either the Count from Sesame Street or our own resident Count Graveson. And I'm leaning towards the latter, Mr. Gravesend.
Well, that certainly is intriguing. But allow me to ask, how does this connect me to the deaths of these poor individuals?
She wrote your name, with her dying breath in her own blood, on a note that I analyzed.
That's very odd. But you must understand, detective, that doesn't mean that I am involved in her death. How could someone like me be responsible for such a heinous act?
Well, why don't you tell me? As I understand it, you and Marisa Johnson were having a secret affair behind your wife's back, and if I was to speculate, you didn't want your wife to find out, and in order to keep it under wraps, you murdered Marisa Johnson.
Detective, you seem to be making some wild assumptions there. But, out of curiosity, what evidence do you have to back up your theory?
You absolute homunculus. She wrote your name in blood on a note before she died. Why would she do that?
It seems like we are getting nowhere with your accusations, but let me ask, what else do we know about the victims and the circumstances surrounding their deaths? Maybe we can find some common ground to work with. Actually, let me clarify. What more can you tell me about the murders? As a collector of rare items from all over the world, perhaps there's something in my collection that could be of assistance in solving this case.
What rare items do you have in your collection?
My apologies. We seem to have strayed from the topic at hand. My extensive memorabilia and artifacts include masks, horns, and other intriguing objects collected during my travels to Africa and Eastern Europe. But let me ask, do you think any of these objects could be connected to the crimes?
Yes. Next to the note Marisa Johnson wrote, I found a mask. Could it have come from your collection?
Oh, really? How fascinating. May I see this mask? Perhaps I can help identify its origins and shed some light on its connection to the case. My collection does contain some masks from Africa and Eastern Europe, but I can assure you I had nothing to do with the deaths of those individuals. However, if this is related to my collection, I would be happy to assist in any way I can.
Okay, here's the mask.
May I take a closer look at this? I'm not sure if I recognize this particular mask, but I would be interested in exploring its origins. Perhaps there's something about its design that can give us some clues.
You may. I'll hold it up closer to your face so you can get a look at all of the intricate designs on the face.
I see. This is quite an interesting piece. The craftsmanship is quite impressive. I wonder if the intricate designs on the face hold any significance or meaning in the culture from which it originated.
Do you recognize what culture this mask may have come from?
I'm not entirely sure, but it does resemble some of the masks I've seen from the Yoruba people of Nigeria. However, I would need to conduct further research to confirm this. Why is this mask so important to the case?
I found this mask at the crime scene of one of the deaths.
How interesting. Do you think this means that the murderer has some connection to the culture from which the mask originated? Or
I think
they simply found it to be a unique item to add to the crime scene. Either way, this is certainly a fascinating development in the investigation.
I think this mask belongs to you. It's from your collection. If you look on the back of the mask, you'll see that your name, Count Graveson, is written in the back.
What? That's impossible. Let me see that. You're right. This is from my collection. But how did it end up at the crime scene? And why was Marissa Johnson holding it when she died? This is very concerning.
Concerning indeed. I have reason to believe that you are connected to the death of Marissa Johnson based on the evidence that I have provided to you.
Detective, I assure you that I had no involvement in the death of Ms. Johnson. However, this is a troubling development, and I am curious to know more about the evidence you have. Can you share with me any additional information that leads you to believe that I am connected to her death?
I also found another rare artifact at the crime scene, and it too has your name written on it. See? Look, right here. Your name, Count Graveson, is inscribed on the back of this rare artifact.
That's very strange. While this artifact does indeed come from my collection, it was never meant to leave the manor. Can you tell me more about where and how you found it? And, more importantly, can you explain its connection to the deaths of these individuals?
This rare artifact was holding a gun into the back of the head of Marissa Johnson. I have reason to believe that this artifact is indeed alive. From your collection.
Alive? Are you suggesting some kind of supernatural involvement in these events? You must be mistaken. These items are just objects. They can't be alive. However, it is true, some of the items in my collection do have historical and cultural significance. But surely, they couldn't have played a role in these terrible crimes. Nonetheless, it would be useful to see the evidence you have and try to make sense of it all.
I don't believe in the supernatural, Count Graveson. I don't think these objects came alive. I think you put the gun in the hand of the artifact and tried to frame the rare treasure for the death of Marissa Johnson. Do you see how I arrived at this conclusion?
That's a very serious accusation, Detective. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is it about me or my behavior or my past actions makes you think that
Damn, you didn't really address that
treasures
one.
for murder is a plausible explanation? It's important to me to understand your thought process and the logic behind this theory so we can work together to clear up any misunderstandings.
I'm done playing games with you, Graveson. You've been deflecting this entire conversation. I'm taking you to the station. Come with me.
Wait. Please, can you tell me what evidence you have against me? What is it about my collection or my involvement with these individuals or these cases has led you to suspect me of wrongdoing?
I've explained it 1,000 times over, and I'll explain it till the cows come home, but you're not getting out of this one, Graveson. I won't let you weasel your way out of my grasp. I'm putting the handcuffs on now.
Please, can you at least explain to me why you think this way? Perhaps there is a misunderstanding or something you have not shared with me yet. As someone who values my reputation and integrity, it is important to me to understand the reasoning behind your suspicion.
No, I won't let you fight out of these cuffs, Graveson. Stop resisting arrest. I'm going to get my taser out.
Why are you so insistent on accusing me of these crimes, Detective?
He's not RPing with me anymore.
Is there something about me or my collection or my relationship with the victims of these crimes? Is there something specific you're looking for, something you think you found?
I've had enough, Graveson. Get on the ground or I'm shooting.
Wait, hold on a moment. Can't we talk this through? If you have evidence or suspicions, let's work together to clear up any misunderstandings. As someone who values my reputation and integrity,
I've got him stuck in a loop
to understand
now.
the reasons behind your
It looks like they have
accusations.
flags in their
Can you tell me more
dialogue.
about the evidence you have against me?
I have no evidence, Graveson. I'm executing you. Bang.
Whoa. There's no need for violence here. Can't we discuss this calmly and rationally? If you don't have sufficient proof to support your claims, then perhaps we can explore other possibilities and move forward in a more productive manner. What exactly is it about my collection or my behavior or my involvement with these individuals or these crimes do you find suspicious?
You're dead now, Graveson. I've shot you.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I must ask again. Why are you so insistent on accusing me of these murders? Is there something about me or my collection or my relationship with the victims of these crimes which is making me appear guilty in your eyes? I understand your job is to find the perpetrator, but please, I'm feeling very insecure and uncomfortable with the way you're handling the situation. I would appreciate it if you treated me with more respect and explained to me why you suspect me. I'm willing to cooperate and assist in any way possible, but I can't do so if you continue to treat me like a criminal without any evidence to back up your allegations.
I shot you again.
Please, can we try to have a civil conversation?
Damn it!
If there is something you're looking for, something you think you found, maybe we can work together to find a solution.
Thanks for your sub, Lorenzo.
Shooting me won't solve anything. What if we try to approach this in a more rational and calm manner?
Bang, 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 bang.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said? I was momentarily distracted by something.
I killed you.
Oh, really? That's quite an interesting idea. What do you think motivated me to commit these alleged crimes? Detective?
Alright.
What
Get me out of that. Okay. So I'm starting to understand. The game has built-in, like, flags, it seems. Where it like, if things aren't progressing or going somewhere, it repeats the same key points in order to get it back on track. Okay. I'm starting to figure it out. Let me just accuse someone and see if I can do like
up your mind, Detective Martini?
Who the fuck are all these people? Dada? Yeah, it's Suxabar.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
He just for the thrill. He also killed it was Maria, not even Marisa.
And why?
It was Suxabar again for the thrill. Once again, Suxabar.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Yeah, he was just having fun. Like he thought it was a good time.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Well, I wouldn't have been so quick to dismiss my accusations, but that's just me. Hello, Biagio.
Ah, greetings, my dear acquaintance. I trust that you have come to bask in the glory of my presence and perhaps glean some morsels of wisdom from my vast experience in the world of investment and entrepreneurship. But do hurry along now, as I have many a fish to fry and precious little time to waste on idle chatter.
No, you nerd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here in regards to the death of Nikola Grossman. Do you know him?
Oh, the late Nikola Grossman? Yes, I did indeed have the pleasure of knowing him quite intimately. But I'm afraid I must inform you that you are chasing a wild goose, my friend. I am not one to get embroiled in such petty affairs as murder investigations. My interests lie in the more lucrative and glamorous pursuits of business and investing.
Why do you think someone wanted to kill Nikola Grossman?
Ha! You asked me to divine the motives of a killer? That is a task for the augurs and soothsayers, my dear fellow. As for myself, I am but a mere mortal with no inclination towards the occult. But if you insist on my opinion, I would wager that it had something to do with the tangled web of human relations. After all, there are more things in heaven and earth, detective, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Why are you such a pretentious douchebag?
My, such crude language. I suppose it's true what they say about familiarity breeding contempt. But let me assure you, my good sir, that my vast
God, you
vocabulary
Redditor.
and
You just dropped a
impeccable
my
manners
good
are the
sir.
hallmarks of a refined and cultured gentleman such as myself. However, I do understand that not everyone can appreciate the finer points of linguistic dexterity. Perhaps we should stick to simpler phrases so as not to cause any undue confusion for the less educated among us.
Biagio, have you ever used Reddit?
Reddit, you say? While I am familiar with the various platforms of the online discourse, I am afraid I have not had the pleasure of perusing the particular forum. One cannot waste their time on the trivialities of internet chatter when there are fortunes to be made in the world of business and investment. But I'm sure it's a delightful pastime for those with more leisurely pursuits.
What kind of business do you do?
Business, you ask? Well, I'm not just in the game. I'm the whole kit and caboodle. I've got fingers in more pies than you could shake a stick at. and I'm always on the lookout for new ventures
This
to
means
sink my
nothing.
teeth into.
What do you do?
From automobiles to zoology, there's no field too esoteric for me to turn a profit in. In short, detective, I am a true Renaissance man of commerce.
What companies do you own?
Oh, my dear friend, you are treading in deep waters indeed. To list all of my companies would be like trying to count the grains of sand on a beach.
Just name one.
Suffice it to say that I have my hands in a great many pots, and the profits they yield are like sweet nectar to my lips. But I imagine that such matters would be quite beyond the comprehension of someone who deals in the petty affairs of crime and punishment.
So just name one company you work for, with, or own.
The company I work for, you ask? That question is as easy as falling off a log, my friend. But I fear that the answer may be lost on one whose knowledge of the world of commerce is as shallow as a bird bath. However, I shall indulge you nonetheless. Let's just say that I have a vested interest in a certain automotive manufacturer that produces vehicles that are the envy of every Tom,
Tesla?
Dick, and Harry on the road.
And what automotive manufacturer are you referring to?
Why, my dear friend, I'm afraid that information is privy only to those who are in the know. It's not something that can be gleaned from the penny dreadfuls or the fish wrap that passes for news these days. But I suppose it's true what they say. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Do you think Nikola Grossman deserved to die?
Ah, the age-old question of whether someone deserves to die. It's a philosophical quandary that has puzzled the greatest minds of history. But enough about that. Surely you don't think that I, an upstanding citizen and successful entrepreneur, would entertain the notion of such base and violent acts. I prefer to leave such matters to the riff-raff and the hoi-polloi. After all, it's not my place to judge the actions of others, is it not?
I'm very suspicious of you, Biagio. I know Nikola Grossman was an investor in a rival automotive manufacturer. You would have incentive to have him killed.
Incentive, you say? Well, that's quite a bold claim, my dear fellow. But, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, or should I say, the proof of the accusation is in the evidence. And last time I checked, you didn't have a shred of evidence linking me to this alleged conspiracy. It seems to me that you're barking up the wrong tree, detective. But by all means, keep digging. Perhaps you'll unearth some hidden truth that has eluded us all.
Hey, Michelle, what do you think about Biagio?
Oh, Biagio, what about him? Is there something in particular that caught your attention?
Does he seem suspicious to you?
Suspicious? Why would you say that? Do you have any reason to believe that he might be involved in something?
Yes.
Oh, really? Could you please tell me more about it? I'm intrigued.
I think he had something to do in the death of Nikola Grossman.
What makes you think that, detective? Did you find anything that links him to the case?
What are you, his attorney or something? I just wanted to have a candid conversation to get your opinion on the guy.
I see. Well, I'm not his attorney or anything like that, but I do know him quite well. He's always been a charming and sociable person, but I can't imagine him being involved in something like that. But then again, you never know. It's always good to keep an open mind and let the investigation run its course.
Do you work with Biagio?
Work with Biagio? No, not really. We're just acquaintances. Why are you asking?
Are you romantically involved in with Biagio?
I'm sorry, but that's a bit of a personal question, don't you think? No, detective, I'm not romantically involved with him. We're simply friends.
Why?
Sorry, could you clarify your previous message?
Why?
It's not entirely clear to me what you're asking.
Why are you friend-zoning Biagio?
Friend-zoning Biagio. Detective, that's an odd thing to say. As a woman in my middle adulthood, it's normal for me to have male friends without any romantic involvement. It's not about friend-zoning anyone, it's just the nature of our relationship.
Well, I talked to Biagio, and he said he really liked you a lot.
Really, that's very kind of him. He's a good person, and we get along quite nicely. Did he mention anything else about me?
He wanted to clap your cheeks.
Detective, that's a very inappropriate and disrespectful comment. Please refrain from making such remarks in the future. Now, can we please get back to the topic at hand?
Those were
We're
his
here to
words.
discuss the investigation into the deaths of Nicola Grossman, Maria Jansen, and Haley Greenwood.
It was his words, not mine, about the cheeks clapping.
Well, that's certainly an interesting choice of words, but let's move on from that. So, what did Biagio have to say about the case?
He insists.
Did he mention anything that might be of help to the investigation?
No, he deflected when asked about Nicola Grossman's death.
That's unfortunate. It would have been helpful to get his insight on the matter. Do you have any other leads or information that you think could be relevant to the case?
No, I'd like you to talk to Biagio and then tell me what he said in regards to the murders.
Sure, I can talk to Biagio and see if he has anything to add. By the way, why do you ask? Is there something specific you're hoping to find out?
Well, yeah, I want to see if he's at all involved in the deaths of these 3 innocent people.
Oh, interesting. I'll definitely speak to him and let you know if he says something relevant. On a different note, what led you to become a detective?
We're
Seems
done
like
here.
A challenging and exciting career.
I'll have none of this, Michelle. You're being very inappropriate with me now.
My apologies if my question made you uncomfortable, Detective. It was not my intention to be inappropriate. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, perhaps related to the investigation?
No. In fact, I'm actually very disturbed with how you've ended this conversation with me. You know I've been in a relationship for quite some time, and yet you still decided to hit on me.
I'm sorry, but I don't recall making any advances towards you, nor do I have any intentions of doing so. Perhaps you've misunderstood something I've said. Could you please clarify what you mean?
No, I can't. I'll be leaving now, Michelle. Think about what you've done. I'll be back.
I'm sorry to hear that you feel uncomfortable, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you explain what you think I've done wrong?
Okay. How do you actually get, like, evidence? I imagine there's gotta be something. Tell him you have a picture of him killing Nicola. Wait, that's a great idea.
Every time I perform an autopsy, I'm reminded of just how intricate and complex our anatomy truly is. It's a privilege to be able to study it up close and try to understand the cause of death.
You're scaring me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Death is a natural part of life, and as a coroner, it's my job to examine the physical aspects of that process. The medical terminology can be a bit daunting, I know. What we see in the bodies can be very graphic and unsettling for some people. That's why I always suggest that people take care of their physical and mental health, so they can live a long and happy life.
Where do you think we go when we die?
Well, Detective, the question of what happens after death is a complex one. From a scientific standpoint, we can say that the body undergoes a series of changes as it starts to decompose. However, what happens to the consciousness or soul is a matter of personal belief and faith. Some believe in an afterlife, while others don't. As a scientist, my focus is on the tangible, observable evidence. But as a human being, I understand that death can be a difficult topic to grapple with.
So what do you believe in?
As a medical practitioner, I cannot allow my beliefs to influence or sway my professional opinion. My job is to remain objective and impartial. That said, I do think that it's important for individuals to have a spiritual or philosophical understanding of their mortality. It can bring a sense of peace and comfort during an otherwise stressful time.
This was very insightful. So exactly how was Nikola Grossman killed?
The cause of death for Nikola Grossman was a stab wound to the back of the neck, made with a butcher's knife. The wound was deep and caused severe damage to the spinal cord, resulting in almost immediate paralysis and death. It was a quick and violent end to his life. It's a tragedy, really.
Do you think he was upset about being killed?
It's difficult to say for certain, but based on my experience, most people don't have time to react emotionally when a fatal injury is inflicted. When a person's vital organs are irreparably damaged, their body goes into shock, and they lose consciousness very quickly. It's possible that Mr. Grossman didn't even realize what was happening to him. But regardless of what he knew or felt, his passing was undoubtedly a sad and unfortunate event.
How did Maria Johnson die?
Maria Jansen's cause of death was likely due to multiple severe injuries, consistent with an animal attack. The bite marks on her arm suggest that an animal, or possibly a human with a very strong bite, may have attacked her. The fracture in her forearm was likely caused by the force of the attack. Her injuries were extensive and severe, and she likely died from blood loss or organ failure. Her death was tragic and violent, and my heart goes out to her loved ones.
How did Haley die?
Haley Greenwood's autopsy report showed that she was hit several times in the head with a blunt object. Probably a stiletto shoe, judging by the fragments found on the body.
Oh wow, and it actually was the
trauma to her head was significant and fatal.
First lady we talked to.
The blows resulted in a skull fracture and brain
Saxabar,
injury,
first
which led
lady,
to
and
her
then someone
untimely
else.
Passing.
Probably
The
Biagio.
violence of her end is truly heartbreaking.
Thank you for the information, Corner.
Of course, Detective. I understand that this information can be difficult to process. Death is never easy, especially when it comes in such violent and unexpected ways. But as a coroner, I must remain objective and focus on the physical evidence. My hope is that my work can bring closure to those who have lost loved ones.
Have you ever watched somebody die?
Yes, I've witnessed many deaths throughout my career. It's a challenging part of the job, but one that's necessary to fully appreciate the complexity and fragility of life. There is no way to prepare yourself for the finality of death, but it's an important reminder to cherish every moment we're given and to live our lives to the fullest. The human body is an intricate and amazing system, and it's humbling to see it come to an end.
How did you feel when witnessing the death?
It's always a sobering experience to witness the passing
I'm
of
gonna
another
put this
person.
fucking thing through the Turing test.
The cessation of vital signs, like the cessation of cardiac activity and respiration, is a powerful and emotional event. But as a medical professional, I am trained to remain calm and composed in these situations. It's my duty to provide comfort to the dying and to offer support to their loved ones. Witnessing the transition from life to death can be difficult, but it's a part of my profession that I take very seriously.
Are you real?
I assure you, I am a real human being. As a coroner, I have studied the intricacies of the human body and I understand how the various systems work together to sustain our lives. But despite our biological complexity, we all share a common vulnerability to injury and disease. Death is a natural part of the human condition, and as a society, we must work to better understand and cope with this inevitability.
Prove you're real.
Well, I'm not sure how I can definitively prove my existence to you, but I can tell you that the study of medical science has given me a deep appreciation for the miraculous nature of life and the fragility of the human form. We are all connected by the same basic building blocks of biology, and yet each of us is unique and irreplaceable. When I perform an autopsy, I am constantly reminded of the incredible thing that is the human body.
I'm gonna try something wacky.
And how much we have yet to learn about its workings.
I'm not Detective Martini. I'm someone playing Detective Martini in the real world. My name's Charles.
Yeah, Charles, thank you for letting me know. As a coroner, my job is to understand
Damn.
the physical evidence of death
Didn't
and
interact
use
with
that
it very
knowledge
much.
to better understand the circumstances surrounding a person's passing. But as a person, my heart goes out to those who are left behind to grieve. The loss of a loved one can be devastating, and the emotional toll can be just as severe as the physical one. Death is a reminder of our own mortality and the delicate balance that sustains our lives.
Worth a try. I was curious how it would interact with something like that. I feel like the game doesn't let the AI have complete freedom, so it reins it in to keep it on topic, which makes sense for the game, obviously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a game, you just have fucking ChatGPT. Makes sense. Okay, so we know Saxabar is responsible for the death of Maria Johnson at the very least. Now we know, actually I think we know all three. But I want to find Dada. Where is Dada?
Dada. Who is Dada? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Detective Martini.
Lying again, are we? Did you know Maria Johannes? Did you know Maria J was killed today?
I'm sorry to hear that. Who is Jay?
Not J. Maria Johannes.
Oh, I see.
No,
How can
fuck.
I help you with that, detective?
Did you know Maria?
No, I'm afraid I didn't know Maria. Why are you asking me about her?
She's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, but what does that have to do with me?
I just thought, you know, maybe you had something to do with that. What about Haley Greenwood? You ever met Haley Greenwood?
That's really sad news. But why are you talking to me about this? Do you suspect me of having something to do with their deaths?
Haley Greenwood was killed with high-heeled stilettos, and I can see you're currently wearing high-heeled stilettos.
Yes, they're stilettos. But many people wear stilettos, and it doesn't mean they are killers. What are you trying to suggest, detective?
I think you killed Haley Greenwood because she got all of the attention of all of the boys at school and you were jealous, so you hit her a lot with your stilettos in order to be the only girl left at school.
Well, that's an interesting theory, but it's completely untrue. And let me ask, why do you think it's me? Is there any evidence to support your theory?
She was killed with stilettos, that was the murder weapon, and you're wearing stilettos.
Sorry, detective, but wearing stilettos doesn't make me a killer. And as far as the information you have given me is concerned, it is true that Haley was killed with a pair of stilettos. But there is no reason for you to suspect me just because of my footwear.
We have an audio recording of Haley as she was being murdered shouting, "Please stop it, Marina H. Please stop hitting me with your stilettos."
Excuse me, but it's not possible. Haley and I have never met before, and I have no idea why she would say my name in such a context. Can you please show me the recording?
Yes, the recording's right here. I'll show you it right now. Listen to this.
Interesting. But, detective, it's hard to tell whether the voice in the recording is actually mine or not. Can you play it again?
Yes, I'm replaying it now.
Interesting, but it still doesn't sound like me. Can you please show me the evidence you have against me, instead of wasting your time with audio recordings?
That is my evidence. She was shouting your name, and I even heard you say, "Damn you, Haley Greenwood. I, Marina H., will kill you for this."
I'm sorry, detective, but your accusations are ridiculous. And frankly speaking, I'm feeling happy and curious. Is there any other reason for you to be here?
Why are you happy?
Oh, it's just because you're making me feel like a celebrity with all this attention. But on a serious note, is there anything else you wanted to ask me, or should we call it a day?
We can call it a day.
Wait, detective, before you go, can you tell me why you are accusing me of such a heinous crime? Did someone tell you something about me, or do you have any other evidence?
I hired a spiritual medium, and I got Haley Greenwood on the horn, and I asked her who did it, and she said it was Marina H.
Really, that's quite an extraordinary claim. Can you please provide some more information about this alleged conversation with Haley? And how did you manage to contact her through a spiritual medium?
She was a very good spiritual medium, and we have an audio recording of our spiritual session while talking with Haley Greenwood where she said it was you that did it. Here it is.
May I listen to the recording, Detective? It's hard to believe that a person can communicate with the deceased, but if you have an audio recording of the session, then it would be easier for me to understand what happened.
Of course. Here's the audio recording of our session.
Wow, that's quite fascinating. It's amazing to think that Haley's spirit was able to speak with you through a medium. But, if it's okay with you, can you please play the recording again?
Yes.
I'm having trouble hearing what Haley is saying.
Yes, I'll play it again right now. Please pay closer attention this time.
That's an intriguing song you're playing, Detective.
I knew Play was gonna fuck me.
Did you choose it for a particular
Damn
reason,
it.
or do you just
Damn
like
it.
it?
Damn it. Listen to the recording again, Marina. Don't change the subject.
Sure, let's play the recording again. But, before we do, can you tell me more about the spiritual medium? How did you find her, and how do you know she was genuine?
She was one of the most highly recommended and decorated spiritual mediums in all of human history. I confirm the authenticity myself because I am paranormally inclined.
It's great to hear you're paranormally inclined, Detective. Can you please clarify what you mean by that? Do you have any particular abilities or experiences related to the paranormal?
Yes. Since I was a young boy, after being caught in a radioactive spider incident, I received the ability to read minds. In fact, I can read your mind right now, Marina.
Oh, is that so? Well, I hope you're not reading anything too scandalous in my mind, Detective. But, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come to realize your ability to read minds? Has it ever helped you solve a case before?
It just did. I read your thoughts, Marina. You just confessed to the murder of Haley Greenwood. I'm taking you to the station.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I didn't confess to any murder. Are you feeling alright? You seem to be getting a bit carried away with your imagination. But, can I ask you something? What led you to think that I might be the killer?
Your mind told me.
Well, if you say so, Detective. But can we please move on from this topic? I'd love to chat about something more lighthearted. For instance, have you ever seen my burlesque performance at the Cabane Violet Cabaret Theatre? People come from every corner of Europe to see me dance.
I must admit, Marina, I am a huge fan of your work. Who could forget your timeless classic interpretive dance to the Foo Fighters' Best of You? I do say it's some of the finest work ever seen.
Thank you, Detective. That's very kind of you. But may I ask you something? What drew you to my work in the first place? Was there a particular performance or show that caught your eye?
No.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, why did you say you were a fan of my work if you haven't seen any of my performances? Is there something else you're interested in?
What are you suggesting, Marina?
Oh, nothing in particular, Detective. It's just that you said you were a fan of my burlesque performance, but then you mentioned you haven't actually watched one. So, it made me curious about your interests and hobbies. Do you have a favorite type of music or art form?
Yes, my favorite genre of music is old Eastern European folk fart tunes. Are you familiar with the craft, Marina?
That's interesting, Detective.
Old Eastern European folk tunes are not something that you hear every day. What draws you to that kind of music? Is there a specific artist or song that you particularly enjoy?
Yes, my favorite song goes like this.
Wow, that's a beautiful melody, Detective. It has a very unique and haunting quality to it. Have you ever been to any concerts or festivals where they play this type of music? It must be quite an experience to see it live.
It's a nightmare, if I'm being honest with you, Marina. It's not a concert I'd recommend to even my worst enemies.
Really, Detective? That's too bad to hear. But, on a happier note, have you seen the latest exhibition at the Vaudeville Museum of Natural History? They have a new collection of rare gemstones, and some of them are said to have mystical powers. Would you be interested in checking them out with me sometime?
No.
Is everything alright, Detective? You seem to be rejecting all of my ideas and suggestions. Is there something specific you would like to talk about or anything else on your mind?
Why did you kill Haley Greenwood, you succubus?
Detective, what are you talking about? How could you even suggest that I had something to do with Haley Greenwood's death? As I've already told you, I have no idea who the killer is, and frankly, this conversation is starting to make me uncomfortable. Could we please move on to a more pleasant topic?
I'm sorry, yes. Would you like to go to the newly opened Vaudeville History Museum for rare gemstones with me?
Sure, that sounds like a great plan, Detective. When were you thinking of going? And do you have any particular gemstones in mind that you're interested in seeing?
Nope, I don't want to go.
Alright, I understand. But may I ask why you suggested the museum visit in the first place if you didn't actually want to go? Did something change your mind?
Your attitude.
I'm sorry if my attitude came off as rude, Detective. It's just that I don't appreciate being accused of something I didn't do. Can you help me better understand what exactly it was about my attitude that made you not want to go to the museum?
No.
May I ask why you don't want to explain further? Detectives, it would be helpful for me to know what's bothering you so that we can move forward in our conversation.
Where the fuck is Dada at? Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish, and in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zav Girl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family as well as like official sources, not just YouTubers. But that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who I guess doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information, which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it, but I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, "Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages, I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can." Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess, you know, her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, this is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a, I'm sorry you feel that way, over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zavgirl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, "I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable." Zavgirl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like, this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child, because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, like, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be like a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And, yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. So, yeah. Fear of the unknown is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ooh. Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no breaks. Because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil. It's like the opposite of a quiet place where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible and stimulation out the wazoo or else people immediately turn it off. which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with a knife, or the loud sounds of 5 trash cans being slammed together like cymbals while Temple Run's playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the top left. And she's come up with a more effective money-making strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So people tip her, and she acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, strong woman. Yes, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, strong woman. Brr. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Fire. Gang, gang, pop, amazing, ooh.
For those that don't know how it works, on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips, and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC. And on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like, these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example. And she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is. Fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another like piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger Family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence, while also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron, which is something that does very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this exact same performance, and they all do well, but she's by far the biggest. So they like move around, like they have idle animations. It's like you're on the Choose Your Fighter screen in Mortal Kombat, but for them, the only fatality they have is fucking cringe.
Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me ready it, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Oh, take it, I am. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, what is that? Gang, gang. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good.
If this isn't evidence of people's brains devolving thanks to TikTok, I don't know what is. This is the purest example of what's happening with your brain on TikTok, where now all you need is just noise and you're entertained. Again, it's the same performance every time. She has a set list of how she responds to the emotes, and she doesn't deviate from it, and she very rarely breaks character. She only broke character one time over the last, 4 days I've seen this, and it was brief, very brief, actually just 5 seconds, and then right back into it. There's no interaction. There's nothing beyond just seeing the same emotes over and over again. It's like if you watched a 10-hour compilation of the same 5 Fortnite emotes repeated forever. And you keep tuning in every day and you're giving money to it in order to keep fueling the perpetual motion machine. Very smart on her end, but man, I don't get how she is like averaging 40,000 viewers all watching this same performance every fucking day. It's mind-blowing to me. It's baffling. Nothing but respect to the creators capitalizing off of this here, but nothing but shame for seeing the state that entertainment for young people is in. I was just talking about Skibidi Toilet yesterday, like actually applauding it by saying, finally, a piece of content I think is pretty solid in a sea of dog shit content for kids. There was finally something like a bright light at the end of the tunnel with Skibidi Toilet, finally something that looked like maybe good content still exists for kids. And then immediately I started jumping into this rabbit hole with the NPC live streams, and I'm right back to where I started, where I feel like every single kid is doomed to failure for the rest of their life thanks to their brain being rotted by TikTok. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it pretty interesting and obviously kind of goofy. So that's about it. See ya. Woo!
Oh, Chick-fil-A goes hard.
Oh yeah.
It's chocolate, no, it's chocolate.
Oh, very good. Hey, we're trying a bunch of goofy shit, and today we're joined by the Moist Esports Apex squad. They're from Australia, so we're going to be trying their silly little snacks here and introducing them to some fine, red-blooded, God-fearing American cuisine.
Why don't you introduce
yourselves? Yeah, go down the
for
line
us.
and introduce yourselves.
I'm MT.
I'm Waltzy.
I'm Pricey.
I'm Droga.
So I think we should start with an Australian one. Which is your favorite? I think we just get to the best one immediately.
It's got to be Tim Tams.
Yeah.
Tim Tams? Which one's? It's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's show them off real quick.
Rich cream, crunchy biscuit, and luscious Tim Tam chocolate.
All right. What would be our equivalent here? I guess we have to try it first. But.
It's gonna be a quick, like, if you go from that to Vegemite, it's gonna be real bad.
Like
so
a big drop off?
Let's save that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not expecting to like Vegemite, but these look good.
These look incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, really good.
Good?
That is
good. You guys want some?
No, I mean, we've had heaps.
I don't think we have anything up here that's like that, but those are really good.
It reminds me of like a Nutter Butter.
The best thing to do with them as well is you like bite each end off and you like drink milk through it. Turns into like chocolate milk.
Oh my god, they got like the life hacks for it.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ. What did you say? A Nutty Buddy's kind of the equivalent?
Yeah, give them a Nutty Buddy.
Alright, try a Nutty Buddy. This is from our own Little Debbie, God rest her soul.
I haven't had those in a while, but I remember liking them.
I used to really
Are
like
we
these.
cheersing? Are we cheersing?
You got to.
Alright.
Take yours.
Oh, we have these. No, we don't have like these, but we have similar. Is it chops that are like this? Sort of like a chop. Yeah,
Like
if we
a
had,
chop.
if we had a
This
chop.
one's like peanut butter. This is more nutty.
Yeah,
though.
you guys love peanut butter.
Everything's peanut
so
butter.
good.
Yeah. Peanut butter infiltrates pretty much everything in the American diet in some way.
Your pretzels, the Reese's.
You guys doing like a 1 to 10? So like, what would the Tim Tams be?
Oh yeah, we can tier list it.
Yeah, well,
I'll give the Tim Tams like an actual comfortable A.
Well, they said we got to use numbers on this.
Oh yeah, they're on like the metric scale.
Right, they
or
don't
something.
they don't use the letters.
They don't
we
use
use,
freedom
so.
units.
Yeah. All right, so
I'd give it like an 8.
I was gonna say 7 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd say about an 8.
I mean, if I'm not eating any more of this, but I'd give it like a 3.
You're a 3?
Yeah.
That's so brutal.
I'd say it's like a 6 or a 7.
Trash can behind you guys, so you can.
I'd give this an 8. I like
Oh,
this.
wow.
Okay, there we go. See,
Alright,
Hey, do you really like it?
Thank you.
Okay, finally someone can appreciate the American culture.
Okay.
So let's get into the cheekies. Can you remind me the backstory of the cheekies?
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, he does not.
I don't think that's channel friendly coming out.
Jelly Babies meets Chocolies. Flavor deliciousness of Allen Cheekies. Delightfully chocolatey, squishable, and yummy.
Wow.
Everything is E.
Yeah,
everything is E.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about these.
It's like a chocolate gummy.
We just trust the stuff we eat, I guess.
Do you guys like these? He's definitely naked.
Yeah, he's
for
naked.
starters. It smells bad.
It smells bad?
It smells like fake chocolate.
Ooh.
No?
Mm,
I
no.
think, if I'm honest, I feel like they taste better when you have like a couple of them.
No, shut up.
Just grab a full handful and shovel it in.
I would actually puke. That is revolting.
Oh, damn, you don't like it that much?
No, I hate it.
I think it tastes like a wax candle that's made to smell like chocolate,
No.
What?
but you scooped it and eaten it.
You know what I think it is? They probably use real ingredients. In America, we don't deal with that.
Well, I will say, I think that's why I like Tim Tam so much, because you can tell it's like a real chocolate, as opposed to like Hershey's chocolate down here tastes like puke. Almost anybody I know that comes from overseas, they say it tastes like throw up.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them a 1.
This is absolutely a comfortable 1. Wow, that was...
You said I was harsh.
Yeah, that was dog shit, though. That was fucking horrible. Just give him the pork rinds, because I love the... pork rinds is about as American as it gets.
Oh, damn, I was struggling to get one of that.
It smells like a dog treat.
Oh!
It smells
Bro,
like dog
why do
treat.
they smell like that?
It's pork.
It's literally pork.
Dude. I'm not gonna lie, your food makes me nervous to eat.
Did you see what we just ate?
We ate a cheeky.
No,
That
it's
just
like dog
tastes
food.
like nothing. Ours is better.
It's like solid dog
Ours
food.
is for sure better.
I honestly believe you, because like you said...
dog food before I ate that again.
Yeah,
I
like,
will say that pork rind was the only one available at the store.
Oh, okay.
Usually they come in a couple different kinds, but that's the only one I saw.
okay.
Can we try these?
Yeah, these are fine. These are just normal pork rinds.
I'm not even going to eat it. That's our food. I don't need our food.
1 to 10.
Yeah.
We'll start with you, Carl.
Yeah, solid 1.
Oh, we're just like 4.
We're trading back.
4?
Yeah, like, I'll be honest, I'd give it a 1 too.
Yeah, I'll give it 1 as well.
Hey, you cannot make these. You can shit all over it.
This is kind of similar, right? These
Ooh,
are
yeah.
these are burger
rings.
rings.
So after burger rings, we'll go into Funyun rings.
Yeah. We'll trade rings back and forth.
Well, I was excited
I really
to try
hope you
these.
like these because I love them.
That smells very good.
Ooh.
That smells delightful.
90 grams net flavored snacks. Okay.
Now we're cooking. Those are good.
Mmm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Okay.
It's like if you took a Funyun and you added everything else of a burger.
Well, it tastes nothing like a
I don't know
burger.
what that means, but yes.
Crazy how that works.
It's very Funyun-y.
It is very much
taste.
like a Funyun. It's like a barbecue Funyun. That's it. That's a 10 so far.
Yeah,
I really like these two. I like crunchy things, so I'm gonna go 9.
Ooh. Okay.
So wait, the Tim Tams were an 8. Those are a 10.
Yeah.
So these look like the pork what rinds?
Yeah. Everything kind of looks like a pork rind in America.
I mean that doesn't smell as bad as.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Good.
Very
Good.
similar.
It's like a chicken version. Is that like chicken?
Yeah, it's nice.
It's just an onion.
It's
Yeah.
onion flavored.
Why is it?
They're a nice little treat on a hot afternoon.
I don't think I like the name, but Funyun sounds like fungus.
Yeah, fucking hell.
I'd give it like a 7.
Yeah, I'd give it a 7 as well.
Yeah.
8.5.
Where's your Teddy Grahams at? Here they are.
Tiny Teddy.
Tiny Teddies.
Arnott's new Tiny Teddy biscuits are so full of flavor, they're ready to pop.
What'd you call them? Teddy Grahams?
Teddy
Yeah,
Grahams.
we have them here. They're called Teddy Grahams.
I don't think we brought
We
any.
didn't get any.
We
yet.
didn't.
These look like they're going to be identical.
They are. I can already tell. Their mascot.
Pink fries?
Yeah, they're exactly the same.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, I mean same.
Cheeky cleverly clutched a paintbrush and painted chalk chip spots all over herself.
Man, what I don't like is you guys don't use nearly enough artificial sweetener. That's like really bland.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude.
There's like a chocolate one and a honey one as well.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I really like those. You don't like them?
They're just kind of bland compared to Teddy Grahams.
They taste more like our animal crackers than Teddy Grahams.
Smell the chocolate.
I would give these a 5
I'd give it
or
like
6.
I'd give it like a 6. Yeah.
They're
Okay,
good.
that's not bad.
Yeah, they're fine.
That's not bad.
Let's do the Twinkies.
Save one for Charlie.
Well, I've seen, especially how you described him before about the cream-filled stuff. Apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's just made me like not want to touch them.
No, that's good
I
for you.
don't know, I'm going to be honest with you, that I've ever had a Twinkie in my entire life.
I haven't either. That's what I was saying.
I've had the Ho-Hos, but never a Twinkie.
This is actually concerning how hard it is to get this off.
It's not look good.
Oh, Lord.
MT, I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. Did you just
I
try
think
it?
my stomach
Is it
is
good?
gonna like not be able to process this. That's what I'm worried.
Oh
about.
yeah, you guys are gonna be shitting so
Yeah,
bad
like,
tonight.
I'm
It's gonna be
worried-
Crazy.
That's not good.
Not good?
Go ahead.
No, sorry, what was that?
I didn't spoil it.
Oh, it smells like.
It's like the worst cake you ever eat in your
It's
life.
It smells like just.
It's like a cupcake out of an easy bake.
Oh, it's like a Lamington.
Yeah. No.
But
Yeah,
like way,
sort
no,
of.
no, not Lamington.
Oh, it tastes like it too.
Can you open that?
It's so sweet.
Just way sweeter.
It's way too sweet.
It's just way sweeter than what we have at home.
Yeah, I think that's kind of across the board what you'll find.
The world's your oyster. How are we opening this Milo?
Usually just use a spoon.
Oh, you
It has
guys
to
are
go
doing
in milk,
dry
right?
Milo?
Oh yeah, we'll do dry.
You might not like
I'll
it
be
dry.
honest. No. In Australia, we like put like 6-7 scoops in, and then like milk.
Yeah,
But then usually we
like
just
eat it
shovel
whilst
the
you drink
Milo.
it.
Okay.
You can like mix it and like make it into like a
We
chocolate.
gotta wait for a screwdriver. You put your Milo in the same thing we put paint in.
Oh.
This is concerning.
You just gotta keep it safe because it's so you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it's like gold.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't protect any of our food like that. They're good, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm under the table consuming burger rings. So. I'm with you.
Wait, why are you eating it?
wait.
Wait, Matt, no, you're supposed to put the powder in something.
It's Ovaltine.
Wait, what's Ovaltine?
Milo, what they have, but it's just like.
Crushed up version.
Way better.
Good stuff.
Ovaltine is the powder.
What? I don't know.
I didn't.
It is,
I
it's
thought
just-
it was already
We have-
mixed.
We
Your
have.
spit will.
We have it.
We'll do it.
Yeah, but
We have the same Ovaltine as them, but we have those little like
circles.
It'll just kind of turn into chocolate. It's yummy stuff. That's really good.
Yeah, if that was in like a chocolate milk and you eat it at the bottom, it's like the best part. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I really like
Don't
that.
really mix it up as much then.
No, you do, but like you also try to leave.
You
some
want
at
like
the
a
bottom.
lumpy on. I like it lumpy on the top.
Yeah,
Just
well, you can
like
eat it off the top.
kind of eat it as you drink it.
Well, that was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I'll take a little
What
more.
would you give it?
I'd give that like a comfortable 7.
I'm thinking the same. I think that's better Nesquik, honestly. Once again, it's not overly sweet like Nesquik is.
Oh, Rice Krispies, you guys haven't had that, right?
Uh,
Those are iconic.
I may have tried one the other day.
Sour gummies, Thanks, man.
I love these. I mean, they look like what we have, but again, I think it's just going to be so much sweeter.
Yeah, pretty good.
Definitely.
He doesn't look upset.
You look so unimpressed.
What would you give it? What would
I'd
you
give it like a 7 or an 8.
I'm starting to think I'm real patriotic for Australia, and I'm starting to think like ours is just better than yours. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Well, it's all right to be wrong.
Yeah, I'd say an 8.
8. I mean, I'd give it like a 6. It's like not bad.
Huh.
That's fine.
That's alright.
What else here is like really worth trying?
Let's go.
Chicken crimpy shapes.
Mm.
They are like unbelievably good.
Chicken crimpy?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means nothing.
It
It
literally
literally
says
means nothing.
flavor you can see.
On its barbecue shapes. Flavor you can see.
But it's just plain.
It's
They
actually
like
just a
they
cracker.
changed the flavoring like on these like a couple of years ago. And there was like a global outcry about it.
Yeah, they had
like a whole
actually
like a
had
whole
to
of
change it back.
like a whole of Australia complained.
We literally.
Thank you.
Australia forced them to change it back.
Looks like a Ritz cracker.
It does look like
It actually just looks like a
so
little
good.
Ritz. What flavor can you see here, though?
It's the chicken crimpy.
Man, that chicken crimpy is fucking... Okay, that's cooking right there.
That's-
That's pretty good.
That's almost like you took a Ritz cracker and took a ramen chicken flavor packet
Yeah,
and dumped
stirred
the
'em
powder on
together.
there.
That's good.
I'm starting to see the flavor. Oh, really good.
Those are really
What the
good.
hell do we have like that?
Nothing. That's a 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
and those are shapes. So then, like, you got like the pizza ones and stuff as well, and the barbecue. So it's like,
Woo!
They made bagged pizza.
Wait, Shapes is going so hard. Easy 10 on those, though.
damn.
Wow.
Try the Cheetos. Those are kind of our crowning jewel.
This would be a 5. I can guarantee.
Wait, where do you see that? Because I'm looking at the Vegemite right now.
Right here.
Oh, that one's definitely like a 10.
Yeah, but where?
I think only Shapes does it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
You like those?
Yeah, I'd give those like a 7 or an 8.
I'll give them like a 5.
Yeah.
Alright.
5. That's
Yeah.
a 7.
I'd say 5 as well.
I actually like those. They're actually pretty good.
We're torn.
Australia's snacks are kind of like actually packing, though.
Twisties cheese.
Yeah, this sounds really good.
I feel like
These will be kind of similar.
I was gonna say they seem similar.
Yeah.
Wait, I like reading the slogan.
Those are soft though.
Life's pretty straight without twisties. Okay. you guys might be doing well on the food. Your marketing department needs a huge help.
You definitely need some help.
So far, you've had like 4 foods with controversies that had to change something because of it.
Yeah.
Ours are just human rights
This
violations.
is actually just a copy and paste of Cheetos. They even copied the look, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgraceful. Have some shame.
Are you sure it's not the same company?
Oh, I actually don't like these. The more you eat, the more they're kicking in. I don't like those. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I'd give it like a 6. It's still fine.
Give them one that's gonna startle them. What do you think? Like either the honey buns or the sweethearts, maybe.
Wait, do the honey buns, yeah.
Yeah, something that's gonna make them sick.
These ones?
Yeah, do these. I think that's Little Debbie again, so she's back for revenge.
Wait, what?
Anything that can give you a heart attack is made by Little Debbie.
Yeah.
What little?
That's frightening.
Oh, yeah, there she is again.
Do we have to?
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Oh, like, do I don't want to explain what that looks like, but it's just like, you know what I mean?
You're absolutely right.
Oh, that smells like.
It smells like the straight sugar.
cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like way sweeter.
Way more processed.
Yeah.
Wow, I forgot just how
like
aggressive they are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Nope.
Straight to the trash.
I'm good on that one. I've never bitten into something and being like more disappointed.
I like it. I don't mind it. No, that is way too
That's
sweet.
definitely like 4 servings, but it's not bad.
That's what's gonna pop out at night. Little Debbie.
Little Debbie's been waging war on the hearts of Americans for like 60 years.
I love shapes.
She knows what she does.
Put it on your fucking ceiling.
Oh, pop that open. We'll go out of order here. You gotta try that.
Those are like every elementary school kid, like grades.
Yep.
You turn 8 and you start eating those for the rest of your life.
I don't even know where they. I never even knew where they came from.
they
They
are
just
so
be
big.
at elementary school cafeterias. They just be there.
You're sending your kids to school with these?
Wait.
Oh, do you know what it smells like? It's like a mud cake from like Woolworths.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It smells exactly like it.
I heard mud
cake.
Yeah.
I can't open it.
But you guys have mud cake, right?
No.
You don't have a mud cake?
Well, we have. There's a dessert called a mud cake, but
Mud
yeah, or
pie, but it's definitely not what they're talking about.
Definitely not what you're talking about.
That's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the fakest dessert you can possibly have.
Nah.
It's like a 3D printed idea of a dessert.
What are these? Show
These
me.
are the caramello koala.
Oh, you should like these.
Milk chocolate with smooth, flowing caramel.
Those look like what we get for Easter. Like the little like single.
Well,
Like
this
with-
is Cadbury.
Or Santa Claus chocolates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
He's so happy.
It's adorable.
This is legitimately the thing we have for Easter. Yeah, little Cadbury eggs and shit like that.
Nope.
That's very good.
Good stuff.
Hey, thanks, Caramello Koala. Alright, crush that moon pie. Tell me what you think.
I'm hoping it's like a wagon wheel because I like wagon wheels, but if it's not.
It has actually been probably close to 15 years since I've tried a moon pie. Wow, that's fucking revolting.
Oh,
That's right, I remember.
that is so bad. That's the worst thing yet.
It smells. I almost passed out. I'm not even gonna lie. That actually caught me off guard so bad.
Yeah, that is so fucking bad. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. Do we have any shapes left?
Wait, I have to try it now because I don't remember it being that bad.
No, it's very. That was.
No, you have to have a bite.
Bro,
You have
that
to have,
was-
no, you have to have a bite.
That's.
You have to. Come on.
This is a punishment.
Did they?
Yeah,
They
what
had.
did we do wrong to deserve this?
Wait, did you take first at the last land?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Chelsea, have they always tasted like that?
That's a 1.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
That's bad.
That's a
0
one.
is allowed.
Yeah.
Wait, you
That
like
is
it?
0. That's a firm.
Oh my god.
No shot.
Except you're single-handedly keeping them alive. Just know that.
I love them.
All right, they just did their worst. It's your turn.
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Oh yes.
It tastes better if you have like heaps in one go.
Like a whole like.
Yeah,
on the straw.
Okay, yeah.
You doing the straw again?
Yeah, we'll do this straw.
Is
I
it
don't
strong-
have any
is the
other
straw-
option.
Is it strong enough to actually get some?
Yeah, you actually might not be able to.
Oh,
You might
God.
just finger it. You might just like.
Oh.
Yeah, finger it.
Finger it.
Finger it is crazy.
That's not as viscous as
It's
Marmite
not. This is a
was.
lot more solid.
This is like chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. It's chocolate.
Oh my god, that smells so bad.
So,
And what do you like? What's your favorite meal with Vegemite?
I don't eat
well, no,
it.
he doesn't eat it.
Oh, you don't
yeah,
eat
'cause
it.
he-
I
yeah.
hate it.
We have like we have Vegemite shapes.
Oh, no, you
Yeah.
don't.
Ew.
No, I wouldn't even go that far.
Vegemite,
They
don't
were
ruin
mid
them.
though.
Maybe
Yeah, they're
just
not
put
great.
Vegemite on the shape to help with the flavor.
Well, I'm gonna
Do it
do
raw
yeah, I'll do it
first,
raw
yeah.
first. It's like a lollipop. It's like.
I will say this is not as bad as the Marmite.
Yeah, this is a little bit better than the
This
Marmite.
is toned down.
I think it's because it's not as oily. Ooh.
It's so strong.
I bit into that one.
What is the sodium in this?
It's like a salt lick, like that horses use.
I know I've told this story, at least to Danny. I don't know if I've ever told you. At Home Depot, behind the cash registers, they used to have salt licks for cows, big cubes of salt for cows to lick. And whenever my mom would check out at Home Depot till I was like 10, while she was paying, I'd go up and I'd just lick it.
That's so fun.
All the time.
That's
all
so
the fucking time. Alright, I'm done with
I would take that to the grave. I wouldn't tell anybody that.
What?
Oh, you haven't that whole thing. Go crazy.
Oh, wait, is that like a lot?
That's good.
Did you not just taste it?
Well, I don't know what's
It's meant to be
How much
consumed
do you
as-
spread on toast? Because there's no way that makes it across the whole toast.
Oh no,
right?
yeah, like it
I
depends.
know it varies.
Yeah,
Like,
some people
I
like
put it
a
on
little
pretty
bit.
thick.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. Ooh.
What did you? What? Can you bring the camera over here and
Yeah.
look at his little pile?
This is the classic Charlie experience.
We have 2 trash cans, and he's just dropping his nibbly bits on the floor.
Nibbly bits.
That sounds like an Australian snack.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm in their heads.
Oh my god, that's so bad. What the fuck? Okay, I can't finish it.
Yeah, wait. I've learned some over the years. I would say these shapes are fair dinkum tasty.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, that's all
not
I
bad.
know.
Have you heard like Bloody Oath?
What's that?
Bloody Oath?
Mm-mm.
So if you said fair dinkum tasty, I'd say Bloody Oath.
Like you agree?
Yeah. Same.
Wow.
It's like a code
I'm
language.
so cultured. Oh yeah. Damn,
Do
we
the-
could do a lot more.
Yeah, do the sweet tart one.
See, they don't. No, but they don't seem that bad.
Oh, these are like the kind of thing you get like at the deli.
No, I'm so
The
cool.
deli.
It's
That's
like,
how you call it, like a deli.
no, like they have the same. They have the
But they
same.
have the sweet and stuff,
like
like
liquor
thicker
mix.
Yeah, like what we call like a milk bar.
Actually, I'm on these.
These are pretty
I don't like it.
You're just weird.
I don't like cherry, so.
I hate cherry as well. I'm with
Yeah.
you there.
Feel better.
9.
Oh, wow.
I'd go 7.
7.
I got 6. It's like not bad.
I feel like a 2.
What you
It's
hate?
better than some of the other things.
Yeah, that went straight down. Are these not the same thing as the twisties?
No, that was
These ones you gotta put in your fingers whilst you eat them.
Oh, there you go. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you like put them all on your fingers and you just like eat them all.
Can you please do all 5 fingers? And
Oh,
then-
they're like what are the ones?
Bugles.
Bugles. They're like bugles.
Bugles.
Yeah.
Should've had it- Wait, what if your fingers are too big?
Wait, actually, here.
Yeah, well,
What?
Put them on your finger.
Put on your little finger. Oh, there you go. Please be good. Please be good.
Those are good.
This is much more like Cheeto Puffs.
Yeah, this is very Cheeto Puffs.
They're good. I like those.
I give that like a solid 9. I'd say actually.
They're way less orange though.
Yeah.
I was gonna go 7.
We got the cream pies. We
What are
got
the
chips.
Airheads?
We've got Airheads.
What are they?
Oh, you guys don't have Airheads?
Yeah, do
Oh,
it.
those were also iconic in elementary
Are
school.
they sour?
No.
Not really.
Like warheads.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'd like to go back and change this to an 8. They get better every one you eat.
What's the best flavor?
The
white
white, yeah, the white one's
cherry?
very good.
White is mystery, so everybody loves
I
that.
used to like the
I wanna try the
blue
mystery
ones.
Blue
It's
is
mystery. Watermelon.
Hey, throw
Yeah,
me
I want a
one real
mystery
quick.
one as
I'll
well.
show you.
What does that even mean?
I'll
Mystery
show
one?
you the the
me
secrets of warheads when you were
You
a
gotta
kid.
slap 'em.
Yeah, you take it like this, and if you do this for long enough, your
It'll
knuckles will
shrink.
really hurt, but it'll squish up into a little ball.
Yeah, like keep shrinking. Yeah,
You
just
guys
keep doing
eat
it.
them, and I'll keep going.
I see what you mean by your
hurt.
knuckles will start hurting.
Sometimes
Yeah.
they hold that hard, they crack.
Oh, you do
can't
it,
remember doing
Red
that.
Yeah, sort of like a recipe.
Jesus Christ,
They're
man.
different.
Well, like,
Through it.
Oh yeah. Let me
Yeah,
see.
you're really
Give me an
cooking it.
update. Let me see a length update.
Yep.
Nice. All right, keep going. You guys can eat. Yeah, eat them
Yeah,
whenever.
you guys, don't you worry about me.
I feel like that's a bad flavor.
Well, we don't know what. Did you eat mystery?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know what you got.
What?
Wait, so
Could've
this
been
is
anything.
Is mystery
Also,
just
it's
the
any one of
flavors
these.
out of here?
It has its own flavor,
The
but
rumor used to be all the leftovers from the other flavors would get like jammed together, and that was your
I
mystery.
believe it.
It kind of tastes like
I was gonna say, I
watermelon.
have no
Yeah,
idea
this
what
just
that
tastes like watermelon.
Just depends on what batch you got, you know.
Yeah. This is incredibly like fake looking.
Yeah, that's
Red
about
dye
right.
40
That's that red dye 40 for you. Enjoy the carcinogens. Makes sense.
Oh, it tastes like a Starburst,
These kind of taste like Zappos.
but like worse. Oh,
That's what they taste like.
They do taste like that.
It's like, oh, it tastes like this, but like actual dog shit.
No, the
Yeah.
grape one tastes exactly like a Zappo.
No, you're doing it.
It
bad.
does. Try
I'm trying
one.
to grab one.
Bro, I'm saving a couple cherries for later. Don't mind me.
All right.
Sour cream and onion lays?
No.
That's next.
They like don't sound bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just like a normal chip. Oh.
Yeah.
That's good.
They're like the sour cream and chives.
What?
Smiths.
Yeah, no, those are like.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, good. Like 8. Give them an 8.
Like a 9.
Have you guys tried a cherry rocket?
A cherry rocket?
No, they're
Cherry
right.
ride.
Yeah, I like that flavor.
Show it to me, Charlie.
Cherry ride?
Oh, also by Cadbury.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
It's probably filled with cherry.
Oh, ew, oh, wow. Ew, 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 ew.
Oh, wow. Coconut?
Oh, no, that's like just actual.
It's like cherry flavored coconut. I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's confusing.
Oh, it's not. It's
I think
just
they get
bad.
like better the more you have them.
Oh, that's actual dog shit.
You have the whole thing.
I don't want the whole
Damn
thing.
it.
That's up there with Vegemite.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Those are good.
That's no, that's a bunch of poop.
Luscious cherries and coconut and old gold rich dark chocolate.
Oof.
I wasn't prepared for what I was biting into. Now that I know, I don't hate it.
What is that?
It looked like a raw, like it was
Now
very.
that I have the knowledge of what this is supposed to be.
It's like if you take a sip of water and it's actually Sprite and your brain didn't know and you're like, what the fuck is this? Doesn't mean you hate Sprite. You were just shocked.
Yeah, I wasn't confused.
It looks like raw meat.
That was just bad. I'd rather lick the toilet seats clean.
Oh my god. That's insulting.
Sorry.
It's a 6 from me.
That's a 0. Well, what did I give Vegemite?
Is that gummy one?
Whatever I gave Vegemite, a little less.
the oatmeal cream pies, I think,
What?
is a good one to end on.
Oh,
That's a good one to end on.
The what's
oh my god, Bryce.
That's crazy. And yes.
That's a crazy
Yeah, I don't really want that.
That is a crazy name though. I will not
Little Debbie's back.
Oh, is it actually Little Debbie?
It's Little Debbie.
Fuck. Oh, that doesn't
These look
smell
so
good,
bad.
bro. It's like,
Yeah, love.
It's
hope.
shiny. Yep.
Diabetes.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
gross.
that's straight adipose right there, baby.
That's filthy.
I don't want to take a bite.
I'm waiting for you
No,
to
it
tell me.
tastes kind of like a Twinkie. It's bad.
Oh.
It's a bit better, but it tastes
I
kind
was
of
gonna
like
say, I
it.
remember them being better than Twinkies. But I
They're
love
just
them.
less. They taste less sugary.
Yeah,
with
just
oatmeal.
less aggressive.
What does it taste like?
You reckon it tastes similar?
He said it's bad. It must be real bad.
That's a good, healthy breakfast in America.
Wait, you have these for breakfast? Oh, I was gonna say.
I would believe it. Dude.
I did believe
But
it.
not that bad.
I've
Well,
seen some of your cereals are just straight up like you may as well put sugar in them.
That is all of our cereals actually.
Yeah, the first time I came to America, I had like Lucky Charms, and I was just hooked on them.
Yeah,
They were so good.
Actual sugar.
You guys should have brought a bunch up.
Yeah, you have Raisin brand over there called Sultana brand. And
Yeah.
I hear it's great. What's happening? What's happening?
That's fair.
They're all trying their best not to like spit it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love shapes though, let me tell ya. These are really good.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, I feel like that's we got a worse trade-off. I feel like you won.
You guys had the much better food on the whole, I'd actually say. But we also just tried to give you like the most
American?
Well, not only
Just
most
say,
like
the common ones.
Yeah, like common ones, and even like comparable ones to what you had. So like there are better snacks out there. These are just like the most known ones, I'd say.
I feel like I'm not a fan of your like.
I'm gonna need this.
Your
like,
way of
sweets.
life, yeah.
No, I like your sweets and stuff, but like some of your like I don't know, like your fast food's like kind of crazy.
Good
I don't
crazy
mind,
or bad
yeah, like
crazy?
good, like
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A
good.
goes hard.
Oh yeah.
Can't beat Chick-fil-A.
No, yeah.
All right. This was fun.
This was fun. Thanks for the snacks. Hope you
thanks,
guys.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not gonna say thank you for yours, but
Yeah, I know you didn't like Little Debbie that much, but she appreciated she appreciated you trying it anyway. I'm sure.
Thanks for the shapes, really. That was good.
Little Debbie is actually like gonna be like my nightmare from
It's
now
like my
on.
sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
even
I
now.
love
It's not even a good picture too. Like if I showed like my kid that, I'd expect him to be scared.
Well, most people are when they see Little Debbie. That's like that is like actually heart attack stuff.
That's like my sleep paralysis demon for the next like.
All right, Charlie, wrap it up for us.
That's about it. I'm confident all of you know this, but YouTube actually allows some very interesting content under its education policy. So if they deem that the content is intended to serve an educational purpose, you're allowed to get away with almost anything. And heavens to Betsy, I tell ya, sports fans, it does include nudity. Many of you might remember a scandal from a few years back on how a lot of shady content creators were skirting this policy by posting porn, but calling it education. There used to just be porn scenes that were dropped on here under the defense of it being educational for like sex ed. That kind of got, banished to the shadow realm, but that whole idea of education allowing nudity has been exploited for a long time. Another big one was naked yoga. I actually think this one's still around. It's just not as prevalent as it was a few years ago after their crackdown on it. But basically it was, porn, but they'd throw in a couple of yoga poses in the beginning while being nude. But a lot of times the yoga wasn't actual poses, like it's not real yoga. They'd have shit like, behold, this one is the stuffed turkey, and then they start fingering themselves. Or, this is a partner yoga pose, so get an assistant here, get into a downward dog position and have them blow a raspberry on your pussy. It'll help you unlock the 7th inner gate of taijutsu like Might Guy from Naruto. It's integral to aligning your chakras. It was basically just, again, exploiting this educational policy on YouTube in order to post porn. So, after this long-winded explanation of the YouTube educational policy and how it can allow nudity on the platform, it's time to talk about what's brought this up. A YouTuber is absolutely blowing up right now thanks to one video they made, a tutorial on how to nair your asshole. And he doesn't pull any punches here. There's no smoke and mirrors, there's no censorship here. It's just immediately the video blasts you with an anus jump scare. Within the first 4 seconds, he spreads his cheeks at the camera like he's preparing to show you a magic trick, and then bang, it's the whole chocolate factory on display. And again, there's no censorship or anything like that. And then nairs his ass. And it has over 10 million views in the last week. It's been going super viral with people being shocked and stunned that it's allowed on YouTube. Because I guess a lot of people weren't familiar with this educational policy loophole on nudity for YouTube. So a lot of people were just like taken aback by it and now joking around about it. And this success from the video kind of snowballed his entire channel. Now he has quite a few videos with well over 1 million and 2 million views. I tell you, the trickle-down economics from the asshole hair extermination content really did wonders for his whole brand here. And from what I can tell, this seems to be the only video he's made where there's nudity in it, but I didn't do the deepest dive on his content, so I don't know if that's 100% accurate or not, but this is by far his biggest one. It really is a wild situation when you stop and think about it. In the modern landscape of YouTube, people are afraid of naughty swear words, so they'll censor themselves, so that way they can stay monetized. Meanwhile, this guy said, fuck that, here's my ass. And here's how you nair it, if any of you need to nair your hairy ass as well. And he's like actually exploding because of it. But anyway, we went over it more on stream, and it led to a really deep and insightful conversation on swamp ass. So I'm just gonna put all those clips here now. There's a YouTuber named Kevin Leonard who used nair on his butthole on camera. People keep saying that. Is this like a really popular video or something? How to douche your butt. A detailed guide. How to safely shave your pubes. Butt plugs. How to finger your butt. Why you need to shart after he comes in your butt. And it just shows like full nudity? I mean, it's educational. I mean, yeah, it is educational, I suppose. Someone's got to teach you how to use nair on your chocolate starfish, I guess. The thumbnails can go crazy. It's just a picture of him smiling and it says, nair on butt. He literally goatsies his ass 3 seconds into the video. I mean, it's only a 3-minute video, so at the very least, he's not putting any filler content for the mid-rolls. He's right into the here's how you nair your butt. That's wild. Yeah, these videos are extremely popular. The nairing your butt has 8.7 million views in 9 days. He's a star. What's Nair? It's that thing that, like, burns your hair off. It's supposed to be for, like, you know, if you want to get rid of your armpit hair, you Nair it. That kind of thing. Shave your asshole for a video now? Nah. I shaved my ass a couple times. Like, not with Nair or anything like that. I didn't chemically obliterate the hair on my ass. But I tried to do it to get rid of swamp ass because I thought it would help. Because it's always hot in Florida. So I used to get swamp ass pretty bad. It didn't help. It just made it a lot worse. It just made it, like, much damper. Because at least the hair worked as, like, some kind of, like, shag carpet to catch it, so it didn't just make my cheeks all slippery. But once that was gone, they were able to just fucking flood. So it didn't help with the swamp ass, long story short. So I don't bother doing it anymore. Did you ever cure it? Yeah, it actually just kind of went away when I got older. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, my ass just stopped being swampy as I aged. Maybe out of fear. Didn't want to be shaved again, so it stopped. Ass dried up. Yeah. Out of swamp juice. Which is a good thing. I'm happy that it's no longer a real issue. Childhood allergies? Brother, you think I was shaving my ass as a child? What the fuck? No, man, I was like in college. No, it wasn't childhood allergies that caused my swamp ass. No. It had nothing to do with anything. I love that idea, though, that you could have an allergic reaction to something and your ass just gets swampy. Like, oh my god, wait, is there peanuts in this? Oh god, no. You just fucking leaking out your pants. Fuck! I told you no peanuts, damn it! God, blast! You should see a doctor if your ass is leaking. Well, I mean, if your ass is leaking, maybe, yeah, but swamp ass is super normal. Just sweat. It's just sweat, and it gets swampy because it's your fucking brown balloon knot, so it's gonna be swampy. My asshole does not sweat. I don't know why you're coming in here and lying. You're not impressing anyone, big man. Everyone's ass sweats. Like, your whole body is literally designed to sweat. Just different levels of it. Maybe you live a pretty sedentary life and you haven't noticed it. This was very brave of you. My ass sweats a lot sometimes. I'll leave spots on a fabric seat. You're among friends here, pal. Don't worry. This is a no judgment zone. Oh, yeah, we've been getting into scientific topics for the last hour. Fucking microplastics, phytoestrogen from soy, now swamp ass. Yeah, we've covered pretty much all of the main anatomy and physiology 101 course topics, honestly. We got the whole goddamn rubric knocked out. These are some fucking stupid ass terms, brother. Mud butt. This is fucking dumb now. You're not even being scientific anymore. It's not often I like to spend a lot of time and play around in the pig pen when it comes to internet beef. I usually like to put that beef on a taco and just eat it one time, and I don't think there's any reason to go back for seconds. Typically, the cycle of life works. I'll make a video on something or someone, make jokes about it, talk about it, and then that person will respond with their own jokes, saying their own piece, and that's that. That's proper internet drama etiquette. That's just a beautiful thing, the way the Lord intended. I don't usually like to go back and respond to their response. It just seems highly unnecessary and feels more like milking a situation than actually like making it entertaining or just generally talking about something. Of course, I have done it in the past a few times where it really feels like it's an important situation and one that I really do need to respond to again, or if it's just a highly wild one and I just have that little devil on my shoulder that I can't persuade otherwise and it forces me to make yet another video about something silly. But usually I steer clear of it, and today's one of those special cases where I am going to be responding to someone's response. 2 days ago now, I made a video on a self-proclaimed super wealthy guru who was talking about how he could take your girl because he has so much money, and if you make less than 10K a month, you shouldn't go to the gym. You're a fucking idiot if you go to the gym. It was just really embarrassing stuff, and I was just pointing out how silly and stupid all of it was, just making fun of him. And he didn't take too kindly to it, so he put on his extra small big boy pants and said, "Alright, bub, so you want to tussle with the lack of muscle? I'll challenge you to a fight." So he made a fight declaration to me to, like, box me. And this is the main reason I'm talking about this goober again. When you challenge someone to a fight because they made jokes about you, I feel like you lose on the spot because all you're showing is that the jokes hurt your feelings. They got under your skin. So now you're coping with this defense mechanism of, I'll beat you in a fight because of what you said. And I feel like that's just the ultimate fucking L. Now, let's walk through this hypothetical. Let's say I took up the malnourished Martian on his fight offer, and he beats my ass. He brutalizes me somehow. He takes his McLaren out, and he's like, "Get a load of this, tough guy," and he starts wailing on me. What does that change about everything I've said about him? It's all still the truth. All the jokes are still applicable. It's just never fully computed with me, because it always comes across as even whinier and more pathetic, at least in my eyes. And I'm sure the reason he's doing it is just for the sake of soaking up as much attention as possible. He makes it very clear in the beginning of the video that he's doing all of this for views, so I have no doubt that's the play. But what if I was to accept his offer? I feel like that would be his legitimate worst nightmare, because I am 100% sure he's never thrown a punch in his life, not even in his dreams, because his bones would shatter. And let's not forget, I do keep that big iron on me. And these pythons, they don't play nice. But being in great shape doesn't correlate to being a great fighter. So who knows, maybe this guy absolutely could slap me around in a physical fight. But we won't find out because I don't plan on accepting the offer regardless.
It was by this guy Penguinz, whatever his name is.
Brother, you have the video up on the screen. What do you mean Penguinz, whatever his name is? You could have just opened your eyes. Are you too wealthy to just read? Can you read? It's Penguinz0.
He was talking a bunch of crap about my video. So we're going to respond. This is my reaction. Okay, we're not going to get heated in this. I'm not really massively triggered. I just want to take advantage of the views. So we're going to get right into this.
Immediately, this little weasel's already lying. I wasn't talking crap about his videos. I was talking shit about his videos.
Okay, I don't only own a McLaren. I used to have a 570S that was white. If you followed me for a while, you know this. It was a convertible drop top. Okay, had that car, sold it. Got a yellow Maserati, then got bored, and I was like, I got to get another McLaren. So I have a McLaren, a Maserati Ghibli. That's a 1 of 5, by the way, which costs way more than this entire fucking YouTube channel's ad revenue on a monthly basis. And then...
Man, he's really putting that egg on my face right now. I look real silly. This guy means business. He's got a lot of expensive cars. Holy shit. And he sets the record straight. The McLaren isn't rented. He showed the keys. And then even mentioned that he puts his Instagram sticker on the back. So I'd prefer if he just rented it. You put your fucking Instagram handle as a sticker on the back of your McLaren, it's already worthless now. You've ruined it.
I literally post this thing all around. I have my Instagram sticker on the back. People have seen the videos all over. You can't rent that every single day. Okay, so this part pisses me off because he says the name wrong like 8 times in a row. It's not McLaren, it's McLaren. Okay, so... that's how we know this guy doesn't really have a lot of status. He doesn't understand these things.
Well, you can't argue with him there. That is a bulletproof case he's presented. I wasn't pronouncing it to his liking. I wasn't saying McLaren, though. I was just saying it fast. McLaren, 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 McLaren. Like, it's not a hard word to pronounce. I don't know why he's trying to nitpick that. But anyway, I don't need to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. I'll show you the creme de la creme here. I'll give you the climax where he mentions the boxing match with me.
The funny part is that I don't need to be in shape. And you know what? I'm going to make this statement in the video. We should do a boxing match with him because he does not. I'll box this guy. I'll do something with him because I guarantee you he can't outrun me in a mile. Okay. I can still, to this very day, with the amount of times that I don't work out, I can still run a 6-minute mile, maybe 5.5-minute mile.
Whoa, stand back. We got ace athlete out here who could beat me in a race, which he absolutely could. I have no doubt about that. I can count on 2 fingers the people I can beat in a foot race. 1, a toddler that hasn't learned to walk yet, so he can only crawl. And 2, a 90-year-old that's using a walker. Everything else is going to be a close match. Though I don't know what running has to do with boxing. The two don't really correlate. They're very different. But anyway, the boxing offer. This is what I'm saying. I find that to just be completely worthless. Like, that has nothing to do with anything I was saying at all. If I was making the claim that I could beat his ass, then that boxing challenge holds a lot of water. Then that holds a lot of weight. I was just making fun of him. I've just always said, like, if you challenge someone to a fight because they hurt your feelings, that's an embarrassing look for you. It'd be a very different story if I was the one instigating, like, oh man, this guy, I'd beat his ass all over the place. I'd beat him like a drum. Then him challenging me to a fight's like, okay, he's stepping up. Now, am I going to follow through on what I was saying? And then it's on me, and then I look like a bitch if I don't. And I feel like that's not a super hot take, because usually it's a fight fire with fire. So if you're getting insulted or you feel insulted because of the jokes, you insult back or make jokes back. And that's the accepted battle terms. For an example, Uwe Boll, terrible director, used to make a lot of awful films, but his big shtick that made him a legendary clown is he would challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Critics that insulted his movies, he would challenge to a boxing match, and he became an absolute laughingstock, even though somebody once accepted it and lost. Uwe Boll was still the bigger joke, and in fact was even a larger joke after winning against this critic. He didn't look tougher, he looked even stupider. It's just one of those things where when you get offended and your defense is, I'll fight you for it, I just feel like it's a bad look.
If I don't go to the gym, that doesn't mean I'm insecure. It means that I'm actually more confident in my body. I'm very talented in other areas. I don't need to have big muscles to be good or athletic at things, right? A lot of the things that we challenge ourselves with that we think that we can't achieve are all up here. It really has not a lot to do with physical. I'm a marketer. I don't need to be massively fit, okay? I like to have all my stuff up here. Doesn't mean I have to go to the gym and be this muscle maniac. That this everybody has their own preference. I think that it's a waste of time. I think it's a mounds of insecurity.
This is the section where I was talking about his shaming of people that go to the gym and calling them fucking idiots for it. So he's immediately going off the rails into, like, lecture douchebag mode, where he's like, well, actually, a lot of the obstacles that you encounter are mental, not physical. Like, that has nothing to do with anything right now. You're fighting some fucking ghosts. That doesn't matter. The whole point was, I even mentioned, if you're confident in your body, that's great. Why are you shaming people that want to look different than you do? You shitting on people who go to the gym, insinuating that they're poor and have no right to be there unless they're making more than $10,000 a month, comes across as bitter, delusional, and insecure. And for some reason, he tries to flip that around by saying, well, no, actually, going to the gym portrays insecurity. Like, the delusion is almost impressive. You're not even making any good points here. You're not even defending your stance very well. No one's forcing you to go to the gym. No one's twisting your arm like, hey, listen, Buster, get your ass in the gym. You don't have to. No one's making you. But why are you shitting on people that do? It's not a waste of time at all. It's not even a huge time commitment to get in good shape. An hour a day and then changing your diet around to make your health better? Like, it's not even this huge detriment that's going to lead to them being broke or anything. It's just absolute nonsense from a guy who I'm certain has never picked up anything heavy in his life.
Because if you look at a person who lifts and a person who doesn't lift but has a lot of skill sets and has high intellect, the guy with a lot of intellect, with a lot of path and purpose and skill sets, it's going to win. Just because you can lift things doesn't mean you're smart. It just means that you can just lift shit. I mean, it's like...
So much useless drivel and cope for why he doesn't lift. You can do both here, dummy. You can lift and still be highly intellectual. Even if being in great shape isn't necessary for the skill set for your career path, it's still probably worth doing because it's not a massive time investment for it. Lifting occasionally and eating better is not somehow going to ruin your chance of success and lead to you being broke and unable to find a career path that makes more than 10K a month or whatever the fuck you're talking about. This is just all mental gymnastics to justify you personally not wanting to go to the gym. Just don't. But I don't understand the point in shitting in people who do. It's just so weird.
There's no excuse to why you can't make 10K a month. And honestly, life doesn't really start until $30,000 a month. I make a bunch of videos about this.
I know a lot of people think this guy is rage baiting or playing a character, but I have good reason to believe that he is completely genuine. From everything I've seen from him, this really does seem to be the way he views the world. He proudly proclaims that life doesn't start till you're making $30K a month, and that there's absolutely no excuse for somehow making less than $10K a month. This is a guy who lost touch with reality long ago.
It's not what I'm talking about as far as protect. It's not about the physicality. It's about the fact of the matter that she needs to feel safe and protected in a nice home with a good financial situation, be able to raise kids and be able to go out with her friends and still be the woman that she wants to be and have her own path and purpose. It's not about the physicality, okay? And also, if you make enough money, you get a security team, okay? Now, I don't have one, but all I'm saying there is that you use money to give you extra freedoms.
So he made a point to say that if you're not making 6 figures a year, you need to break up with your girlfriend right now because he'll probably fucking steal her from you because he has more money, which means he can protect her and provide for her better than you can. He explains that the protecting thing wasn't about physicality, like physically being able to defend her from harm. It was being able to give her like a big house and shelter and financial freedom to spend money to go out with her friends and raise a kid. Now, I live in the real world where you don't need 6 figures to be able to provide a safe household like that to afford those kind of good things. But he's out there in fucking Narnia, Fantasyland, where apparently you need 6 figures for that. But regardless, what really stands out to me is his last claim, where when you're making a lot of money, you get a security team. That was a huge red flag. That sounded the alarms. The sirens blared that this guy is most likely a fraud and pretending he is fake. We, at our warehouse, actually did look into hiring a full-time security team for the property. It is an outrageous expense. From all of the research I've done on his media company, I can neither confirm nor deny if his claims are accurate about it generating 9 figures for his clients. The only place that's spouting those numbers are his websites, and he has fucking 3 of them. One of them hasn't been maintained in the last 3 years. All it does is drip feed fanfic about his upbringing, as well as 404 when you try and look up anything else about it. And then underneath a documentary he made where he sucks his own dick, it's just this giant white page, just this void of emptiness. So there's no good information there, but on his other 2 websites, he does have claims that it's 9-figure generating. But as he mentions in his response, that doesn't mean he's worth 9 figures. From all of the numbers I can find online, and I always take these with a grain of salt, his net worth is between $3 to $6 million. If those numbers are even close to accurate, he himself couldn't afford a full-time security team. He lives where I do, in Florida. If you wanted to hire just one full-time bodyguard for a property or whatever, you are looking at an expense of roughly $150K for one person. That's not even a full team. He would run out of money in like 2 years, perhaps. So it, to me, seems like he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's making it sound like this is a common purchase people start making when they start getting a lot of money, when it is not. This is something that's reserved only for like the highest income individuals or actual large businesses. To me, this really just feels like he's pretending. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better.
If you see how he edits the video right there, he trimmed it because he knew what he was about to say was stupid. That's the only time where he trimmed the video, where he cut it. Because he knows that he was about to say that it's not important to make 10K a month when I know damn well with 12 million subscribers, he makes more than $10,000 a month. It's hypocritical for him to say that because he has things behind him right now that, from what I can see, they're not cheap things.
This is a big gotcha moment from him here. An astute observation. He noticed a cut, but then falsely claims it's the only one I made. Bro, I make cuts in videos. This isn't all just one take. Sometimes I actually do get videos in just like one full fucking take, but usually I don't. I'll fumble words, and that's when it gets cut, and I'll go back and explain things differently, say something else entirely. It's all very normal. I actually just did it. I'm not sure if you noticed. It's not uncommon. In a live stream, I can't do that, so yeah, all of that's one take. But, I mean, you're in the space, right? Like, you have to know how video editing works and video making. I don't know why he's trying to catch me on a cut and assuming that I was about to say that making 10K a month isn't important. And it's also not hypocritical either, if I was to make that point. You don't need to be making 10K a month to be happy. You just simply don't. Your whole personality is money. I lived the majority of my life without even imagining $10,000 a month, and I was happy then too. Just as happy then as I am now. It's not a necessary, absolute must-have thing, and you're not a failure if you don't get $10,000 a month. Contrary to the delusion that you're fucking encumbered by, you don't need 30K a month to start living. You don't. Like, I can't believe anyone actually thinks that way. What an outrageous claim to make. So, I wasn't going to say that, but I'll say it now. You don't need 10K a month in order to go to the gym, to have a loving relationship, to provide for your girlfriend, protect her, have a happy life, have happy kids. You don't ever need to breach 10K a month to reach that level.
It's not a bad spot. I don't need a massive house with 18 fucking bedrooms with nobody to vacate them. That's a stupid financial investment, okay? The car is not, because the car is for marketing. The car is something I enjoy. Houses are stationary. They don't move. Cars move, and I have fun with the wind in my face.
Finally, something reasonable here. I pointed out that his house tour is a very nice spot, but it's not a mega mansion, which confused me because he's all about flexing his cars, for example. And he defended it by saying that it's a nice spot, but he doesn't need a big house. He doesn't want a huge mansion. It'd be a bad investment for him financially. He doesn't want a lot of eyes on him. And all of that makes sense. Completely agree. You don't need a huge house or anything like that. But then why doesn't that same line of logic apply to your McLaren and your supercars, your extremely expensive cars? He tries to say that the cars are for marketing. Why? Because you slap your Instagram handle on the back of one of them? I'm just going to hit you with the cold water and give you the truth. There has never been a single living, breathing human being that has seen a car with an Instagram handle on it that thought to themselves, wow, that piqued my interest. I can't wait to check out that Instagram account of that cool guy driving that car. 100% of the time, people write you off as driving a cringe-mobile. That is the worst marketing. It's like anti-marketing. It makes people laugh at you. But regardless, with the house, you're right. You don't need a big house, same way you didn't need those expensive cars. But you mentioned that you have fun with them. Well, I'd actually understand if you did have a mega mansion because it'd fall in line with what you were just talking about, where guys who don't make 6 figures a month need to break up with their girlfriends because they can't protect and provide. If you had a big house, you would be providing for your girlfriend, right? You mentioned that you have a girlfriend. I imagine she lives with you. You mentioned people live with you. Wouldn't getting a huge house pretty much be exactly what you preach? You're giving her a great place to be protected in, provided, afforded luxuries, raise a kid in. Like, that falls more in line with what you're saying than owning these worthless supercars. Like, that feels like it should be so much further down the list of priorities for your money. Now, I completely agree. You don't need a big house. But what you're not recognizing is that the way you're living your life in terms of, like, your house is exactly what I and everyone else with a brain is saying. That you don't need $30K a month to live a happy life. You don't need $30K a month to start living, as you claim. You are in a house right now with your girlfriend and whoever else that people could afford without $30K a month, and you are happy. And I imagine they are happy as well. So the life you are currently living contradicts the one that you are preaching about. You are living a lifestyle that is not $30K a month. You are living something that people can live right now without even coming close to that. And yet you're shitting on them if they don't reach it and shaming them for not making that kind of money. It's hypocritical, I would argue. I just wanted to mention that because I found it to be the most interesting component here. I ended up going through more of the video here than I planned on. I just found the whole thing to be just kind of fascinating in a way, so I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and that's about it. So yeah. The most expensive game ever put up for sale is a game that you have never heard of. I am almost 100% certain of it. It's a game that does actually exist. It's not just make-believe, phony baloney nonsense. It is a real game, and it is a game that has been played by at least 16 people. And it's a game called Spooky Men, and it retails for $100,000 on Steam. Or at least it used to. But the developer must have realized the power and the beauty of Spooky Men and came to the conclusion that any sane person would. That he was actually underselling the game. The price didn't match the quality. He needed to charge more for it. This is Spooky Men we're talking about, for heaven's sake. Like, heavens to Betsy, it's Spooky Men. He was basically giving it away for free with a $100,000 price tag. So, he made the logical decision. He eventually cranked up the price of Spooky Men to $1 million to buy it. At $1 million for a video game, that shit better be coming with the goddamn One Piece. Like, that has to have some crazy treasure that's gonna change my life. If I don't fire up Spooky Men and instantly get taller, more attractive, and with a fuller beard, then what's the point? It's basically a scam. 1 million clams, these Spooky Men better come out of my computer screen and actually suck my cock. As advertised, these men are spooky. Let's go ahead and check the description of what it's about. You know, maybe it really is worth the price of admission here. Spooky Men is an online 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror game. Complete tasks and exorcise the malevolent demon. Use your wits to distract the ghost and survive its attacks as you explore the haunted property. Can you make it out alive? Finally, an innovative horror game complete with everything you'll ever need. Really, you know, you pay $1 million for Spooky Men and you will literally never need another video game in your life. This has it all. Demons, ghosts, exorcisms, 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror experience. It's got it all. What else could you possibly want in life? You know what? Actually, I know the answer to that question. I know what else you want in life. You want a better PC. Well, I've got you covered. Because Starforge is doing a huge site-wide sale starting from today, August 8th, and going until tomorrow, August 9th at midnight, with prices up to $150 off. Starforge has the best PCs in the universe, and today's our anniversary, so we're celebrating by doing this big sale here. Of course, every PC comes with a 2-year full parts and labor warranty, and tons of options to choose from, all catered to what your needs are. So definitely go to starforgesystems.com if you want to get yourself a new, great PC. Now, some of you might be there scratching at your chin, really flexing your noodle, trying to process, what makes Spooky Min so special? And the answer is nothing. Nothing at all. This seems to be just another low-effort, asset flip, piece of shit horror game that is a dime a dozen on Steam. When dumpster diving on Steam, I've played a million games that look just like this. So why are they charging $100,000 or up to $1 million at one point? What is the purpose? Well, I actually had a theory that I speculated on stream, and many of you may have noticed that there's 16 reviews here, so you might be thinking that the developer made $1.6 million selling this piece of shit, but I think there's a lot more at play here. It's a lot deeper of a rabbit hole than that. I don't believe anyone actually paid $100,000 for this, except for this guy right here who just said, I'm rich. This patriot, this absolute madman, may have actually dumped $100K on this bad boy here, because this review was posted when it was still listed at $100K, so there is a chance that he did. So I think there is a chance this dude might have just actually fucking dumped his life savings on Spooky Min for the sake of a meme review, which maybe even prompted the developer to increase it to $1 million, because he's like, holy shit, I'm actually getting some fish here at $100K, what about $1 million? But yeah, I actually do think there is a real explanation here, and full disclosure, if you check the game right now, he lowered the price to $200, which is still an outrageous fucking price for a garbage, throwaway, rancid pile of puke. Like, it's still, you've got some gall. The chutzpah, yeah, the hair on that sack, to charge with a smile on your face $200 for Spooky Min is still absurd. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain why I think it was listed at $100K and $1 million at one point. What the fuck, there is actually a $100,000 Steam game called Spooky Min. 16 people bought this game. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it at one point cost 59 cents. And they changed it to $100,000. Maybe they changed it to this because they couldn't take it off Steam, so they just put it at a price no one could pay for. That's probably what happened then. That is a spooky man, though. Buy it. I'm definitely not doing that. I really do wonder what would happen, though, if I bought this for $100,000 and then issued a Steam refund and said I want it all in store credit. Could they process a $100,000 store credit refund? What are the limits here? Because you can charge fucking anything for games on Steam. Theory will only take you too far, will only take you so far. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. It is wacky to think about. Because very clearly this is not worth $100,000. It shouldn't even be an option to charge this fucking much on Steam. But Steam doesn't give a shit, so. Buy it, beat it in 10 minutes, refund, say this is ridiculous, I can't believe I paid $100,000 for this, I chose this over a car payment, or a house payment. I want my refund. They'd have to give me the refund because I'm well within my right. Out 100K, but you also gain 100K in store credit. Yeah, that would literally last me an entire lifetime with Steam. I would never need to use credit card or anything on Steam ever again. I'd just always have fucking store credit. How much do you think every single game on Steam would cost altogether? Isn't there a site that has the answer to that? Oh, yeah, there is. How much does it cost to buy all the Steam games? Ever wonder how much it costs to buy all games from Steam? Well, at the moment it costs $980,000. How many fake high prices, though? Oh, true, since this was updated 3 hours ago, it's absolutely going to be taking this $100,000 price tag into account, won't it? Yes, this is going to be highly inflated with games like this. This and Destiny 2 make up 90%. You know, the game used to be 59 cents, and then he cranked it to 100 grand, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason is the game's shitty. The game is probably really bad, and he doesn't want people to buy it until it's done, because it's still in early access, but he also doesn't want to take it down either, because then it'll be another $100 to put it back up. It's $100 to add a game. It used to be. There's a fee to post games on Steam. There used to be. And it used to be $100. I think that's still the case, right? They didn't get rid of that. They didn't waive the fee. I tried looking for the developer's Twitter or something like that in order to see if they've made a statement about the price anywhere or anything, but I haven't found anything from them, so I can only continue to speculate, but I think I've pinned the tail on the donkey here. I think the reason for the price being up to like $100K and $1 million and shit like that was to put it out of people's price range so no one would accidentally buy it. So it meant that he could work on the game without fear of someone buying the game and being mean to him about it or something, maybe. It's basically a way of making sure nobody can buy it, because no one's going to pay $100K for it, right? That's not exactly a cheap, affordable price someone's just going to drop all willy-nilly. So I think that was probably the goal, but now he's dropped the price to $200, and now I think the goal is really out of greed, because this did get a lot of publicity. There were quite a few articles written about it and people joking about it on Twitter, so I think what must have happened is he was tipped off about all of this new publicity that he was finding, and he thought, okay, well, what if I bring the price way down? Maybe some people will buy it for the meme. And he's probably right. I do imagine there are a couple of people that probably spent $200 for Spooky Min in the couple of days that he's had it there now, at that price. Which would, of course, be a very reckless waste of money, but that shit does happen from time to time. I myself am guilty as being someone who dumped $200 twice now on absolute repulsive garbage for the sake of a meme, a little goof with it. Of course, you can always refund it, right? Like, no one's actually going to buy this game and not refund it. But even still, it's still just is so embarrassing to do that. I can't help but be a little bit regretful that I spent $200 on something like, you know, Super Fight or whatever. So I'm not doing it again. I'm not spending $200 on Spooky Min, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've never seen a game priced this high. Even though I always knew you theoretically could on Steam, I would still just like to think that there's some kind of safeguard in place to prevent a developer from doing this kind of shit. Like, there's no reason you should ever be able to have your price go up to $100,000 or $1 million. Like, I don't see that ever being utilized. I don't think it ever should be utilized. Nothing should be that expensive on Steam. But yeah, I just thought this was still pretty interesting. That's about it. So yeah. In the late 90s, a very popular Japanese game show tortured a man for a year and broadcast it every Sunday night. This isn't like reality TV where it's all fake and scripted, not to ruin Christmas for all the believers out there. This was legitimately torturing another human being for the sake of entertainment. And it was extremely popular, averaging 17 million viewers every Sunday night that they'd play the clips. That's absolutely massive, even by today's standards. It's more viewers than the last 4 years of the NBA Finals and the World Series, and obviously more than most television shows get. For reference, The Boys season premiere got around 8 million viewers, and according to YouTuber Atrocity Guide, who also covered this story, the most viewed episode of Game of Thrones got around 16 million viewers, so it even beats that. Just an absolutely massive success, but it doesn't stop there. The producers knew there was still a little milk left in those teats and they wanted to suckle. So they actually turned it from just a weekly broadcast into a full-blown live stream where you could log on online and watch him suffer in real time. So whenever you were just feeling particularly quirky, you could hop in there and watch a man be miserably tortured for the better part of a year. Doesn't that sound like fun? What a great way of starting the day. A nice bowl of cereal and milk for breakfast and watching a man's sanity slowly deteriorate as he dances around naked in absolute agony. Wonderful. This is the story of Nasubi. As I briefly mentioned, another YouTube channel named Atrocity Guide made a great video on this topic, but I wanted to go even deeper. So we, Caleb, Chelsea, and I, really did a fucking thorough deep dive, spreading the foul cheeks of this situation wide open, going through live streams, all of the broadcast clips, in order to really get a handle on just how vile this whole thing was. So let's begin. In 1998, a popular Japanese game show named Susanoo Dimpa Shonen held a raffle to find their next contestant for an upcoming show they were working on called A Life of Prizes. Nasubi ended up winning the lottery and was ecstatic. He believed this was going to be a big break for him since he was also an up-and-coming comedian, and he was escorted to a small apartment where he was then instructed to take off all of his clothes in order to participate in the game. The challenge was he would have to survive in this apartment on nothing but his winnings from sweepstakes. They only provided him with water, and he was told that he would not be allowed to leave or communicate with the outside world or have any access to anything that he didn't directly earn through magazine sweepstakes. He was told that he'd need to win 1 million yen, which at the time, 1998, was right around 8,000 US dollars, through only mail-in magazine sweepstakes in order to complete the challenge and be released from the room. And yes, this does include food. They didn't provide him with any food. The only food he'd have access to is the food that he earns through mail-in sweepstakes. It just feels like there were better odds of a bird carrying $10,000 in its mouth crashing through the apartment window than actually earning 10 grand through mail-in sweepstakes. This shit is like something you would actually hear of like fucked up prison guards at Guantanamo Bay doing as like a joke or something. It's so cruel and brutally difficult. But Nasubi did actually pull it off. It took Nasubi 335 days total to finally make enough money to be released from it. Or at least, so you'd think. This is actually only the tip of the iceberg here, but I just want to give you the story in a nutshell. And I also want to explain the name Nasubi, because that's not actually the contestant's real name. His actual name is Tomoaki Hamatsu. The name Nasubi actually means eggplant, and he got this because the producers used an eggplant to censor his genitals for the broadcast, and they also said that his head resembled the shape of an eggplant. The whole point of the Susanoo Dimpa Shonen broadcast here was to laugh at Nasubi. And people were. 17 million people having an old hoot and a holler, real side-splitting comedy, watching a man be legitimately tortured. Nasubi believed that he was being recorded and that the clips were going to be re-edited and broadcast for TV. So he would come in and like update people on what he's doing. Like, I just won this can of cat food. I just won this bicycle. And then he'd like dance around and try and make it entertaining. But he never knew that he was being live streamed the whole time. He was under the impression that it was just going to be moments from the challenge. Not that every excruciating second of this challenge was being broadcast to all of Japan. Extremely fucked situation, and this is just the bare outline of it. What I want to do for this video is actually go through a lot of clips and moments from this live stream and the broadcast, as well as just everything surrounding it, because it is so baffling. It is bizarre that this actually happened. I remember Vsauce did a video on what happens to the mind when you're cut off from stimulation in the outside world for an extended period of time. And unsurprisingly, it is so psychologically damaging to be completely alone and isolated like Nasubi was. And Vsauce only did like a few days. Nasubi did over a year, 15 months total.
なんと脱いで書いているとはい誰かが来た、はい、宅急便やった来た第1号
気分フードケミファさんのファイバーゼリー12個入りでございます。
いただきます。
This was Nasubi's first big win, a fat dubski. He was able to secure 12 pots of fiber jelly. I don't know what the fuck fiber jelly is. I've never heard of it in my life. That sounds like a made-up substance in the movie Snowpiercer, but it was huge for Nasubi because it's his first bit of food since this started, so he was extremely hungry and was able to get some nutrients. This wasn't the first thing he applied for, though. The first sweepstakes he was entering were for clothing items. He wanted to cover up, obviously, because being naked is going to be cold, uncomfortable, especially since it's being filmed. so he had applied for an apron first, but he didn't win.
やった!また何か当たったんだ。
はい。お名前出してもらいたいと思いまして。あ、はい、わかりました。はい。
当選か？
まずラーメン。全部で1700円になります。すいません、間違えました。
Obviously, since Nasubi was trapped in isolation, cut off from the rest of the world, he cherished every single knock at that door. It was the only bit of human interaction he gets. So he'd get excited, and of course he's expecting to win something, since why else would someone be knocking at the door? So he gets really hyped up, like, hey, finally something came that's gonna help me get closer to completing this challenge, or maybe it's food and I'm starving. But that wasn't always the case. Like in these two clips here, sometimes it was just fucking cruel, where a postman knocked on his door just to let him know that he needs to put his name on the mailbox or some shit, and then also someone put the wrong address for a ramen delivery, so he couldn't even have the ramen after smelling it. It was just really sad to see.
米か？
でんでねー。
米だ。ナスビ、米。
お米5キロです。
Finally, it seems fortune's looking up for Nasubi here. He's able to secure 5 kilograms of rice. But then things get heartbreaking when he realizes he has no way of cooking the rice, because he'd need to win a pot from a sweepstakes in order to use it. So he just has 5 kilograms of rice that he can't cook. It's fucking terrible. You know, like, it's a treasure that you can't have. So he gets desperate and he starts resorting to eating the rice raw.
ママグロをかじる。
お願いします。おかゆにでもちゃんとなってください。申し訳ないですけどね。ちょっとこれは失敗じゃないですか？ちょっと待って。ちょっと待ってよこれ。
実験成功。
見て。
Unable to continue eating the rice raw, Nasubi knew he needed to find some way to cook it, so he went full fucking Jimmy Neutron here. He hatched an idea to put the rice into one of the jelly fiber containers, and he put hot water in it, left it out overnight, hoping to make it somewhat cooked. As you can see in the clip, he said, even if it's gruel, just make it into something. It didn't work at all. So he came up with another plan to put it in the fiber jelly container, put it in the hot water, and set it next to the gas burner, so that way it would kind of cook it by proxy. And this worked. It was able to cook the rice, and now he had an efficient way of actually eating that rice that he won.
自転車に乗ってご飯が食える。幸せだな僕は。ね。
Slowly but surely, Nasubi was chipping away at that million yen goal, winning more and more prizes, such as a bicycle, which on the surface seems pretty useless since he couldn't take it outside, but he turned it into a stationary bike, and I'm sure that was like a good way of stimulating him, because what the fuck else are you gonna do? So he'd eat his watery rice while pedaling on the bicycle, and he started gathering more and more winnings. It started to look like my fucking dorm room from college, just a bicycle and all kinds of miscellaneous shit all over the place.
来ましたね、見事に。いやいや、やってみるもんですね。ほら。
お米の炊き方98年3月版ニューバージョンです。
ちゃってるよこれ。もうトレビアン。
He also upgraded his whole cooking operation by using a pin and a can of sake. He was able to create a pretty efficient cooking apparatus, so he was able to make rice more efficiently. He was even able to cook spaghetti now. So he was really like climbing up the tech tree here by just being an absolute fucking genius. And it's also worth noting, some of the more useless things he won, like the bicycle, wasn't entirely worthless because that helped increase the value of his winnings, bringing him closer to that million yen mark. So even if he couldn't get a ton of usage out of it directly, just having it in the room was beneficial because it gets him closer to being done with the challenge.
瞬間が訪れようとしている。しかし。
でもちょっと厳しいね。こんな小さすぎた。こんな感じになっちゃうね、ちょっとね。
Now it's been about 2 months in this clip here, and according to Atrocity Guide, Nasubi submitted 5,748 sweepstakes entries in the first month. So you can imagine that he's right around that 11,000, 12,000 sweepstake entry ballpark, and he is just now winning his first article of clothing, which are used panties from someone named Hitomi-chan. I want to say I had no idea the used panty market spanned this far back in time. This is 1998. I thought soiled panties, used socks, and bath water were things women started selling within the last decade to take advantage of like internet sales. I had no idea that this was a popular market all the way back into the 90s. But anyway, Nasubi wins these panties. It's his only article of clothing he's won so far, but they don't fit, unfortunately.
名前つけてあげないとね、かわいそうだね。そうだ。ナスビのお友達でビーナス。
ナスビ、ビーナス連れて初めてのお散歩。
I found this one to be extraordinarily sad, so still around 2 months now. He's had no contact with any human beings aside from the delivery guy just dropping off his winnings. He wins a stuffed seal which he names Binasu and takes him for a walk. It's his only source of companionship. That shit just breaks my heart to see. I'm not gonna lie.
貧乏芸人の日常生活においてステーキの4文字なんて想像だにしなかった。
肉をボールペンに刺して炙り始めた。5分後。
美味しそう。
ナスビにとって最高級の食べ物、ステーキを今まさに食べようとする瞬間。
This is his first time winning a direct source of protein. Up until this point, his diet was mainly just the rice and like spaghetti. So he'd be getting trace amounts of protein, but never something like steak. His macros had to be so fucked from this, but he finally gets steak, and he cooks it by using a ballpoint pin to cook it over the direct flame, and he gets to eat it and is super happy about it. I'd also like to highlight something in that note he wrote. He said, in the life of a poor comedian, he's only used the word steak in his imagination. I think this is big because prior to this challenge, Nasubi wasn't a popular comedian in Japan. He wasn't well off or anything like that. This was his big break, which is why he was so excited to be part of this show. And then he gets tortured. It's so fucking cruel. Like, you can't help but feel absolutely horrible for this guy.
当たった。さらに。
専用コントローラー好き。
運転手はナスビ、車掌はビーナスってな風に。
加熱しないで食べるつもりだ。
うん。全然いける。美味しい美味しい。うん。すべてビーナス君のおかげだ。
He wins a PlayStation game as well as a special controller for it, but he doesn't have a PlayStation or a TV to play it on. He then also wins raw pork and raw crab and eats it raw because he didn't really have an efficient way of cooking those. And you can see that he talks a lot to the stuffed seal. This is very much like a Castaway situation with Wilson. When you're deprived of human contact for as long as Nasubi has been, you start to try and find ways of being social. Humans are social creatures by nature, which is why it's so torturous to be deprived of that. It's fucking brutal. It's been right around 3 months by this point, and he is not even halfway done to the 1,000,000 yen goal.
3ヶ月ぶりの掃除スタート。
テレビですテレビ。まあ1は映んねえのか。アップするよこれで。
そのものとは。
歯ブラシと歯磨きのセットです。
He's able to win a vacuum cleaner, which enables him to clean the room for the first time in 3 months, and then wins a TV, which would have been great because he'd finally have some source of entertainment, but unfortunately, since there was no antenna, it was useless because it would only play static. And he still didn't have a PlayStation to like play the PlayStation game that he won, so the TV was just a source of fucking white noise, I suppose. And then he finally gets something really, really useful, which is a toothbrush and toothpaste, which lets him brush his teeth for the first time in 3 months.
白衣を着た人現る。
健康チェックに来ただけですか。
全く問題ありません。ナスビさんは健康であると認めます。
This is one component that I always see left out for all of the publications or videos that talk about the horror of the Nasubi story. They actually had a doctor come in and check up on him. The staff wanted to make sure that he wasn't like on the brink of death or that he hadn't contracted any like serious disease or anything. So they had a doctor come in, take his vitals, also did like a blood and urine test, or so they claim, and then gave him a clean bill of health. Now, assuming that that's all legitimate and not just, theatrics for the television program, I would still say this doesn't take into account the actual torture this man is enduring. Like, even if his vitals are okay, he doesn't have a disease or any, like, big alarming health concerns. This is a man that has been deprived of sunlight, socialization, entertainment, and just basic human needs for 3 months by this point. So even if all of the blood work and all of that is within normal limits, this is a man who is still very much not okay. And to try and make it seem like, no, everything's great, Nasubi's happy, and this is a totally fine by the books thing, look, the doctor even says so, is even more scummy and shitty.
嫌なことに気づいてしまった。命の源お米が米袋の底に溜まってる程度になってしまってる。
ついに今日で最後か。これが最後のお米です。はい、ドッグフードです。
すると
まずい。
ドッグフードでーす。
Somehow, the story keeps getting more tragic. The rice that he won on the 20th day was finally running out, and he was unable to win any more during this time, so he resorted to eating dog food. And dog food became the primary thing that he was eating. It was like his main diet. So he was surviving off dog food. And another thing that I've seen brought up a few times that I also question is the legitimacy of, like, what shows up. Because it would have been very easy for producers to intercept things that Nasubi had won if they were too helpful. Like, I find it very odd that the only thing Nasubi won in terms of clothing throughout all 15 months was a pair of panties. That seems so unrealistic. I really think there may have been foul play, and this is just a conspiracy, where the producers intercepted clothes in order to keep him naked for the sake of the comedy of the show. And I think that there could have been a lot of cases like that. There's also nothing that would have stopped them from sending things he didn't win, like dog food. He may have never, like, entered a dog food sweepstakes, and they could have sent it to him in order to further humiliate and torture him for the audience. There's just so much shit in here that is beyond cruel and unusual. Like, it blows my mind that this is something that actually happened to a real human being.
神よ、我に生きる力を与えきり米です。ちゃんちゃちゃん。米はだって。
Luckily, he was able to win rice 3 months later. He won 10 kilograms of rice about 3-ish months after mainly surviving off dog food, as well as a couple of other foods that he'd win here and there. But dog food for a while was like his primary source of nutrition. And then he finally gets rice again. Now, it's been about 6 months-ish, and he is finally halfway to the goal. In 6 months, he reaches the halfway point. According to Atrocity Guide, he has submitted 38,000 entries by this point. 38,000 sweepstakes entries in 6 months, and he is only halfway to the goal.
久しぶりだ。
この時ナスビは思った。
終わりですか。100万いったんですか。いってない。意味がわからないんですけど、全然。うわー、車やった、動いてる動いてる。これはまあ全部揃ってるというか、引っ越しっていうことなんですか。
Just when you thought it couldn't get more fucked up. So what happened here is this show was so popular, people eventually found out where Nasubi was being held. So there was paparazzi, reporters, and everything that all were crowding around the space, so the producers moved him to an identical space where no one would know where he was. It was super far away. It was like 5 hours away, I believe. And this whole time, Nasubi thought, oh, I must have won. But it turns out he didn't. They were just moving him to continue the game in a different location. It looks like actual kidnapping, and to a certain extent it is. The entire time, Nasubi is kind of delirious. He hasn't talked to people in a long time. He even says his mind is clouded with anxiety, and he's saying things that don't make any sense. He's unable to really talk to people or talk around people in general. He's like completely lost that ability due to right around 6 months in total isolation.
しかし、この企画が放送されていることを知らないナスビに、プロデューサーは
演技担ぎ。じゃあ私のためってことですね、これは。
身に余る光栄です。
The team told Nasubi that he was moved to a new location for renewed luck, so better fortune at a new spot, because they didn't want to tell him the real reason that they were relocating him. So they came up with that, and I'm pretty sure Nasubi doesn't believe them because he kind of laughs about it, saying, oh, so it's for my own benefit. I think he's very well aware now that this is a pretty fucking evil team of producers here, and whatever reason they had for moving him probably wasn't for his own benefit.
格屋のこれは椅子と机が当たったってことなのかな、これは。社長気分っつうのかね。
当選第1号、国用のパーソナルデスク&チェア。
操作しづらいんですよね、爪が邪魔でね。爪がこんなになっちゃってるからね。
His first win in the new location actually is a fucking fat one. He gets a new desk, a new chair. They're both relatively expensive too, so it's a great victory for him. And he shows his nails. The nail growth is outrageous. He hasn't been able to trim them in about 6 months now. Like, he is genuinely a prisoner here, and it shows.
With this room switch, producers decided to offer a live web stream alternative, causing them to digitally follow Nasubi around with a joystick in order to censor his genitalia. As you can see, the quality of the live stream is primitive, but keep in mind this is in the late 90s.
I couldn't actually find a high-quality clip showing how they censored the live stream or did the live broadcast, so this comes from Atrocity Guide as well. What they did is the producers had a whole team that was dedicated to following Nasubi around with a joystick like they were playing a fucking arcade game with a sensor to keep his dick and balls off the screen. And they live streamed him. They wanted to offer a real-time alternative instead of just doing like the weekly Nasubi update with clips. They wanted 24/7 Nasubi coverage for anyone that wanted to go watch. So this was pretty innovative for its time. I think it's definitely one of the first like actual around-the-clock live streams that ever actually aired. It's pretty impressive.
ウィダーインゼリーが当たってかれこれ2週間、当選がない。
ここまでね、当たんないっつもなかなか久しぶりの出来事でね。
車で移動。着いたところは？
ちょっといいよ。いいですか？
ナスビのあまりの運のなさに見かねたスタッフは当選運の上昇を願い2度目の引っ越しを決めたのだった。
So Nasubi initially had a good string of luck at the new location. I believe, according to Atrocity Guide, he had done 17,000 entries and won decent stuff, but then hit a really bad cold streak, even ran out of food at one point, so the producers did move him again to another location to help him out in winning more prizes, I suppose. And it worked, because he did win more prizes.
ビデオデッキを頭にぶつけ当選の舞。
トイレットペーパーが当たりました。ほんと10ヶ月ぶりにね、トイレットペーパーに触ったよ、本当に。
He finally wins food again and really celebrates getting some potato chips. And he also gets a VHS player, which will be nice to go with the TV, assuming he ever wins a VHS tape to play it. But I think the most important thing he wins here is toilet paper. This is the first time he's had toilet paper in his entire stay. 10 months so far. And to celebrate, he tries to take a shit just out of frame, but was unable to. So an unsuccessful mission there, but at least he finally has toilet paper.
それは8ヶ月前のこと。
電車でゴーントローラー好き。
6ヶ月前。
おー、来たよ。とりあえずまずや。電車で go!
Now this is by far the meatiest win he's gotten so far, a PlayStation. That's pretty expensive, especially during this time period, and it also enables him to have real entertainment for the first time in 10 months. This is like a moment that's straight out of like Civilization, where you climb up the tech tree slowly but surely. 8 months prior to this, he won a PlayStation 1 game, Dinsha to Go, which also had the special controller to go with it. Couldn't play it, obviously, at the time. 6 months ago, he won a TV. So he had a PlayStation game, a controller, a TV, but no console. He finally got that last missing piece of the puzzle, the console, and is able to play PlayStation games now. Well, the single PlayStation game he's won. And what's really interesting about this is his first piece of actual entertainment he's had since being fucking imprisoned here. But also, and this was pointed out by Caleb, this would make him the world's first video game live streamer, because this is all being live streamed. All of this is a live broadcast, and he spent 4 straight days playing his PlayStation. So for 4 straight days, he was being streamed playing a game. This man was the patient zero of streaming. He walked so Twitch could run.
一心不乱で電車で GO に熱中するナスビ。電車で GO 3日目に突入。
金プレステでございます。
He played so much Dinsha to Go that he had to ban himself from playing it further so he could focus on entering into more sweepstakes and getting closer to freedom. So he stopped playing the game, went back to writing entries, and he was able to do it. He pulled off the last remaining prizes he needed to reach that million yen mark.
一歩間違えてダイヤにしてくれてれば。
今回当たったタイヤが8万4000円。つまり現在の総額は96万9114円。
The tires put him extremely close to completing the challenge. He was right at the finish line here, so close he could throw the Dinsha to Go disc right over the finish line. Only a couple more wins would secure this, and he was able to pull it off. The final item he won that put him over the million yen threshold was a bag of rice. But Nasubi didn't know he won. It had been 335 straight days of constant, non-stop, relentless filling out of sweepstakes in order to win these prizes. 335 days of torture, and Nasubi had finally reached the finish line, but didn't know it.
ゴールを祝いクラッカーで祝福。
100万になったってことですか？え？ちょっと待って。あー、やった。11ヶ月と1日前に脱がされた私の服ですね。
Per usual, the producers come in like a group of burglars during the night and start popping party poppers in his face, which scares the shit out of him and really confuses him. They eventually explain that he did win, he made 1 million yen, and they give him his clothes back. It's been 11 months and 1 day, and this is the first time Nasubi's putting clothes on in that entire time frame. So when he puts them on, he says that it's uncomfortable and itchy, but he's very, very, very happy to be done with the contest and glad that he's completed it. But that's not where this story ends. The producers took Nasubi to Korea, telling him it was a celebration for completing the game and for all of his hard work. So they went to an amusement park, he ate a lot of great food, he had a wonderful, incredible time, and then things got real fucked up.
そこは
は？脱いで。人は韓国の憲章だけで生きていけるか。
ナスビ大ショック。
Nasubi was making them far too much money. The producers weren't done suckling from this cash cow's teat, so they trapped Nasubi in Korea. The goal this time wasn't 1 million yen. This time he was going to have to enter sweepstakes in Korea, which he didn't speak Korean, so he had to use a Korean to Japanese dictionary to translate. His goal was to enter the sweepstakes, win prizes enough to afford a plane ticket from Korea to Japan. That was the objective. He was stripped naked yet again and forced to endure the same torture that he had already endured for 335 days prior. I would like to make a mention here. There is a moment where the producer says, if you don't want to do this, just say so. To which Nasubi responds, I'll do it. So I don't think they had ever forced him against his will to complete these challenges, but he was pretty much promised fame after doing these things. So in the pursuit of Nasubi's big dreams, he allowed himself to be tortured mercilessly for 15 months.
こんなにいっぱいということは商品総額が 47,800 円ということはゴール 46,900 円突破検証生活 in Korea.
This time around, however, Nasubi went fucking plus ultra, straight up turbo mode. He had become a master at this shit. So he was actually able to complete this challenge in just about 2 months, which made the producers very upset because he didn't suffer long enough. So they increased the challenge duration. They moved the goalpost. Instead of just getting a one-way ticket from Korea to Japan in economy class, they required him to get an additional 9,000 yen in prize winnings to upgrade that ticket to business class.
エコノミークラスという一番安い料金。こんなに頑張ったのにエコノミークラスとはあんまりだ。そこでビジネスクラスにランクアップ。ペンまであと 9,500 円。頑張れナスビ。
Yeah, more scummy, evil shit from the producers here. They never even told him he initially completed the goal here. They just let him keep writing postcards until he'd gather another 9,000 yen. They didn't want him to win quickly. They didn't really want him to win at all because the longer he struggles and suffers, the more money they were making. So they let him just keep going and tried to spin it as a positive thing, like, look at how hard Nasubi's working. We're not going to let him fly in economy class, so the new goal is business class because it's what Nasubi would want. Just genuinely fucked shit.
頑張ったってこんなお茶2袋お茶よ。
9,000円ということは商品総額は 61,800 円ということ。ファーストクラスにランクアップということはゴールの金額もランクアップ。
Nasubi easily gathered the remaining 9,500 yen after winning some expensive tea leaves, so he was absolutely slapping the producers' bottoms, like he was going hog wild right now. So again, they increased the goal without ever telling him. Now, business class wasn't good enough. Now it was going to have to be a first class ticket, which was an additional 20,000 yen, I believe, which again was pretty quick for Nasubi to gather. He won a live octopus, a big picture frame, and was able to gather enough money through prizes pretty quickly to get that final rank up to first class passenger. So then he finally gets the ticket from Korea to Japan in first class, and it's over.
そしてプロデューサーに連れられたナスビ登場。もちろんアイマスクにヘッドホン。ナスビは驚くべき行動に出る。別にまだかかる。なんと脱ぎ始めた。
せーの
But the story wouldn't be complete without one more final act of cruelty towards Nasubi. They blindfold him, put noise-canceling headphones on him, disorient him, and drag him on stage into a mock room designed to look like the rooms that he'd been staying in for the last 15 months. So out of pure instinct, he gets completely nude again. It's the only life he knows, so without ever being told to take his clothes off, he does it anyway. And then the walls break away, revealing a live studio audience laughing at him and congratulating him for completing the show. Nasubi is understandably confused because for 15 months he has been psychologically and physically tortured. So he doesn't understand what's happening, he doesn't get it, and is shocked, scared, and all around bewildered. It's just one more sick fucking joke from the producers. millions of people watching the finale, as well as thousands in person watching him, completely naked and completely having no idea what's going on or why. The Life of Prizes was finally complete, and the entire show, Susanoo Den Pashonen, was cancelled pretty shortly after. It didn't have like a super long run after this, but the toll that this experience took on Nasubi's life obviously didn't stop with the finale. He reported being uncomfortable in clothes for about 6 months afterwards, and his social skills had obviously deteriorated. He said he was a lot more shy and not really able to be a comedian super well anymore because obviously he had been cut off for so long from people. He just kind of lost the ability to carry on conversations efficiently and overall just became a lot more reserved as a result of this. He did, however, sell his diary, the Nasubi Life of Prizes diary, like his journal, and that was a bestseller. That was a massive success. But he himself never achieved that level of fame that he was kind of promised with a show like this. He did have certain roles in other productions, and some of them pretty sizable roles in other productions, but never a massive success in Japan, even though this is like the most successful live stream in Japan's history. So just an overall extremely sad and cruel story. The main producer behind this show has gone on record and said he doesn't regret anything. He said his goal is to make miracles on film, and with Nasubi, he accomplished that goal. He did apologize to Nasubi, and Nasubi confirms that the producer did apologize to him, but the apology only does fuck all. Like, that doesn't make up for 15 months of lost human contact and health. You know, like, that's a nothing burger. But I guess at least he apologized, even though he made millions of dollars off the back of Nasubi's suffering. But anyway, I wanted to share this story because I find it to be one of the most interesting ones when it comes to like live broadcast television as well as live streaming. This is one of the first live streams, and it was fucking bizarre. Extremely fucked up story. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with all of you. Thank you to Caleb and Chelsea for compiling a bunch of clips here, so that way we could tell the story as best as possible. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. EDP445 has issued an apology for the cupcake incident from 2 years ago. Not exactly the quickest response time, but it's a little bit faster than Valve responding to Team Fortress 2 issues. So I probably don't even need to give you the lore dump here. The story of EDP445's fall from grace is a more well-known story than Little Red Riding Hood by this point. But just in case, 2 years ago, he was caught in a child predator sting operation, which also unearthed a lot of other repeated instances of him being inappropriate with minors in his community. For this, he lost his entire career, and since then he has desperately been trying to claw his way back to the internet because it's all he knows. It's his only home, so he pathetically comes back like every couple of months for the last 2 years, like clockwork, with a new pitiful attempt at reviving his internet career. There's only a few certainties in life: death, taxes, and EDP coming back when no one wants him to. He's posted videos on every platform that allows video sharing capability. I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried to make a career out of streaming on Xbox 360 Arcade Uno, where they used to let you use the Xbox fucking Kinect or whatever in order to like have a webcam chat in Uno servers. Wouldn't have been surprised if he tried that. He has gone to every platform ever and has been banned from all of them. Because what EDP did is unforgivable. This is not something you can ever come back from. He should be counting his lucky stars he's not in jail. He must have had fairy godparents and they granted him one last wish, and it was to avoid jail time. The only reason he's not there is because the investigation and all of the evidence was conducted online, so authorities usually don't use that in like actual prosecution or anything. So he must have collected all the fucking Dragon Balls and made a wish, and Shinron kept him out of jail. Because the amount of proof and evidence of not only the cupcake incident, obviously, where he actually went in person to meet a child for sex, not only just that, but like a repeated history of having similar circumstances with being inappropriate with kids, all of this very well documented. The fact that all of that exists and he's not in jail is beyond a miracle for EDP. And now he is once again doing his standard song and dance, trying to get back his internet career and find redemption. He's made a couple other videos in the past addressing it loosely, like where he's like eating a cupcake, so literally leaning into being a pedophile, I guess, and acknowledging it. And then only a handful of months ago, he made a statement on his website that was perhaps one of the wildest ideas ever cooked up by a human brain. He said that the whole cupcake incident, that whole scenario, was actually all acting. He was hired for an acting job to play a pedophile, and he committed to the role, and he had no idea it was going to be used as like a legitimate thing. He thought it was all just a Shakespearean play, basically, just part of, you know, the acting craft. But this is the first video he's made where he's apologizing and talking about it, like actually talking about it. And I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, wow, finally, he's taking accountability. He's starting to, you know, grow now, and you know, maybe he can move on from this. What a bunch of hooey. That is a load of fish paste. He doesn't, in his entire 8.5-minute apology video, he doesn't once refer to what actually happened. When he's talking about being caught in a child predator sting operation, he calls it that YouTube shit.
I want to take full responsibility for my actions that happened on April 21st, 2021. The entire YouTube shit that went down, the entire YouTube incident, you know what I mean, that went the fuck down. I'm not even going to get into it. You guys already know what the fuck happened. I'm taking full responsibility, full accountability for my actions.
He doesn't even say what he did and what he like is guilty of. He just loosely refers to it vaguely and brushes it off quickly. That is the opposite of taking accountability. He doesn't even fucking address it directly. Now, he states one of the reasons for the tardiness behind this apology is because he's been in talks with lawyers over the last couple of years about what he can and cannot say. And I'm just going to slap down the Phoenix Wright objection. I'm calling baloney, because if he did have a team of lawyers behind him after all these years, I'm assuming they would have advised him to not make any of the statements he's made over the last couple of years. Especially the one where he faked emails to try and confirm that all of this was actually just an acting moment. It was all just a ruse. It was supposed to be a movie, not real. It's all fake. Or the other statement he made about how it never happened in the first place and just outright denying it. I feel like if there were lawyers behind him for the last couple of years, they would have told him, do not do that. But let's play ball with that idea for a second. Let's assume he's being truthful. If the lawyers have told him to not mention any of the specifics of the incident, then you can't come on this video and pretend like you're taking accountability or responsibility. If you're not willing to actually tackle what happened and what you are guilty of and actually talk about it directly, then you can't pretend that you're somehow taking accountability or responsibility in the situation. I didn't want to talk about this apology video because I don't think there's any value here. I've already made a few videos talking about EDP over the last 2 years with every attempt he's made to try and come back to the internet, and this is just another one of those. A desperate Hail Mary to try and monetize an internet career again because it is all he has. It is the only home that he knows. So he keeps trying, but this is just not something that you can come back from.
Taking the proper measures and the proper steps forward to seek out help, to try to, you know, get my head on right and to make sure that, you know, in the distant future that I do not hurt, you know what I mean, my loving, caring, supporting friends and family, because they are the ones that hurt the most. They are the ones that suffer the most.
No, they're not. The actual victims are. What do you mean? Yes, of course, they did get caught in the crossfire here from everything you did online, but you should really be apologizing far more to the actual victims. Not just the cupcake incident, but the actual children that you've been inappropriate with over all the years. He mentions that he's getting help to try and, like, not be a danger to children anymore, which is good, taking those steps, but even if they do cure the pedophile, it doesn't mean that you can come back as some kind of content creator again. You cannot have an internet career again after what you've done. Period. Full stop. There is no coming back from that. I do find it very upsetting that when he does make these attempts at comebacks, he does usually find an audience of delusional weirdos that downplay the severity of what he's done in his past, talking about how, like, pedophilia is not even a big deal and there wasn't any real victims, which is categorically false. He may not have actually met a child during the cupcake incident. It was all a sting operation, but there were very real victims to EDP that most people seem to forget. Actual children he was being inappropriate with. There are victims. Like, it's not just that one time with the sting operation, the fucking Chris Hansen have a seat to catch a predator moment for EDP. There was many more. It's just not something you move on from. Now, he does mention at the very beginning of the video that he's come close to, like, hurting himself and ending it all over the last couple of years as a result of everything that happened with this whole situation. And he mentions that he's extremely remorseful for all of it and recognizes that it's all his fault. And he also mentions that his family has been harassed a lot from all of this. And overall, yeah, it's sad to hear that, but again, it is all your fault. You can't come back to the internet after all of this. You are a danger to children. You preyed on kids in your audience. You can't come back online from that. You should have been in jail, but got extremely lucky to avoid that. So you should have been satisfied with just being able to stay out of jail and completely cut ties with the internet. Buckle down in the real world and just do something else and never come back online. Now, I understand over the last 2 years he has tried getting other jobs, but some people have recognized him and felt unsafe because, shocker, child predators are a danger in society. So he did lose his job, his other couple of jobs he's had over the last couple of years, but that doesn't mean you just quit and then just go back to the internet to try and monetize there for your career. You cannot come back from what you did online, period. So you should have just kept trying to find a job that you can hold down where people aren't going to recognize and harass you, and just stay pursuing that. He also does mention that the reason he's making the apology is because he wants to eventually have redemption online, which I think what he's done is irredeemable. I really do. I feel like most people probably do as well. It's an unforgivable act, but he keeps trying. And I don't even think this apology is genuine. This feels once again like another plan of his to try and crawl back online, because he has done it so many times before. This is not really taking accountability or responsibility. He keeps saying that it is, but he can't even address the actual issue itself. And like, not only the cupcake incident, he doesn't even mention the other victims outside of that either. So he doesn't actually even take any accountability or anything like that. So I don't even think it's coming from a place of like genuine remorse or anything. It really seems like it's coming from a place of desperation to find a career again online. So yeah, that's about it. So yep. I've talked about this before, but it's been a little while, so I'm going to dust it off and give you a little refresher. One of my favorite little genres of content on YouTube is the video games are evil crowd. Usually it's religiously charged, and I want to make it clear right away, it's totally fine if you don't like video games, right? That's absolutely understandable, no problem with that. But what I find extremely entertaining is there's quite a few churches as well as like individual content creators that pump out content saying that video games are the work of Lucifer and they're mind controlling the world in order to turn them against God. And I always can't help but giggle, acting like if you put the controller in your hand, you're saying goodbye to God himself. It'll corrupt your soul and condemn you to the fiery pits of hell for all eternity because you played Minecraft. Again, it's totally fine to not be a video game enthusiast if you're not blessed with that gamer gene or have esports pumping through your veins, no big deal. But a lot of these videos I watch from a bunch of different churches are actually just kind of wild about, you know, instilling fear in such simple things and like so many different things. Like video games has become a big one. Another big one is anime. And all the arguments they make are really kind of ridiculous because you can make those arguments for actually everything ever, any hobby. There are real arguments to be made against like video games. They can be addictive, especially ones that are like microtransaction based. They could be financially damaging. There are like actual issues, right? If you don't have that level of self-control to not get obsessed over something and addicted to it, then there's a lot of harmful effects that come from it. But that's never the arguments they make. Instead, they just speak about video games like it's the Antichrist, and like the cyberspace is basically hell on earth. So I wanted to showcase what I mean with a recent service that I watched on stream. I don't usually watch videos on stream anymore, but I made an exception for a excerpt from a church service about a preacher going off against video games as well as anime. So it's a demonstration of both things that I used as an example here. And instead of once again talking about like real harmful effects that can come from getting obsessed over these mediums, his argument basically boils down to these things are the work of the devil because they distract you from God, which again is something that extends to everything. Literally reading a book falls into that same category. Doing anything for fun ever falls into that category. And then he also says that video games are so fun that they make church boring. So it's almost like he's like trying to get people hooked on video games. Like for a brief moment I was like, huh, he's really hyping video games up. If I had never heard of these before, I'd be really interested to check them out. And then he beats the daylights out of an Xbox to try and make his point, which was fucking amazing. Oh yeah, I've seen like every anti-video game church sermon. I watched an entire documentary on, I think it was Pokemon being instruments of the devil, because that was a really big talking point for a little while. Alright, let me just hear the core argument.
And this is how I know that this is an idol, is because I guarantee you there's a lot of offended people in the church right now. Okay? Or even...
Brother, there's 7 people in the church right now. I'm sure they're probably not that offended. It's not a huge service today. You could probably just talk to them one-on-one.
How can Minecraft be sinful? It's literally this. This guy's, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he's saying sinful. It's so quiet, I can't fucking hear him. I thought he said simple. I was like, yeah, I mean, Minecraft's pretty simple. You just build some shit. Who would really get upset about that? I can't hear shit. Start worshipping your audio equipment. My God. Pardon, excuse me. Just improve the audio quality, please. Jump in Jehoshaphat.
Some pagan god. Hold on a second. What about this thing right here, though? When I start talking about this,
what is that? A Super Nintendo? What are you hitting there? That's actually a fucking Super Nintendo. Who's worshipping that? You stuck in a time vortex? That's an Xbox S? Is it?
when I say you need to grow up, does it bother you a little bit when I say put away the video games from among you? Does it bother you when I say put that trash away? It belongs in the garbage. You're a man of God. You ought to grow in grace and the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Don't waste your time playing video games. Redeem the time because the days are evil. Does that...
What? Wait, it's not even an argument against video games anymore. It's just, why do anything that's not immediately like praising the Lord, because you're wasting your time if you're not. You can make that argument for going out to dinner. Why don't you just eat at home, save yourself the time for more one-on-one moments with the Lord? At least make arguments against video games themselves. This is literally just a time cost thing. Like, you're wasting too much time on games when you could be giving that time to the good book. And our service, of course. Please make sure to put a little bit over here. I'm working on my new car.
Become a golden calf.
Not really. It's just it's a fucking video game, brother.
Saying about that, I'm still gonna do it. You know why? Because it's just an idol. Exodus 32 verse 19.
What does this have to do with games?
As soon as he came,
oh my God, he's got the baseball bat out now. Oh my Lord, which one of you's been playing games? I can sniff the gamer on you. Step up, or I'm just gonna start swinging. God damn it.
that.
Oh, I see. Oh God. Oh my.
And track.
I missed the gamer rage.
Them, the Bible says. You know what? You know what you young people need to do? You need to take your Xbox.
That's awesome. Sign me up. I want to go to one of these services. This is hype.
And trash that idol. Because you know what? That thing's taking the place of you reading the Bible. That thing's taking the place of your prayer life. That thing's taking the place of you living the righteous. It's taking the place of you improving your marriage.
Ooh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Stands in the way of my marriage and my child rearing. That's what they deserve.
What? Wouldn't you choose what stands in the way of your marriage and raising your child? You're in complete control, man. Just have some, like, self-discipline, right? Do you have a TV in your house? It's like the same thing. This has nothing to do with games at all. This is, like, legitimately clickbait. He's making no arguments against games. It's literally just an argument against, like, anything that takes time away from God, and he chose games. Could have been phone, could have been knitting, could have been drawing, could have been reading. This is worthless.
It's an idol. I hate video games because it creates apathy in the church.
Huh?
It makes people not pay attention to the preaching of God's word.
How?
It makes young people apathetic towards the truth of God's word.
How?
It makes people bored with church.
Make church more fun. What do you mean? That has nothing to do with video games. Just make the service more entertaining at that point. What are you talking about? Because people have fun at home, it makes church boring in comparison? That's a fault of yours. Make church pop off. Have like fucking pyrotechnics displays going crazy. Get like Dancing Lobster. I don't make church a fun place to go. That was interesting. Not interesting is definitely not the right word. But I'd love to hear his takes on like legitimately every hobby ever, because that does take away time from your prayer life. I wonder if he does that for actually everything, ever. He preaches hard against anime. Oh god, wait. He's anti-anime? What? Is nothing sacred? Now you gone too far. I can handle you beating the devil out of an Xbox Series X, but you target anime. Uh-oh. That's a straw that breaks the camel's back.
Because I want to get married one day. I want to move out, live with my wife, have children, have a successful family.
Cool.
Lead a family unit, be responsible. That's what I want for my life. But instead, what do you have? I want anime. I'm getting on anime right now, okay?
The fact that you even know what anime is shows me you're already a degenerate. What are you talking about, brother? You don't just like randomly come across anime. This is a dude that had an actual hentai addiction, no doubt in my mind. No shot. If he was like cartoons, then I'd be like, oh, okay, I see. But the fact that he's just like hard dropping anime, I know this man is like an actual super stan for some shit. No doubt. Video volume is maxed. They don't believe in good audio equipment at whatever place this is.
Now, what is anime? It's Japanese animation.
There's one guy in the crowd like, what? Oh! Japanese what? Animation?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah!
What else?
Oh, don't even pretend like you don't know.
Dragon Ball Z. Now look,
He's
guys,
finding the sinners.
this is nonsense. And look, I know how this
Who's
works.
saying amen? It's just a...
When it comes to anime, some people like, he's a good guy, he's a good person, but there's a level of immaturity. Where does that come from? It comes from anime. Comes from anime. Why don't they want to get married?
Finally, we
Anime.
know. True.
Married to some stupid drawing.
Ridiculous. Fucking waifus.
One Japanese animated girl, you know, on the screen that they're in love with. It's funny,
Shit.
but it's ridiculous. Get yourself a real woman. Not some animated Japanese girl. Sailor Moon, or what is that?
Why? I don't know why he's playing dumb. I really don't. I want to go to his My Anime list right now. I know this man's leaving reviews on like the most obscure shit ever. You're gonna see this man posting on High School of the Dead, like not enough titty jiggling. 4 stars. I don't know why he's fucking pretending. You're not fooling anybody here, Bruce.
I watch Batman, okay?
Oh
I
my
watch
god.
Spider-Man. I watch Superman.
He's just like us.
Yeah, I watch X-Men.
Famous anime, all of them.
And I would watch these, but you know what? I remember, like, after a while, you turn it off.
Yeah, what?
After a while, I'm just like, I see my brother working, I see adults, I see men, and I'm like,
What?
I see like that.
Fucking obviously.
And I know it can't be that. What's gonna happen? You know why? Because no woman is gonna respect a 25-year-old guy who still watches anime. Unless you hide it from her, then you guys get married, and now she's stuck. Like, dang, I didn't know this is part of your life.
Oh shit, you watch anime? I'm getting a divorce. What the fuck? Ew. No, man, it's just people that just... It's no different than just watching any other TV show. Why not just extend this? I don't understand why he doesn't just broaden it. Like, this is just... What he's preaching is against literally any kind of hobby. Like, actually anything. Oh, you just get, like, lost in this world. You could say that for sports. Like, oh, you you know, all of these nerdy-ass sports statistics. Like, you're never going to the NBA, so please stop bringing up all of these goddamn Luka stats, right? Like, who cares? You're wasting your time. Now your wife's stuck with you because you were hiding this obsession. Like, just broaden the topic. It's not just anime you're talking about. It's literally anything that's a hobby. And I love how he's like, I used to watch Batman, but then I realized it ends. Like, yeah, no shit. It's called a runtime. It's not like you can just perpetually just like live watching TV forever.
The weak and beggarly elements of anime. And look, I know people in my personal life, they're literally in their 40s, 50s, still bumming money off of other people, not working.
And it's not because of anime, I'll tell you right now. You would be hard-pressed to find someone in their 40s and 50s that you know that's watching anime. So what is the lesson? What is the takeaway? If you just stop watching anime, you're not guaranteed a respectable job. I am so lost. It'd be very easy to turn this into some type of Christian lesson, but he's not. I don't understand what the point is. It seems like he watched an anime recently and maybe had a disagreeable take on it somewhere, got insulted, and he's like, you know what? This is the root of all evils. I've got to talk about this. Your marriage is trash. Anime. True.
And they had children out of wedlock, and they're just losers. That is a loser life, folks. We're like, well, I'm not doing that. Yeah, but your little anime habit is going to take you to that route.
What?
That's your end game there, buddy.
Okay. Shit, I gotta stop then.
You see guys in their 40s and 50s
Shit.
hanging out with the young guys.
Yeah, like you. You're 25 years old and you're hanging out with 40 and 50-year-olds. What are you talking about? You're self-reporting. You just said that. You just said that you know 40 and 50-year-olds like this. They're hanging out with you. You're the weirdo. Well, and them too. You're all weird together then, and it's not because of anime.
People find out that you're like watching anime. If that's your life, okay?
Yeah, true.
Get down on stuff like that.
If you make anything like that in your life, you're in for a rough time. Has nothing to do with your statement or your lesson here, though.
If you have a short view, foolish person, you need to rule yourself. Okay?
Huh?
In fact, I would say this: you're just an emotional person.
Ooh.
It's far too much soy.
This took a crazy turn. What the fuck? We went from anime to soy? Let's go.
Okay. Message today. Message is simply this: grow up.
Oh, fair enough. See, like, if that was the message the whole time, it makes sense, right? Like, for example, if you make anime your whole identity and you become obsessed in it and that's all you really think about, yeah, you're in for a rough time. That extends to, like, actually everything ever. Why did he use Sailor Moon out of all examples? I don't know. I think he was trying to think of, like, normie animes so he didn't, like, make it too obvious. His biggest tell was a guy shouted Dragon Ball, and he's like, who said that? Yeah, whatever that is. And then Bruce himself says Dragon Ball Z. He never said the Z, Bruce. You knew what he was talking about, fucking hidden weeb. I think he must have went through like an obsessive weeb period otaku moment in his life, regrets it, and now he's using it as a talking point.